It's always weird seeing you go live while I'm at work, but I love it. Gives me something to listen to while I'm here. Well, Fuzzy, you're welcome, buddy. And I thought about not going live, but then I remembered you were at work. And I was like, obviously, we got to do it for Fuzzy. Duh. I appreciate the bill shit. You're welcome. I had the coolest idea for Splinter the other day. Now to test it, you're just gonna sit there on the sauce and not let us hear what's up. That's crazy. That's crazy, Fuzzy. That's an insane thing to do. So in water, you go heavy kick into chicken kick, and I thought that was hilarious. Oh, that is pretty funny. That's pretty good. All right, acceptable. Acceptable. I was like, how do people kill people with him since I pulled the alt, and I was like, yeah, that could do it. I mean, chicken kick's a dope card. So making your chicken kick start big seems like the right idea. However, on all you get high 3 into holding all the cards. That also sounds like a beating. Oh yeah. Under all you also get Patchwork Baby, which is just like also a beating, right? Starting a Patchwork Baby is not Patchwork. Let's see how many of these bad boys I can suck down. And then you get to use Splendor to give your threat attack 6/6 to stats. It's pretty dope. Look at this fuck ass hat. Crazy. Yo, what up, Malamone? How's it going, buddy? Doing good. Just been attempting Chun-Li builds and being disappointed every time. That character is difficult. To the point where I haven't even attempted, truthfully. I have not attempted. Too much squeeze and not enough juice is what I've been running into. Yeah, I get that. I get it. I also want to redirect push with Guide to Self-Defense and Street Hero on the board and laugh at my opponent. Guide to Self-Defense and Street Hero on board. Just to like constantly have blocks. Because that seems kind of okay. As a lock? Ah, yeah. The calling was good. It was really enjoyable. Yeah, had a good time uploading those videos on YouTube, and they're doing really well. Doing as good as my Universus videos. At least the first two are. Apparently nobody gives a fuck about Marionette. Which I think is pretty funny. Forgot to get a Red Bull last night. Jordan's gonna be sipping on DP. The production value of the first Riftbound Regional was absolutely insane quality. Yeah. I got to watch round one, not last night, but the night before. And I think the plan is for me and Barrett to rewatch it at some time over the next week and cast over all of it at like that 1.5 speed that we did yesterday. And that was really fun. I just have to find where I can get it. Got a new guy to try UVS locally. Congratulations. That's like pulling teeth. I'm proud of you. And he's at a Rocksteady, so I've been looking at stuff for him. And Rock may be better than I originally thought. I mean, that guy just hits like a truck, dude. Like, +5 damage on all your moves is like crazy. It's like really good. And he's a 6-hander, not a 5-hander. Normally +5 damage is like reserved for 5-handers. And so like, under the Earth symbol, you get 8 copies of a thing that clears the detriment out of your card pool. If you miss, he just murders you. If you like hold bad block zones, it's great. It's insane. That guy kills you dead. Gives you big no-move eyes, but he hasn't. He doesn't just face tank. Yeah. I can feel that. I can feel that for sure. Whew, how we feeling this morning? My 1A on my fingers is Ain't up to typing. I get it. You're good, man. You're good. It's early. I get it. Also, only 1 a.m. for you? That's crazy. It's 3 over here for me. We had about 3 hours worth of sleep. We slept from 10 to midnight, and then from 1 to 2. We got up at like 2:15 and snoozed a bit. Excited to take a little nap after this. I have to link. I have the link to the regional, but it's straight from Billy, and you can't adjust playback speed. Yeah, I had the link from yesterday's regional, or sorry, 2 days regional or whatever. I just like have to find. I just have to find. Excuse me. Like I just need the VOD so I can go back over it, like, because I don't think they saved the VOD. Alright, let's call them up. Turn my music back on. Easy. What up?
What up?
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, pretty good. Happy morning.
Happy morning. So you just didn't sleep at all, huh?
Yeah, we finished and my friends were throwing a party, so I went to that, and then I got home and it was 1 a.m. and I was like, I'm not gonna sleep for 2 hours.
That's crazy.
And like, be like groggy, right? So no, I'm here. I'm awake. It should be still a good time, and it'll be good.
Hell yeah. I slept for like 3 hours roughly, from like 10 to midnight, and then I woke up for an hour, and so like then 1 to 2, 2:15, and then got up. So
Heck yeah.
feeling good. I think what we do, because the official stream is currently yapping, is
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for us to start our thing where we talk about the
Do a
bracket.
slight delay, and then we can fast forward a little bit more when.
Yeah, and like let
Yeah,
them
I think it's
get
fine.
in, and we'll be able to like know who they picked and stuff. And then we can talk about. I have the graphic for the top 8 breakdown, which I believe, just send you here. Like
Nice.
there's our thing, and I'm gonna try to update this as we go, for round by round, so we can talk about that in between or before each one, and then break these out individual matches like before. So we've gotten through. I guess I could just like show this graphic. We'll talk a little bit about it as we do it. I can come here, and then I can do this. Yeah, and then pull this back just a little bit. As we, I'll just click record now. As we jump into it, Mike Hardiman getting first on Pony, Alex Gomez on Godzilla. I'm officially gonna stop using last name. Daniel O on Godzilla versus Ismail F, I think, on Rodan. David D on Godzilla versus Alexandra P on Paul. Kevin G on Izuku Midoriya on the move, and Miguel G on Zeke Yeager War Chief. What are your thoughts as you just like take a broad look at this top 8? What does this say to you?
I mean, we as we already know, of course, Godzilla was the most represented character, and as you can kind of see, also some people that were buzzing online after we were done throughout the evening last night. This is the highest percentage that we've seen, at least a character on the representation of a pie chart for quite a while, even for these international regionals. So I think that the idea here is what we kind of heard from people in chat and the people that are locals in Spain. I think there was a very high representation of a lot of players that represent Warning Team that brought this character that they think is just a tried and true and really good and easy to play and execute. And it's true, right? We have not seen Godzilla have a majority of the top cut here with 3 representations. Not 5 out of them, obviously, but like it is a repeated character we have in this top cut compared to all these other one-ups for the other 5 slots. And that is very much what the pie chart told us, and this represents exactly kind of a direct reflection of that pie chart.
Yeah, I think the name of the game here is just like Six-handers are king again.
Wow.
Six-handers
okay.
all the way down. We got 2
Except
7s. And they did well, right? Like it was Mike at first and Ismail at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess Ismail's 7th. So I guess not that incredible.
Yeah, one in the top half, I think one in the bottom
Yeah.
half, and then you're right. I mean, it's 3 and 3 on the other side of those coins. And I think the other interesting part about this too, Tam, is like I think it's easy to say, well, yeah, Godzilla was the most represented character. It should be the most represented character in top cuts as well. But we're going to actually see if that is just a success of a character that is good at getting you into a top cuts, or is it something where you can compete against these other spicy one-ofs that exist in the format? Because none of them are going to play each other until potentially top 4. Yeah. Will they actually make a finals appearance and maybe win the whole tournament? There are 3 chances here, more so than the other 1Xs that we see here. Of course, I think there's even a weird disparity, right? I think all the way down at the bottom, Kevin Gomez versus Miguel. These are 2 characters. We have the last regional winning character versus who people are saying is the boogeyman of this now new format, and they immediately have to duke it out in the beginning of the tournament. Some people would say that they would expect that to maybe be the finals. Yeah. And it's just not going to happen. It's going to happen this earlier on. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the stream match we get, honestly, Tam.
Yeah, it's that or like it's really exciting to see the Dark Horse Paul Phoenix be on.
Yeah,
but at the same time, like if you show Paul Phoenix, you show Godzilla, and it's possible that you have to show Godzilla literally for the entire top cuts. And so getting a little bit of diversity there like might be the idea, might be the sauce. But let me go back to Six-handers are king for a second, because
yeah, absolutely.
It really does look like, and there's a singular one that's the outlier. Godzilla, Paul Midoriya, 6-handers that pump stats in some really impactful way, specifically damage. If you falter on your defense at all, damage is king, and I'm gonna go crazy with it.
Absolutely.
From there, you look at what Zeke Yeager is doing, and that's not the story. Outside of, we know that the deck itself does not pump stats because they're already starting at 7 printed damage. They're already massive. Yeah. And so it really does feel like the format right now, specifically for these 6-handers, is your attacks need to hit and they need to matter, and when they matter, they're gonna do something really effective to the life total. And even like when you look back up at what our 7-handers are doing too, we saw Mike's pony deck melt people because of things like Genghis Frog. We saw Ismail, his 100% repeated smashes, and with the help of things like Science Bros, his stats were going crazy too. He's doing speed, not damage. And so like it totally makes sense that right now stats are king, and it's not these like really interesting techie cool combo, I'm gonna do 1,000 cuts kind of ideas that you've seen in past format. there's not an Eraserhead on this list, right? Of like
Yeah,
somebody being really
it's actually
technical to play the game.
it's crazy if you break it down at that kind of more simplistic level. I think you're right. This is 7 stats decks versus the one Zeke Yeager in the room that says I'm a character that doesn't give stats at all.
Yeah.
I have a more combo oriented or well stringed out thing because of this backup synergy. And I think that's another conversation to have, right? Is backup decks being everywhere in Louisville, and there's only really 1.5 here in this top 8. And the reason I say that is because is it interesting to put Pony Sunatori now in this conversation of like the way that this deck has leveled up from what it was before in the format is because it is now playing this backup set strategy. It literally, like it is, right? I mean, that's what this explosivity that we saw, but going even in a different direction, a different storyline, if you will, Tam. Mike Hardiman did end up being our Swiss champ.
Yeah.
But he did have a loss going into this top 8. And that one loss is to a Godzilla, which he might have to fight runner Godzilla all the way to a finals. And that is a character that actually turned to him.
And the worst timeline, it could be Godzilla's all the way down, right? Like if David decides to go on a heater and run the other half of the bracket, it could be, hey, how many times can Mike Hardiman's pony do 34, albeit going first to make it a little easier, but 34
absolutely
6 times is a tall order for any deck.
But again, even then, I think that's the scary situation. Mike Hardiman won the die roll when we saw him in Swiss against David Perez's Godzilla deck and got serve broken on him against a character like a Godzilla. So again, if there's anything, it's just like this scary situation of like, that's a real storyline for Mike himself, depending on how far he makes it here, because he did go into this top cut with a match loss, and it is to a Godzilla, the most represented character here. And then on the other side of the bracket, I am kind of cheering on this Midoriya versus Zeke Yeager matchup because of the context and what people are saying online about the format going into this brand new world of TMNT. And they immediately have to duke it out, and then that might actually end up being one of these Godzillas or Mike Hardiman's pony list or this Rodan list on the other side of the bracket. I think we can end up with some weird matches. And the storyline could go so many different ways of what this results of this tournament is going to be, and that's what I'm excited to see.
Speaking of matches, though, buddy, are you ready to jump in? We have our first one up and ready. Let's talk deck lists just real fast as I get here prepped and ready. We do have the third match. We've got David D's Godzilla versus the Paul Phoenix. Again, 2 6-hand size characters, absolutely ready to just slam face and go crazy. Talk to me a little about what David's deck, his Godzilla going into this has got something a little bit different.
Yeah, we did, of course. This is one of the Godzilla decks that we were able to watch during Swiss at some point during yesterday, and that's the exciting part about the other deck, is that it's one we haven't seen yet. But the one that this Godzilla was that we got to watch was more of the like, we're gonna play a bunch of 2-ofs that are technical in their own little aspect while still playing the bread and butter of this Titan Cliff, building in all these 6-check decks, finally free, giving us even more momentum. But we saw the success of David's deck really in those massive swings, kind of doing a similar job of what Determined Advance has done for Godzilla in the past, and this being a different version of that kind of attack. Playing this when you have 0 momentum, getting the extra momentum, then you press the finally freeze to get your extra stuff. Just playing out different ways of killing your opponent, and massive swings being a very high impact, at least for this deck specifically.
Yeah, I have not been a believer of massive swing until I saw David really showcase it here in these matches of constantly doing this. I snap momentum because I have none, get rid of it, and snap it again with like these double, triple massive swing turns yesterday. It was really, really cool to watch. And then to follow it up with things like support from the female Titan and slash, or to like make that combo get even further. Smashing Stomp, Swarm by the Titans, to like, how long can we make this chain? Maybe sometimes we need City Rampage, sometimes we don't. It's pretty dope. But on the other side of the board, we have Ale who is playing Paul Phoenix, one of your favorite characters in the format right now, a character that is
Yep.
truly the dark horse of this event, a character not represented. What is Paul Phoenix's game plan into the King of the Monsters?
I mean, stun is the name of the game, right? I think Godzilla is going to have a very low amount of foundations because of how aggressive that deck can be. So the impact discard a card for stun 2 on any move is really going to go a long ways because we probably don't have to press the button that many times as Paul Phoenix. That being said, there's another downside to that. Your once per turn might not be as impactful because it scales for the number of foundations committed on your opponent's stage. If Godzilla doesn't build wide, and with a board reset ability, just might make the decision to not to, that once per turn feels pretty weak. Godzilla gives 3 to all of his moves as long as he fits the 5 difficulty thing, and Paul Phoenix might only get a once per turn that gives plus 4 to 5 or 6. It's not going to feel as good. But, of course, the punch package, and what I'm really excited to see as well, we're playing things like Rising Uppercut, which will help Paul Phoenix now stay alive against some of these aggro decks that are just trying to play 4 attacks in a turn, like Godzilla. Committing those cards on your opponent's turn is going to be way even better.
Yeah, the second strategy that I see here is if and we talked about it yesterday a little bit after the end of the tournament. This Heaven Piercing Ice Wall Tavern Brawl freeze idea really punishes this high difficulty attack lineup as long as we don't see as Godzilla a city rampage. If you have 4 or 5 foundations and I freeze 3 of them, you've got 2 ready foundations going into my turn. Bombing a singular check might mean that your turn is over. That's exactly the kind of opening that Paul could maybe need to essentially take 2 turns in a row, especially on a you throw a lazy high, rising uppercut, stun the rest, and then continue off from there. I think there is a lot of game to be played back and forth into this, but I think that we're looking for both of these characters to not let their rival play the game they want to play, which I think both these 16-size characters are going to do everything in their power to claw their way into, hey, I'm going to play the gameplay that I want to play, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
I'm only asking for one thing in this match, and I hope that AL gives it to me, is I want to see a premier use of Cute Host Kodo, where we play out our entire hand offensively, we draw the 3 at the end of our turn, and those 3 cards being real meaningful defense against Godzilla. If it means you pull off 3 blocks because of those 3 cards you ripped off the top, I want to see the success of playing an action card like this in Paul Phoenix that allows you to say, I'm going to spend every resource offensively because I'm going to have these 3 random cards off the top because I believe in my deck. So I'm excited to hopefully see that happen.
I dig it. I dig it. But we're going to go ahead and set ourselves up and jump into this game. Man, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Today, because we are a little bit, because we're live, right? We are watching the broadcast
We're live
with everybody else. There is no 1.5 speed. We're watching at the same pace as everybody else. So it was a whirlwind yesterday. Today it's gonna be a romp. It's gonna be totally chill.
A little more relaxing, a little more casual. I think it'll be a lot easier for us to talk with chat because, I mean, the reality is that we are now in Top Cuts, Tam. People get an hour and a half, and I think we're seeing a lot of characters, at least on this Top Cup, that aren't going to need the whole hour and a half, which means they're allowed to think a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
They get to make these calculated decisions. You've made the Top Cut. You really have to climb your way and figure out who's going to win this entire thing. I can't imagine how more intricate the decisions are going to be for more like of that Deku versus Zeke Yeager match, because it's going to be really weird watching 2 of these kind of combo decks play against each other. But that's not what we have. 2 6-handers. You said 6-hand size characters are king once again, Tam. So we've got game 1 coming in with David obviously on the play, being your second place out of Swiss.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited. We are a little behind, so I can just like move this up
fast
just
forward a little bit.
smidge.
I'll vamp too as while you're doing it live, and I have to go put some stuff away. But I bought a podcast mic. It's in the mail, so I'm excited.
Yeah?
To hopefully upgrade my quality a little bit. For everybody.
I'm excited for it.
Just because I think doing and having access to like make content like this, I would love to keep doing it at a very rapid pace. So of course we'll get a better mic for the people at home.
I've got a prediction up. Who wins Godzilla versus Paul? Spend those beautiful channel points. Put your money where your mouth is. As we see cute host Koto coming down over on Paul's side. A very easy way to stabilize and kind of mitigate that issue of going second, right? Like, yes, the game gives us an extra foundation or extra resource, an extra card in our hand when we go second. But cute host Koto says, actually, here's 3 more, over the low cost of playing this action as your first move.
Yeah, we did check a 3, right? So we immediately had to commit Paul. So it looks like we kind of went first almost. But playing this 3 difficulty foundation into a 1, a 1, a 0. The foresight here being really good. Gives us a little peek, seeing how much more we can go. But it looks like there's probably a bad check on top. So even if we had another foundation, we just couldn't pass it. But the cute host is going to trigger drawing 3 more cards. So that if anything here, Tam, I'm hoping we maybe see a rising uppercut just because of how many cards we raw have access to going second here, playing that risky cute host. Maybe we can get some stun going on David's board on his own turn.
I mean, that's the hope, but with Paul committed, it's going to be a little tougher to make that stun happen, yeah?
Yeah, oh, yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
I definitely
okay.
forgot we
I was excited for it too. You
were.
Yeah.
You're right. I totally forgot we checked that 3. So, but I think the other interesting part as well, we're not responding and becoming +1 hand size here on Godzilla's board right away, at least from what it looks. And we are already taking a look at the board state, figuring out, hey, is this a City Rampage turn? Do we even have a City Rampage? How many attacks are we actually going to be able to potentially sling here? But it looks like we are going to go for it. City Rampage for David, checks a 5 on it, means as long as we play at least like 2 or 3 attacks here, we're going to get a lot of mileage out of this City Rampage, especially only on 3 foundations.
Yeah, and there's even more that we can do here because of the horrifying realization. Wow, Unfazed coming in, checks in 8 on this bad boy. I didn't know they made those ones.
They don't, yeah, for sure.
I rolled an 8
and
on
it's
D6.
a block threat. So it feels like some pretty safe early damage, especially when it's for 11, when Paul Phoenix only has 29.
Yeah, and even here, like, having the things like the uppercut, like, feels very good to block out things like this. But as you said, like, the on-block trigger of Unfazed saying that, like, we don't care, and Paul being committed because of that 3 saying that, like, I can't disrupt the turn. But it looks like the uppercut is going to come out either way. Saying this 5 high for 11 is actually just a 4. It gives it -1 speed because it's no longer ranged. And then I think the real question here is for Alejandra, are we going to do the drive and replay the idea?
It looks like we are going to go for it here. Turns 1 foundation sideways. Seems to be that foresight. Not a lot of extra use out of that card. I don't think we're going to pay the remove cost. Goes for it on a 4. Checks a 3. Going to have to turn 1 more. But, I mean, luckily, one of these cards has a form ability on it. We turn that card sideways because we can't press it anyway. And now we are at least going to get a little bit of poke damage. And we're going to try and make it as much as we can as we're going to commit for more stats here. And then we might even flip it over.
Activating, I believe, Fist of the Ages. I think it's commit for +1/+1. Flip for +1/+1. Playable while committed. So now it's 6 high for 6 coming in. Stopping the Unfazed in its tracks. And then proceeding to smack Godzilla in the mouth for 6. Would have loved to have a stun too here.
Absolutely. But I think we still got to be pretty happy about it. I think the biggest downside of Rising Uppercut, right, is that it's only for 4. And although we didn't have Paul Phoenix here to give it extra stun and potentially extra pumps, we still made it a 6 damage move, which is gonna help us chew through 34 for sure, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you're staring across like Broken Psyche. So like, there's just a world where we don't have enough stun on the first attack of our turn, keeps that Broken Psyche alive for the 1 extra enhance, and so you immediately lose value on some damage. It could be really be tight margins here for the damage of, again, because depending on how big of the stage that David has, our once per turns from Paul Phoenix aren't even going to be that large. So how much damage we get in right now could go a long way. But like, here we go. I mean, the point is that it's still not even Alejandra's turn. This is now the 3rd attack of the turn here, swarmed by Titans for extra grease, and we have yet to commit a foundation, Tam.
Yeah, +2 to our next check because of swarmed. We got that +1 because of the unfazed. We're gonna have +5 to our next one, and we haven't even spent the momentum on Godzilla for an extra one. If we have another attack, it's just very easily passable. And if we want to play a 5th move, if we don't even have it, we have the idea of using Horrifying Realization to go dig a little bit deeper. And it looks like that's the idea. We might just dig, and there it is. Horrifying comes in.
Pitch a non. I guess even though we pitch a foundation here, that means Alejandro has to commit the last foundation. But I don't really think we're getting more blocks here. As we play the Smashing Stomp 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but like you said, we checked at 10. They didn't make 8s. They didn't make those either, Sam. And now we're onto this one. This is a Smashing Stomp. This can draw us another card. If that random card we got from Horrifying wasn't an attack, the random card we get from Smashing could be one. And we even have a momentum.
If this
it's
hits
just over.
At 10, yeah, I mean that was it. We fully blocked an 11 damage move, and then exploded for it. And I don't even think that like the I don't even think that like the drive commit the 1 extra would have done anything to like save us, right? Like it was just David drew the hot hand that said, hey, going A to B to C to D to E was just 29 through basically whatever you did.
Yeah, and I was hoping for at least maybe like 1 extra block coming here, some cheeky low block. But I mean, the reality is, that random card off the top, even if it was something like a Razor Cup Cut, that wasn't going to save us against the low move Smashing Stomp that was already for lethal. So regardless of how many more moves we had, we just had the ones that matter. That Smashing Stomp was in our hand before we pressed that Horrifying Realization. It just was the perfect storm for David to take that down in a turn 2 very easily.
Yeah, but, Alejandro gets to now go first as Paul sets up a bit of a board, goes in with those uppercuts, make sure that our character is ready this time, and then can maybe find something a little crazy. Although, I guess wouldn't be very helpful on that last kill turn, as Godzilla not only did not commit any foundations to play out those massive strings, didn't even utilize the character for the +2 to the check. So
it was just 3 damage. We were a 3 damage machine. So it didn't really matter, like you said. But the reality also being, like, I mean, the real hindsight thing that you can talk about now is just like you said. Paul being ready didn't matter. It would have been an extra stun too, but David didn't commit a single foundation. We just checked well. We drew enough attacks for a potent +3 damage on all of your moves and get those checks through, which is sometimes just good enough to win, especially in this kind of 6-hand size area that you're talking about, right? Like, yeah, you can do do a poke and build a little bit more afterwards, go for the turn 3 kill that typical 6-hand size characters do, but not Godzilla. Godzilla has the ability to do it on turn 2 with cards like City Rampage.
Yeah, and normally in this spot, I ask you, I'm like, hey, what could Alexandria do to, like, I don't know, fix what just happened here? And I think the answer is just like, hope David doesn't draw that hand again. Because like I think it's really tough to deal with that kind of aggression from a character. And like I said, the story of this event is 6-handers slamming stats, and as long as they can pass checks, which Godzilla is prone to do, it's just going to be lights out. It's just going to be curtains.
I'm happy that there's at least some interesting cards on the sideboard here that I think we can actually bring in, that I think will help us in the game 3 scenario that we're hoping to get to. If Paul Phoenix takes down this game 2 going first, there's some extra tools that even if what exactly happened in game 1 were to happen again, there are tools in the sideboard that actually say that you do live there. Things like Genkai's Guidance, whereas the playing an attack on my opponent's turn, stunning them, didn't actually matter. But Genkai's Guidance actually says, no, you have to use your tools to play this move, like plus to your check, and then I can say no to it and not have to deal with it at all.
Yeah, I dig that. I mean, we watched David go to the limits of their hand with what could happen. And even the high cost of destroy 3 foundations at least gives you a turn back to potentially try and find something, crawl your way out of this, massive hole that you're in. Living at 10 is better than trying to live at 0. A little tough, even if it does decimate our board to do so. So there's some counterplay for sure. Good call.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Like you said, I know, kind of jokingly, like maybe you just also pray that David doesn't draw that hand that he did, because I mean that is kind of the reality. David found a great slew of attacks in conjunction with a City Rampage right off the gate, turn 2 going first. sometimes you just hope that they don't draw the City Rampage on turn 2, because
Yeah.
a Godzilla's turn 2 with City Rampage versus having it or not is drastically different when it comes to
100%.
survivability and how many resources you need.
Yeah. And at the same time, like, checking 2/3s there turns the whole board sideways, and maybe maybe it says excuse me, that
Let me save you.
smashing stomp is less guaranteed, so maybe we don't go for the risk on the last
Yeah.
one. Like there was a lot that had to go right for David to like confidently make that line rather than just coax in walk into it. We checked a bunch of sixes, printed with a bunch of extra pluses. It was kind of that perfect storm.
It's just even that idea too of like, at any point, if what just happened in game 1, if any part of that changes even a little bit, one less attack, checking a 3 on the City Rampage, it's not even about that the line necessarily would have still been lethal. It's that, would you have gone for it?
Yeah.
Would you have taken the risk based off of this other reaction that happens inside of the game? And that's what I think, we really can lean on if we make it to a game 3 here. But the reality is that we still got to make it through game 2 here. Paul Phoenix on the play, hoping to have a better stabilization and see what they can do on their own turn 2, at least when it comes to combating the board.
Yeah, 34 is a big number, but if there's a character to do it, I think Paul can. So Barrett, why do you think that Godzilla came out in such a force at this event?
Yeah, we had Teo, who's one of the locals and is a judge for the event right now. So shout out to the judge staff that's going and working very hard here in the top 8, even here on this the final day of the regional here in Alicante. And the reality is, he told us that the Godzilla Challenger decks in specifically, are very good tools for helping get their players into the competitive realm of Universus. And they have a lot of people representing the Warning team, which is their local team there in Spain. And it's easy to put only a little bit of investment for good results. So that's exactly what we're seeing here. A lot of people were like, "Why? Where are the Walk the Dogs in David's deck? Where are the Determined Advances in David's deck?" And the reality is, people call things like Massive Swing a budget or low investment option to power up this Godzilla deck while still representing a very impactful strategy on how to win Universus. And so that kind of spreads in the play environment for the Spain players, and you have a highly competitive 30-person locals, basically.
Yeah. I agree with that entire assessment. What I don't agree with is build 3 over here on Alejandro's side. Not where you want to be, especially as Godzilla answers back with a build for potential build 5 there. I was very nervous for the build 5. And
almost every card in that stage draws a card, right?
Yeah.
Which is very scary if we literally can even just start our turn with City Rampage, play 1 attack, potentially have more, right?
Yeah.
But you're right, build 3. And they're not even like high impact ones. Like I don't see Hacker Extraordinaire really flipping any assets in this matchup, right? I don't really see, the form remove, look at the top card of your deck on Foresight doing anything. And drawing 1 extra bonus cards, yeah, is going to help us as long as we discard a card. But we're immediately just going to play this cute host Kodo and then build a second time, which makes sense. You want a little bit of a larger stage. Paul doesn't have that kind of check grease that Godzilla does. Need a little bit of a bigger stage to play a bigger string to get through 34 life.
Another build 3 pass, holding 2, going to draw 3 extra ones, excuse me, having 5 in hand. 6 foundations, 5 in hand to deal with the potential onslaught that the King of Monsters could be tossing back. And it looks like we are going to go for that draw off of that short-lived promotion. Yes.
Yep. Short-lived promotion after or before the draw step. Add +1 to your hand size. So when you drop to turn, Godzilla is actually a 7-hander on a very just nice 2/5 with a 3 mid-block Chaos Attune card. And again, that's 1 draw. Now we're a 7-hander. If we end up getting a momentum from something like a Massive Swing, both of these fearsome transformations say that we could potentially even be a 9-hander this turn with an extra draw too.
Yeah, we will have to see. Looks like opting to Godzilla instead. The other half of this mode, Godzilla does not say discard down to 2. He says discard 4 total. So this is Godzilla activating your ability with a short-term, or short-lived promotion. Now we get to rebuild 3 and say, hey, you didn't go first. In fact, I went first, and I got the same build that you did. And I don't know about you, Barrett, but like the last 2 cards that I had on my hand probably weren't foundations. So we're going to be stuck with a little bit of gas here. And man, what crazy 3 build to have for us.
This is great that what's happening. This is perfect reciprocation on what to do with the cards that you're dealt with for David. That was even a City Rampage, and you stared across the board. You saw the attacks that we had, and he said, "This is not the same hand that gave me success in game 1, but I have an opportunity to maybe reverse the tail of this game." Because if Paul built those foundations, it means we didn't have any gas. Maybe hopefully you tried to sculpt into attacks, but now you can't play any attacks on 0 foundations.
Unless
I'm completely wrong.
Oh, there it is.
And the Heaven Piercing Ice Wall does connect here, going down. It was only a 4 diff, and because we're Paul Phoenix, we can turn in some of these other cards to hopefully freeze down our opponent's stage so that we don't get attacked massively on, even with how many foundations we might build after this.
As well as this is a bit of hand filter, right? We can take and stun 1 on the Heaven Piercing, then proceed to discard for stun 2, ready up one of these pieces so that we can redraw a card, and now I've gotten an extra attack out of our hand. There's no way that Alejandro made this decision. If we have more foundations to be played, we would sit there and we would defend ourselves. And so I love the fact that we went for this high risk, high reward play. Hey, you built 3 foundations. Well, now you only have 2. I dig it. I absolutely love it.
I don't know if you're receiving a lot of this, but my good old coworkers are sending me updates throughout the event. So I'm not going to spoil this right now, but I have some information on some more stuff that's going on in Top Cuts if you're tuning into our stream and you're not listening. So I'm excited to talk about that. But of course, like you said, this is such a cool response here of how to survive after getting board wiped by Godzilla. Going for the risk, playing that 4 difficulty attack, just trying to get some extra freeze value here. And maybe that's enough that we survive if David doesn't find another City Rampage, because he already got rid of 1 of them for this game until we cycle.
But, you know, I really like Alexandra's position here because we forced our rival to utilize both of these inspiring songs on defense rather than offense. We went from having a potential 5 worth of foundations in Godzilla stage now back to the 3 that we care about.
Yeah, it's very powerful here, and it's definitely not the axis of how I thought we were going to survive in this game too, but it could be the perfect storm because going all the way back to it, Godzilla, that ability that we used to reset the board, and we had that plus to our hand size, we build 3, normally you only get to build 2. Tam, that is a once per game. We don't get to try that again if the board state gets out of control, and this is really an opportunity to really win this game 2 and take us to the game 3 that we also want.
Yeah, I am very happy with it, but from here we do need to be a little careful. Checking a 3 is devastating. Those inspiring songs, don't care if you pass or fail. So
that was important. That check right there, that was very important on whether or not we were going to have any sort of success to help make our stage a little more healthy. Botan's Coachin also going to pass pretty easy here on a 2. But that looks like that's all we have. I think our hand was also just very aggressive, and making a risk to play that Heaven Piercing Ice Wall was what we had to do, Tam, because our hand must be so aggressive.
Yeah, I definitely not the position you want to see yourself in after a Godzilla board wipe, but Alejandra working through it.
Yeah, and it's another cool one too. The foundation that we ended up building from Teenage is a martial knowledge, so it's another one of these like drawing foundations. If your opponent plays an attack with printed difficulty 5 or greater, which is literally the deck archetype you're playing against.
Yeah. If you were expecting Godzillas, that's the one to do. But speaking of risky ideas, holy cow, David answers back.
Oh, the showdown!
It's
Makes it check.
easy.
We do have to commit our 2 foundations as cost, obviously, so those will be good committed no matter what we check there. But the City Rampage getting canceled there matters. It still gives 1/1, but 2 frozen cards that we had, having only 1 ready foundation and our character, and now there's a card in our card pool that isn't helping our checks. That could basically just say the turn's over for David, at least attack-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine, right? Like, it's +1 into your card pool. Yeah, the 1/1 is good, but it's not 29 good. You'd have to snap so much momentum and get so much value. Well, I just don't think we care. We failed the check.
Immediately trying to still go for it, playing with the risk. David, we got game 1. We're allowed to play a little risky. Smashing stop on a 6. No plus to our check. Checks a 3. Only 2 readied resources, Tam. Turns over. You get nothing. You discarded 2 cards, and all I did was play a showdown response.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to stun to myself to say that your turn is over. I will take that trade basically every day of the week. And then
another freeze thing.
Right back into Tavern Brawl. The idea that we were talking about at the very beginning during the pre-show, a ton of words on this one. I'm going to read it out loud. Blitz. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. For each attack revealed, freeze 1 rival foundation. If we see 2 attacks, we get to take and freeze both those foundations 1 more time. And then for each non-attack, it gets a speed. Who cares? Our entire goal here is to keep this Godzilla board tapped. But a moment of doubt. Sorry, not a moment of doubt.
David said, Tam, no thank you. You said too many words. I would like to not deal with the words on that card.
We got
past the doubt, sis.
We saw the whole text box and went, I ain't reading that. But another show!
Oh, what's happening? We have to commit our 2 foundations. We have to play this on a 4. It checks. We canceled the filled with doubt. We said, nay, Tam. This card will have its card text. I must attempt to freeze potentially 3 of your foundations, or I don't think I can keep surviving, depending on what you keep drawing. We already did an impeccable showdown response to stop the second City Rampage of the game. If we can freeze down the rest of these foundations again, I think it's going to look very, very good.
Yeah, this is a
we only
great.
Got the 1.
It's tough that we only got the 1, but hey, having these committed foundations is the reason David failed their last turn. Godzilla needs foundations to play the game, and we are really punishing David for this restart, for this board wipe. Alejandro's saying, "Hey, how dare you take away my tools? Take away my toys. I'm gonna punish you to the utmost ability of my deck." It's sick. It's so cool.
Yeah. The double actions that stay in our card pool cancellation here with Showdown, it's kind of crazy. I didn't bring up Showdown when I was talking about potential tools that Alejandra has in their sideboard, because as we said earlier for game 1, tapping 2 foundations as like a block response isn't going to be a reason why we survive game 2.
Yeah.
But what I didn't think about necessarily in the big picture of things was the double use of Showdown to cancel action cards that David's deck is so highly relying on, of trying to kill on low foundation counts. That means David might have eventually make a bigger stage, which is exactly what we want playing as Paul Phoenix.
Man, Alejandro's now gone to not only having the life total lead, but now the stage size lead. Twice the amount of foundations available. I don't know how to say this. We have 4 and you only have 2 ready. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
here.
At least for this, and also back on my turn, right? Because of that frozen card. It's going to get unfrozen, obviously, at the beginning of David's turn here. But again, I'm keeping track of things like City Rampage. 2 City Rampages already down in the discard pile, at least that we know of, means you have to build a stage, David, if you want to pass this kind of string of attacks. You don't have any momentum. We don't get to give plus to our checks. It's so dangerous to just sling a massive swing right now on a 5 and check another 3 potentially, and the turn just feels like it's over at that point. I feel like we have to make a bigger stage.
I think the best case scenario that we could have, like the best play that David could do, is let's risk this Titan Cliff, grab a 6 from my discard pile and pop off. But that is begging for you to be rising uppercutted, go for the easy block there, commit up the rest of the stage, and say, hey, none of your turn mattered at all. So like I think that the hesitation here is we had choices of like what is the optimal play, and I think that we are trying to sit here and respect what Alejandro's Paul Phoenix deck has going for it. But as you said, massive size or massive swing coming in. Momentum I think is going to be very important because our foundation base is lacking.
It worked out. We played the massive swing. We checked the 5. We're going to get a momentum here, which means if we want to just either attempt to get more damage on the board, we have the access to the powerful 2 here on the massive swing, or the +2 to our check, meaning that these 2 ready resources that we started the turn with, Tam, we took the risk, we checked the 5. Now we have a momentum, which means that these 2 foundations in my character card go a much further way, at least when it comes to dealing damage. Massive swing connects, knocking Paul Phoenix down to 20. And we're going to keep going. Unfazed on a 7, and we check a 6 on it, Tam. We also have a momentum for this if we want to potentially play the echoed version of it. This is for 10 damage. If we check the echoed copy, Tam, this is currently representing lethal.
Very, very scary. And it looks like I think we're going to be going +2 to the check rather than the echo. I think that's the fair thing to do, especially if we have another another copy of unfazed in hand, or even just a regular old attack. I think damage is damage at this point. 23 is a pretty large number, especially if we, as David, have figured out the game plan. How does Paul kill you? If I have a large stage, I can't lose. And it looks like there's the uppercut coming in. Yes, it's going to loop up the check a little bit, but we're going to have +3 damage. It's going to be a 7 damage move coming back across the table over on David's turn.
I think we're finally going to see at least maybe a meaningful use here. You are already getting +2 to your check because of the momentum. I'm going to just hope that you don't have any more ways to get momentum, like another massive swing, which is what it could be. Unfazed giving us that extra plus to the check. I think it matters more full blocking the 7 damage move here, Tam, because 20 life is a lot harder to get through off of 0 momentum. And if we pass this rising uppercut, it means we're going to stun down that extra foundation. So that +2 to your checks is only going to really matter for this next one. Probably not going to be able to pass another one unless it gives us a momentum.
Man, I don't know who on the design team decided to bring Rising Uppercut back into the game, but it is one of my favorite things that has happened in current day Universes. I love the idea of punishing my rival for playing these slow, heavy-hitting moves. Stun out your board, represent damage, and showcasing characters that really have fell out of favor. Paul Phoenix was not making any splashes, but a simple addition of a card like this is what is going to do it. You're you're emoting right now. Tell me why you're emoting.
We discarded a Genkai's Guidance for the cost of Paul Phoenix to give this stun too. I understand in the retrospect, or the vision of this isn't an attack. I need to draw into attack cards. Let me review this, or let me discard this to give the stun 2 to this rising uppercut. But that Genkai's Guidance could be the reason why we might have to survive. We're not blocking anymore, Tam. If it just goes into a crazy string, like massive swing, into a swarmed by the Titans, into another smashing stomp, just because we check 6s or something, we could die here.
Yeah, and the fact that we are opting to go for this line here says that we are expecting to draw 6, 7, 8. Checks an 8 with this Titan
Checks an
Cliff.
8 for +3 to the check. And this is exactly the scenario where I'm trying to think it's scary, right? Is that this is already for 9 damage. Now, 2 of these is still not lethal, but this could build us a finally 3, which is essentially the same result that the massive swing would do, but I'm also going to get an extra bonus attempt at reviewing cards and drawing new ones. Whoa. So that we might find a way to get lethal.
I mean, if we have a Heat Ray, which I think I'm posturing in hand, I think if we have a good check on this Heat Ray, we might just rip a win here. Heat Ray for sure is going to get there.
Is enough. Yeah, absolutely it is. Whoa. And that's the thing, is we can spend this momentum. Ready? We got stunned by Paul Phoenix. They played the Rising Uppercut. We played an attack that built us another foundation and said, I'm still going to get +2 to my check on the next one. That was the perfect attack to play here. And if it's like you said, right here, +2 to our check, +3 total, that means this Mega Burst, if it is the one that we're going to play to represent lethal, is essentially on a 6. If we check a 3, we can still fail it.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the confidence you have to be a tournament winning player, right? You see the line, Paul is tapped out. There's nothing you can do. A 7 low for all of it. I believe Heat Ray This is not heat ray. We cited in a card.
This isn't
Whoa. This isn't heat ray. This is channel
energy.
Clear
Blitz.
all other cards from your card pool. This deck gets
pool
plus 2 damage for each card cleared this way, and we are done attacking. We have a reader, and the handshake comes out. We didn't need the heat ray. Obviously, we had a 5 diff to make it guaranteed. Check the 3. It doesn't matter. David Perez moves on, taking down the coolest character inside of this top 8, Alejandra Puerto. Congratulations to her. Wow, what a crazy game that was.
That was nuts. The sideboarded one of channel energy being another attack to put in our deck to represent lethal in that exact scenario. And I think it even then, still, Tam, was a risky move. This is a high attack that's not ranged. If we had another Rising Uppercut, we could have actually blocked that move because it was a high. The fact that we still squeaked that one through is nuts, with a 2-0 victory going to David, proving why he got second place, at least at the end of Swiss. That was very decisive.
That was very cool to see. It was very cool to see.
Wow, that was okay. Let me reset because I do have an update. I got some coworkers obviously at the event, and they are giving us some updates to help us out on our fan stream. You know, the rest of the commentator crew, and that is I have an update for you, Tam.
Yeah, hit me.
Do you know it, or do you? Or
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
I have results for your first seed versus 8th seed. I know it's over. The match is over.
Oh, wow.
And if you want, Tam, I can let you do a poll if you want to poll Chad and see if they want to win some more points. Just ask them. Who do you think won? Swiss champ, Mike Hardiman, playing Pony on the Earth symbol, or Alex Gomez, 8th seed, also 8 years old, who made a top cut appearance on Godzilla here?
Yeah, tell me more about that.
What do you mean?
Alex Gomez, kind of the youngest player in the game.
The youngest player to have top cut it, I believe. We think this is a record for youngest player making a top cut appearance. Probably not playing the game like ever, right? But
did I say play the
idea
game?
Here, I think so. I think that's what you said. But yeah, not to play the game, but you know, your dad's being the TO for the event, still got to represent the family. Takes, you know, your dad's. It's like Yugi's grandpa. Take my deck. Use the heart of the cards. Making a top cut appearance here for the family, playing Godzilla, probably the character that he learned the game on.
I mean,
9 years old. Thank you. Sorry, Lenoke. He's 9 years old. But
9.
still, I think the record. I think it's still the record.
I mean,
I don't know how many people want to vote.
It's
a great story regardless, right? You know, we talked about before the show. You know, Mike Hardiman, Swiss champ, one of the most decorated, if not the most decorated European UFS Universus player, versus what, at least for us, is a win-and-in scenario for a 9-year-old to make a top cut appearance, which has never been done in the history of Universus.
And I think either way, it really is a win for us, because either Mike Hardiman, dedicated champion, has 2 champ cards, beat a 9-year-old at a trading card game and feels good about it because he's moving on to a higher bracket, or lost to a 9-year-old, washed up, has been insane.
Oh my god.
So, like, either way, Alex has got to feel great and just has a perfect option select to make Mike just feel terrible about himself.
Well, Daniel, a.k.a. in chat, is a little lame, though, because he is right. You can go check out the results. And if anybody's watching the YouTube video, you might already know. But, Tamara Cardwell, your Swiss champ, Mike Hardiman, has been eliminated from the tournament.
Alex got there?
Alex 2-0'd the Pony Swiss champ, which, again, the kryptonite for Mike Hardiman in Swiss was the Godzilla. David's literal list that we just watched play lost to that one. And now Alex Gomez 9-year-old hometown hero here. Your dad's the tournament organizer. You better put on a good show for your dad.
Yeah.
Took down one of the most decorated European players of all time. This kid's making a run.
This kid's making a run, making history for sure, as I now put his name up in the rafters here a bit. So as we take and we show
Judges on site, Teo is telling us for sure, spoiler alert, we're probably going to have that one. We're going to put Alex on stream next match so we can hype this guy up. And he's either going to go against another Godzilla, Daniel Osa here representing another Godzilla in top cuts, or either Ismael's Void Rodan list that we also saw during Swiss. And of course, the other match is also still being played, Midoriya on the move versus Zeke Yeager War Chief. That one's still happening as well, based off of the insider scoop.
Makes sense. I'm moving some stuff around so we can talk about it as we transition. Here is our current updated bracket. This looks really... I didn't line this up even remotely. But it's fine. You guys got the idea. 2 Godzillas making it in. There's a world where we have an all Godzilla final. The timelines are combining. It might even be conversion. Yeah, it might even be. Man, this is tough because if Daniel wins this, normally the way the broadcast works is we look at one half of the bracket and then we jump to the other half of the bracket. So this could be Alex versus Daniel. They win. If David wins on the other side of the bracket, it is Godzilla all the way down for the rest of the show today.
I mean, at this point, I'm invested to a different storyline, Tam. It's not that I care whether or not Daniel or Ismael wins. They're both great players. The better player will hopefully win here. But I want to see another canon matchup, Tam. I want to see Godzilla versus Rodan. We got Godzilla versus King Ghidorah yesterday. We've got to have another brawl of the monsters. The giant in the sky himself, Rodan, attempt to take down the king of monsters. And maybe there's a different results for our finals if that's the case. But that means I'd have to cheer against Alex. And I think it could be incredible if we have the youngest Universus player to make a top cut actually win in the whole tournament himself.
I think
he get his auto lock to Worlds Day 2, Tam.
His dad's got to ship him out.
What a dream come true that would be at 9 years old. I wish I was good enough at card games at that age to have something like that on your resume to go tell all your friends, hey, I'm gonna go to America later later next year in February because I want to turn a regional tournament of this card game I play, and I get to go to the World Championship Finals. Like that stuff makes me so excited in our game because we're not like other card games. We don't divide by division of age. Like it is everyone in the same ring fighting for the same trophy. And Alex could be the youngest person ever in Universus history to win that trophy and move on to a nice major tournament.
It's dope. It's dope, and we will cover it as it all unfurls. For the time being, though, let me go double check. I'm going to push us to live. All right, so they're on a Be Right Back screen. I'll sit there, and I'll watch them. Just relax. I just want to talk with chat. Chat. We have the time. No BRBs here.
We're live. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm still gonna have my headset on. We're here for a good time, everybody.
Let's talk. Let's hang out. Let's chat. Any questions you guys have? Any comments? Welcome to an impromptu version of the Tam and Barrett Universus Super Show, where we are not gonna have you.
Yes!
We are not gonna have you on the stream. We're just gonna answer your questions here in chat. Tam, did you get any sleep? I got about 2-3 hours. I got about 3 hours. I slept from 10 to midnight, and then woke up for about an hour, and then 1 to 2 was up at like 2:15, doing stuff, prepping things for the stream. Great question, though.
Great question. Thanks for supporting the show.
Yeah.
Hey, we can't do it without you. Guest appearances, bro, happens all the time. I hope. There was a There was a decision. Obviously, Tam, you know that we have some of our friends that are also awake. They did, as I was playing games with them, waiting for this to start. They were like, "Why doesn't he have all of us on stream?" And I go, "There's so many of us." Then, so the guest appearances is funny, Mamolian. There's another question. Daniel AKA asks, "What do you all think is a good meta counter for Godzilla?" Follow up: is there any?
Yes, I do. I think potent blocking is important. Understanding that that guy can kill you out of nowhere and making sure that you understand what your game plan is on defense. If you try to race that character, he is one of the best to do it, right? As we saw on turn 2, he represented 40 plus damage over and over and over again. And so it's very, very scary if you don't set yourself up for success that way. But outside of that, I think momentum control is a big deal. I know that he snaps momentum very quickly, but don't just let him sit on momentum. When he gets the momentum, you instantly have to get rid of it, which I feel like momentum control is just like gone off the wayside. It's just not happening.
It's crazy because, like, I'm gonna bring it up because we can obviously talk about the current results of the bracket. The things I tell you that I would say is a meta call to be really good against Godzilla are, like you said, not necessarily just like quality blocking, but using important tricks like Ares Smile. I'd even say like having access to other deterrents that make you play like non-attack cards, or I'm not necessarily like crazy breakers, but ways of clogging the card pool and things like that. And we saw today things like or yesterday I should say, in this tournament, things like Ares Smile be very potent against these kind of aggro decks to stave off and survive. But one of the only characters that can really play it, at least in our current top cuts, is Midoriya on the move, who also giving Flash is a really good answer. So we talked about the boogeyman of the format, only one in our top cut here. He's a pretty good counter to Godzilla. He can block things because Godzilla doesn't give a lot of speed, and on our front side, we give minus speed. If damage is the problem, the Vestige response on the front side sets something to 1. And then when you're on the back side, giving Flash to something matters a lot of not giving Godzilla any more chances to create more check grease. Oh, and you can actually deal 34 with that deck once you hit the correct game state. But I've also said that Godzilla is a counter to Midoriya. Resetting the board state, maybe doing something similar to what Zach Richard was doing at Louisville, playing copies of Unyielding Destruction main boarded, because it is still a 5-diff. Godzilla gets to play it and do the deck thing still. Is that an actual counter? I don't know. But based off of this, I was told Midoriya was going to be the boogeyman, Tam. And all I'm seeing is the King of the Monsters taking down this regional by storm.
Yeah. Not even on the symbol that I think is his best. Like I think Zach Richards' Earth Godzilla is like
on Earth
is the best version of Godzilla. But the EU regional is just like proving me to be false, right? Or just the classic taste of Coke is always going to be the best soda, no matter how much I love Dr. Pepper.
I've got root beer.
Perfect.
But no, I think that's a good question. I think obviously
crazy right now.
Oh really?
Yes.
Mochi's sleeping. She's gonna be mad in a little bit for when I'm not in bed. She's like, "It's bedtime. What is going on?" And I go, "No, Mochi, it's work time."
No, Mochi, it's work time.
But I think that is a good question. I think when you look at a character like Godzilla, I think there are other answers. I think even canonically, historically, in our tournaments of Universus, we've seen a lot more King Ghidorahs have success, at least when winning more regionals or tournaments, than we've seen Godzilla. Is King Ghidorah just like the natural predator as the opposing challenger deck, the face of the deck versus Godzilla? Maybe. I think people have said that Rodan is a good answer, and someone noted it in chat. Ismael really has a heck of a day ahead of him if he wins, because he is going to have to beat a Godzilla to then go into another Godzilla and might potentially have to face a third Godzilla if David wins it out.
Yeah. It's the Godzilla regional. I'm so happy for it. About time that guy got his moment in the sun. I'm tired of Rodan winning on these tournaments. Let's put some respect on the king's name.
This is almost the same kind of scenario of like that conversation, because it's actually at your local game store, Tam, in Des Moines, that I remember hearing this discussion, right? And people have asked this question before. The idea and how people feel about a challenger deck character winning regionals for card games. That's something that is not really heard of in other card games, where your starter deck, more a beginner player friendly product, is strong enough to compete at the highest level of competitive play and win the whole thing. We had the same conversation, remember, when Ochako 4 was highly represented. Toga 3, plenty of top cuts. Rodan, another one of those characters in the same kind of conversation. And Godzilla now finally, and not, I guess not finally, but like, if it wins this regional, joins that echelon of I'm a challenger level facing character and I've won a whole event.
Yeah, I mean, I for one think that it is very cool that like the conversation that you had stemmed from me talking to my locals about they had the Ochako clash decks. And
yeah,
and somehow it got to, oh yeah, that character actually just won the last region. He goes, it's a starter product, and I went, yeah, it was a very highly upgraded deck, right? Like it was an expensive deck.
Yeah.
Go tell me that 4 falling
skies,
is it like that's not coming in that package. But
battle aura release, yeah.
It's weird that the starter deck is what won, and I was like, this is kind of how the game works, right? Like a good character, a good deck, good pilot can certainly get you there 99% of the time.
Absolutely. Remember, even too, in that same conversation, because this was Carl Bennett, because he was playing Ochako 4, and remember the backside, his character that he had in the sideboard was another starter product character with Spike Spiegel, who would never have been on my bingo card of making a top cut list, let alone being a part of victory to win the whole thing as it was sided into and saw success on stream. So like, that was that whole conversation that I remember hearing this being said by your locals. And here's another example, right? Ghidorah, one, we had to talk about it, right? Andrew Porat, at least for here in North America, winning with not one, but 2 challenger deck characters and 2 different ones. Yes, they came from the same deck, but they were playing very different game plans and doing different things, and you build those decks very differently.
We got a question from, I believe, James Spears about reprints. Question: which sets, cards, IP are Universus games allowed to reprint cards from? Follow-up: how do devs decide what cards to reprint? And then another follow-up: because I want to see the whole Penny Arcade set reprinted. So here's the short of it. You have to get the license back to reprint specifically named cards, i.e., I'll use a different example, not Penny Arcade. If we want to reprint Ryu's Hadoken, it's going to be really tough to convince somebody that that Ryu is just like a whatever throwaway term. We kind of got to have Street Fighter in order to do that. And so reprinting the entire Penny Arcade, you got to just go get the license and then grab whatever cards that you have. The question is will they? No, they're not going to reprint Penny Arcade because it's just like that set has been gone for so long. It is not the era that Universus is in currently. Maybe there's a singular card that they're like, this would be a neat throwback. But I'm pretty sure the last time we did that like heavily, the card was like really crazy. I'm gonna go find it. I don't remember what it's called.
I hold on. I mean, I think this is just part of the lore.
There. And then Foundation. The last one that I remember being like a reprint outside of its time was, I believe, Marrying Age was an OG reprint. That might not be true. That does not look like it's true.
Shin Hasho that's the one I mean.
Marrying Age is very close. I thought it was a direct...
Kazuyu Reppa. Do you remember when they did that one?
Oh, you're so right. Kazuyu Reppa, I think, is actually the answer.
There's Kazuyu Reppa, and then there it is right there from Street Fighter. Can you go to that one for me?
This
that card that it's a reprint. Yeah. Who made this?
This
Uh,
is.
Street Fighter 7.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So
One of the
yeah, I mean, yeah,
not
that's
Jasker games.
is that definitely not Jasco Games, right? I remember when they remade that one, right? Because that was also the Omaha PTC promo, and
Yeah.
I did well at that event, so I had so many of them, and my friends did well, and we had so many of them. Um, and I was like, I've never heard of this card before, and somebody was like, that's a reprint of an old ass card, and we were
Yeah.
like, whoa, really? And they're like, yeah, they brought it back to standard, and I was like, well, that's kind of cool, and it was terrible, but it looked really cool, but nobody played that card at all.
Huang's protection has an extra symbol. That's Marion Gage. Ah, I see. Yeah, so I think it's a reprint that technically got worse because it didn't have 4 symbols.
But so if I have to remember correctly because I'm going back in time. So UFS, some lore drop on you because I've done some looking. The Universal Fighting System, the engine that we use and play the game that we love today, was created by Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller, as far as if I remember, is a co-founder or co-creator for Sabretooth Games.
Interesting.
I think so.
Daniel, don't get me started on those retro reprints. Those retro coasters.
I'm trying to find this all, but I'm definitely just like doing Google searches to confirm. I just remember looking this up a long time ago. And I thought in that association, Ryan Miller has another affiliation with Penny Arcade, because I'm pretty sure Penny Arcade was the first ever UFS product, right?
Yeah.
So Ryan Miller leaves Wizards of the Coast or whatever, wants to make his own game, creates UFS with the friends that he's also leaving with and creating Sabretooth Games to create the Universal Fighting System, who I then also was friends with and paired with other people that created Penny Arcade, and that's why the first set of UFS is Penny Arcade. So wherever Ryan Miller is today, that would be a decision in making some sort of deal for Penny Arcade stuff. Even if he still owns it, which I don't know if he does. I think Penny Arcade is owned by somebody else or has been bought out by somebody else or whatever, right? Wasn't Warhammer 40K the actual first product? Oh yeah, there's some cards in decks that like came with like a PC game or whatever. I think that does exist. But yeah, so I think it's just part of the lore on like why Penny Arcade was the first set, because of the person who made it and their affiliations and friends that they've made. That was just an IP that was, and that kind of birthed the idea too that they're like, well, we're just gonna get IP acquisition. We're using our cool engine right? And then getting like Street Fighter as one of the big, or that Capcom partnership, getting a lot of that kind of stuff, which is why there's so many Street Fighter sets, right? Just in the history of the game. Yeah, Ryan Miller was the lead designer of Lorcana. That's also true. That's what he's doing now, I guess.
And I hope it goes well for him. I'm not sure.
I like
it's gonna really pan out, you know.
Like Peter Pan.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Gonna Peter Pan out.
So yeah, I don't know. Is there another question, or are we just kind of yapping?
I think we're just yapping. What's your go-to order from Taco Bell? I see you're drinking a cup.
I'm big on the quesadillas. They upset my stomach the least.
Oh.
So the quesadillas help me a lot, or just because it's not, my body doesn't really like it. Doesn't accept Taco Bell very well. But I did try some new stuff. I got some of their combos or whatever. So if Taco Bell upsets your stomach, you need to see a doctor. I mean, fast food in general, it just, my body does a lot better with like stuff cooked on the grill and stuff like that. Things that make me feel better. They make me feel better. They don't, like, I don't feel like bloated or bogged down by like super greasy food or whatever. Have I tried the new Baja Blast flavor? No, I'm not a fan of Mountain Dew. Not a Mountain Dew guy.
Dang.
I think it's already over, Tam.
Yeah. I just thought that we would like catch a round.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Chucks. Well. Guess it just means that I get to do this.
Yeah, even if
I
wonder how. Oh, go ahead.
so I am not a fan of like mixing and changing things when it comes to like when I go to fast foods. I find a thing that I like and I stick to it, right?
Sure, that's fine.
The only exception is Taco Bell, where I will try a lot of things on the menu. I'll try the tacos, and I'm a big fan of the Mexican pizzas, and like Taco Bell is just like one of those things that like I'm so in on. It's very, very yummy. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of T-Bell.
So your body doesn't handle fast food well, but you keep eating it? Well, yeah, sometimes it's the only thing open at 3 a.m. and I don't want to cook. Barrett orders DoorDash every night. No, I'm being better. I'm trying to be better. Last month, I only ordered DoorDash 4 times, which is a lot better than my bad habits.
It's just deleted the app off my phone.
Yeah, it's hard for me to do that because it's also my Max subscription. I put myself in this grip hold.
Yeah.
Can't do it. I will catch the VOD. Loves it. I'll have a great night. Yeah, thanks for sticking around though. Yeah. You don't got to do what we do. We're crazy. We're actually crazy. We could have just waited and done this, but we're doing it live for the people. We're doing it live, just like everybody else, creating a fun environment for us to chat and watch one of our favorite card games of all time, Universus, together.
Oh, we have an update.
Can't be having someone rack up those DoorDash charges again. It's just me. I live alone. It's just me. Yeah. I woke up to watch this. Staying, Daniel. That's nice. Okay,
Damn,
sorry. While vamping a little bit.
I'm sure you've never gotten
I'm not
that
checking
ever.
the updates this time. Okay, for everybody at home, update. We were talking about this potential path to victory for Alex Gomez, one of the youngest Universus players who have now the youngest Universus player to top cut, and his path or what it might look like in getting to a finals run. And spoiler alert, as we now have an update, Daniel Osa taking a 2-1 victory over Ismael's Void Rodan list, which means we have a Godzilla off in our top 4 already. All 3 Godzillas that have made the conversion to top 8 have also now converted to top 4. Guarantee Godzilla final. There's one.
I'll get out of the way, Barrett.
Wow.
Is Godzilla too good? I think we need to ban something out of Godzilla's kit. I think we should get rid of Godzilla as a whole.
Can I ask you? Can I call in a question to you that I want you to answer alone, and chat can obviously chime in.
Yeah.
That I think is a very interesting observation, and I'm really interested to see what people use as an explanation to describe it.
Is the question, have I noticed that the last 2 tournament winners have all had pink somewhere on their card? And if the answer is
no, you were close though.
Yeah.
My question is, Tam, what kind of world do you think we would be in having to describe 2 regionals back to back in 2 different formats where we could potentially see a finals mirror match for 2 regionals in a row? With 2 different characters playing the game very differently.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a little different. This story, if David and then either Alex or Daniel end up taking it down, is a little different because these lists are so incredibly similar rather than the last one where the lists were 2 different symbols, had 2 different major game plans. One was significantly more aggressive than the other, so on and so on and so on. But I think that it is not that big of a deal. I think it just shows that like there are some pretty big pillars, and it was just like at Louisville, we had 2 players playing Zeke Yeager, hit a good bracket, play some insane universes, and come out on top for it. And so I think in this line we probably had something very similar, right? Like I think that Daniel probably had to play his ass off to get through Ismail, and then Mike Hardiman is a washed up has been, so that was an easy matchup for Alex Gomez.
Oh my
And so like
God.
finding a good bracket, a good line inside of the game, like is as important as capitalizing and just playing like a good game. So I think it's interesting, but I don't know how much weight it would hold.
I'm gonna create an alternate part of the timeline. I'm gonna make something up as we don't know results yet. Let's say in my fake timeline, Tam, Miguel here, Granados wins against Midoriya and moves on to top 4. Let's say we watch the other match. We're gonna watch the Godzilla off. We're not gonna watch David twice in a row. But I'm gonna create a scenario that it creates the Godzilla in my hypothetical, right? There's gonna be a Godzilla mirror in finals. And if David beats Miguel, the character, and this marriage of the two decks that Caden and Webb were playing that won the last regional and gets defeated by a Godzilla that ends up in a mirror match, is there then a different conversation of saying Godzilla's the best deck in the format? The deck that just won losing to this character, again, I'm making this up, if this happens, if this is what the path to victory, and then ends up a mirror match, which is what we saw in the regional before it, and then defeated the deck winning character of the regional before it.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that like the pendulum swung both the other direction, and nobody thought to bring backup centric decks, or many of them, because of, hey, it's gonna have a hard time. Why do I need to attack backups when Godzilla can just kill you? Type of idea. And so like, I guess the metagame can shift, because here's the big thing. I don't think that like Turtles did not heavily influence this top 8. There's maybe 10 Turtles cards total inside this top 8 at all.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you're very much correct, right? I think there's quite a few in the Paul Phoenix. We know that the Pony list was doing Turtles-oriented cards. An attack that's from it, Turtles, the backup game plans from Turtles, right? So, like, there's some of the cards there. But
I
you're
don't
right.
even think about Mike Hardiman's decks anymore, because I just, like, don't respect him as a player, because he's so washed up.
But I do think it is important to note that Midoriya on the move, a known boogeyman of the format. People think he's very good and probably maybe one of the best decks in the format, obviously. But this list isn't representing things like Wingnut Sabotage or Hang 10, right? So you're right. This list in particular, not using those new tools, and regardless if Miguel or Kevin move on, not a lot of Turtles representation, at least in the top 4 of this bracket. And like you said, not even that much in the top 8 either.
Yeah. I'm interested to know what, like, top 16 looked like, and like how close people what cards are being played, and I'm gonna do a dive on that probably later this week, ? Man, hey, let me tell you, juggling 3 games and trying to like find time to like make shit for all 3 of them has been a real challenge. It's been tough.
I think, a spoiler alert, I think that's why you haven't done it. you have made your life a lot harder on paying attention to a lot more stuff, but it expands your audience. It gives. We talked about it on the podcast, right? Oh. Knowledge and information from other card games making us better Universus players, or because we're a Universus player, making us better other card games players. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I dig the I like the fact that Godzilla is doing so well here. I think Godzilla's a cool character. I think that he is straightforward enough to like be interesting. Sorry, he's straightforward enough to be exciting, and complex enough to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he's not my favorite character, right? Like, I'm not really a Godzilla player. I'm more of the Pony kind of player, right? If I am going to feel like I'm playing an aggro deck, I would like a little bit of, like, cool decision in the deck building process. And, like, yes, there is still that even in the spread of these 3 decks, right? but at least for this representation, they're all the same symbol. You know, this is very much the like. Remember before Critical Role came out, before we got to this current year of the format, rotation-wise, and everybody was like, Chaos is the best symbol in the format. Chaos is the best symbol. Look at all the people playing Chaos, not necessarily on Godzilla, but yes, Godzilla is there as well. And then that disappeared when Critical Role and all those zero diffs rotated, the basic trainings easily excited, and now there's a real justification here to talk about the Chaos symbol again.
Yeah.
And it's been basically since the Mimic era, right? The Mimic era was the last time, because that was the national season rolling into Worlds. Then rotation happened, kind of lost a lot of those Chaos decks and like playability or like getting top cut conversions. And here we might have the symbol basically show up and dominate all of top cuts. Also, if Miguel wins, right? Because Miguel is also under Chaos. So, like that's another conversation to have. Yeah, you can. Yeah, please go fact check me. You know, go look at all this stuff. But just looking, like this is Worlds, right?
Yeah.
And even then, where did the Chaos symbol go?
Chaos.
But if you look at the nationals leading into that, all of the nationals, OCE, EU, and North American one, the Chaos symbol was everywhere. Nothing in Denver. Nothing, or one. There's the Devil Gen, the Devil Gen. Another Chaos deck. That one got eroded. One Godzilla and a Reiner Ron Warrior. That one's that's a weird one in my opinion. You know, like he's good and people represent him, and he was on the pie chart here, right? But like the amount that we saw with the Chaos symbol in the year of 2024 versus what we've seen now, not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Worlds was after the Mimic hit, so it makes sense. Less Chaos representation. Mimic was perceived burnt to counter. Yeah, I'm down for that. The question is, how much of it is Turtles cards that affect decks versus EU had issues getting product in the past, so they just haven't got to test with them enough to be comfortable with it for a major event.
I could definitely see that being the case in the sense of, at least when we've seen from these Spain local players, not a ton of high rarity TMNT cards seeing play, but we did see what the side-end Channel Energy. That's an ultra rare from Turtles that literally won a game for David. We saw in the Paul Phoenix deck, there's some Foundations being played from TMNT, but the biggest one is Mike Hardiman's deck, and he came down from the UK to play here in Spain. Did they have a better chance of getting product maybe than the other places? Sure, but like we've seen Turtles cards. It just wasn't a high amount of them, and not like what we haven't really seen is like we saw the April O'Neil deck at the beginning of the day. Turtles character representation, I think, is probably incredibly low.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen it basically since we talked about that April deck. But Turtles cards are seeing play in the same sense of how like Critical Role added these impactful ultra rares or secret rares or whatever into the format, and some cool commons and uncommons, right? I think that's kind of that same scope of like what the set did for the competitive play, which also kind of makes sense, right? Because I think it's a very scary thing to do right now with the 6 symbols that were not in AOT sets, that we got 3 of them in a row. This set of TMNT represents support for all of those symbols. It's maybe just a little scary to go all the way back and find a character that represents AOT symbols and TMNT symbols to share a bunch of the card overlap that would happen in those attune symbols, comparatively to just playing a character like Godzilla that he did get support from TMNT. He got it under 2 symbols, but you just don't really need all the support pieces you got access to. Things like the Chaos symbol cards were good, and maybe like thinking about it being good for the format because people are playing those other symbols, and you might just have a good matchup into them.
It does make me a little sad to not see Turtles representation with how much that I like the set or like the IP. Same thing with Critical Role, but like I think that we're gonna in the future be seeing more Turtles cards, and there are some like really good cherry picked cards. I mean, I think the most represented Turtles card might just be Code Edits. Like that card's crazy, dude. That card's
Yeah,
crazy.
similar
It might be
shape
the reason that
Nonagon.
like we're not seeing any unyielding destructions, just because like code edits is like can hang out and be like, I'll attempt to blitz. No, thank you. I will flip a foundation and cancel your thing. Gives me big
Yeah.
ageless and wise energy. Of like how impactful that card is versus that strategy. So
Yeah, maybe. And you got to think too, like, does that also mean that like whatever deck plays code edits very well is one of the best ones? So we've talked about it. You know, I know if you were putting a little bit more money on like which TMNT characters you thought would have a top cut appearance or have a chance to, you talked about like Donatello.
yeah,
You know, and like
Donnie's
he plays
massive.
code edits incredibly well,
Yeah.
right?
The best, actually. He's good at say +1 damage to all your moves.
So it very much a decision of like, have people just not had it ready? I think this is probably a better reason. I think people just need more time.
Yeah.
People want to feel confident in their decks that they're bringing, and if a brand new character's come out, they haven't had enough time yet with their hands on the cards to get that good deck feel on what you think is a competitive deck to bring to a tournament like this. And so it's just simpler in a brand new format with a brand new set coming out to go to something very comfortable, which I think is the epitome of Godzilla.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree. Handshakes. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It's a
You
good
know,
day when Tam agrees with me, because last time we were fighting.
we were fighting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, haven't seen, I haven't seen,
That's a good copy pasta too.
it's just, it's something, that's for sure.
He loves that one.
Did not see the at least on stream, did not make top cuts, the equipment heist looping decks.
Correct.
Did not see any of those here, as you predicted.
Didn't see any
You said
wingnut
you said it wasn't gonna
sabotage
happen.
in general.
Oh.
I think wingnut sabotage, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna go pull up TCG player, is the chase ultra rare.
I'm gonna pull up TC player.
Okay.
'Cause I have no idea.
The perceived best ultra rare in the set, just in general for any void decks. We even thought, like, you know, people were talking about like even playing this like in just like Rodans, right? Because of how impactful it is not giving your opponent, you know, an enhanced step.
20 down to 19 to, yeah, I guess the $20
Yeah, I think
ultra rare.
Ryan actually makes a really good point. If you ask 10 people, you hear 5 people say that Wingnut Sabotage is the best card in the game, and 5 people say it's unplayable. And based off of this event, right now, unplayable stocks are the ones that are going up, at least in that category. But the reality being is what we said. Wingnut Sabotage not seeing any representation here in Rodan or even Midoriya in these two lists, respectively. That could play it.
To double check, he like the third comment that you missed below it was the equipment heist discourse is so crazy. So you might be talking about equipment heist rather than.
Oh.
rather than
Sorry.
Wingnut.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I just
Well,
wanna make
but
sure
I think
that-
it's still in the category of like, yes, that one, equipment heist. Wingnut Sabotage is the same conversation, and then not even an ultra rare. Hang 10 is also in that conversation. Also, no representation here.
No.
And in the character that makes that card so strong.
The 11th pollster has entered the chat. That's so funny.
The 11th poster, the mid vote. That's still not a tiebreaker, Ace Maneuvers. We need a tiebreaker vote. But yeah, I would agree. Like, it's so polarizing, and like I remember seeing, like, as people were talking about the set and what they were building and what they think is the best deck in the format, right? Is I look at one bubble of people talking, and they say that this X deck is the best format, and this is why, because it's TMNT card in this interaction. And then you talk to another bubble, and they'll say, no, Y's the best deck in the format. Those people are crazy. And then you talk to another bubble, and they'll say, no, Z deck is actually the best one in the format, and because of this stuff that it got in TMNT or going into the TMNT format. And then all together, you still have all those other people talking about the TMNT stuff, and then they go, well, wait a minute, guys. No, obviously the Louisville deck winner, Wub, playing this backup strategy, that's the best game plan to be playing in the game right now. Who's right? Only one person can win.
Yeah.
They're not all the best deck in the format. It's simply not allowed.
Yeah. We are quickly approaching an hour and a half on this
Yeah, I wouldn't
recorded
know.
video. So
Oh,
they gotta
true.
be finishing up here pretty darn quick.
I love that. Wow, I would love for that to be released. Ryan tells us Mitchell Chimino, recorded a video and never uploaded it for unknown reasons at St. Louis last year. He went around and asked 20 people what the best deck was, and he got 17 different or unique answers.
Oh.
That's how spread the game is and how players play the game and what they think is the best strategy, and everyone wants to prove it.
So okay. So let me ask then. Chat, what's the best deck? Barrett, what's the best deck?
I mean, you know I'm a pony player. If I was playing competitively right now, I would only be playing pony. And that's how I strongly feel. I have very different takes also on like what I think to be the best pony deck, but I'm not the one playing. I'm not the one where I can't put my money where my mouth is. And I'm known Barrett Bryant can only win tournaments when playing aggro decks. That's an aggro deck that I'm in love with in the format right now, and she only feels like she's getting better and better. The best deck is Kevin Broberg. Sometimes Kevin goes to an event and he 0-3 drops,
Yeah.
and sometimes he shows up and makes his deck at 9 o'clock in the morning of, and calls it peak Universus and ends up getting his top cut run.
Goes on a vision quest and
A vision quest for peak Universus.
I think Zeke and Deku are top 2. I don't care about that. Put your money where your mouth is. Give me a 51% answer. 51% answer, bucko. Young man. Pick one. If you think Zeke and Deku are top 2, then, like, who's the best?
I mean, and like I'll be honest, and it's funny because Ryan's here, but like Calvin Tahan is gonna go nuts on Facebook this next week based off of the results of this event. Because Calvin Tahan is one of the biggest Godzilla believers I know, especially Chaos Godzilla. He's gonna be unhinged about the results, even if it doesn't win the whole tournament. If either Kevin or Miguel here wins it out, the fact that all 3 of the ones that made Top Cut appearance have made conversions. What do you mean, Calvin Tahan is a Nezure 2 player? What are you talking about? I don't know. I mean, results can influence people to change their mind and maybe go back to a deck, even if you go to your locals and go 0-2-1. I've seen worse things happen because of people getting influenced based off of other people's success. I mean, that's the big statement right in our game. Is like, again, I mean, Sam Tate says it all the time. You go to an event like this, only one person's the winner. Only one of the decks here is the winning deck. As Tam says, the best deck in the room.
The best deck in the room. He played Godzilla -1 after declaring it, quote, could not lose when adding the Earth-attuned cards from TMNT.
Wow. Wow, he didn't even play the good Godzilla then. That was fake data. He didn't play King of the Monsters. Godzilla -1. I forgot that character was legal.
That's rough, buddy.
I know. Ready? Here's another one we talked about, Tam. I know a lot of people think this character's broken.
Really?
People are saying that they think the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the character card, is a very powerful deck. And then I've heard other people say it's awful, it's a meme, it's only casuals level. But I know some people that actually really believe in this. Like, who's right? That's another one of those like bubbles I've heard.
I really loved it in sealed. Playing a sealed deck with 19 attacks was sick, dude. It was so sick. Build 2 foundations on turn 1 and that's all we need. We're playing 4 attacks.
I've heard quotes as strong as, that card is fucked up, when referring to the TMNT Ford-hander. Yeah, dude. And I don't think that's true, but there's people out there that strongly believe that.
Tam, do you have a wish list for Godzilla characters next year? Truthfully, I don't know enough about the IP. I think having I know there's a turtle that has like rocket ship or rockets for arms and legs. But I just don't know enough about Godzilla. Like I think the like I know about Godzilla. I know about like Godzilla. I know about Ghidorah, and like that's it. I know Mothra exists. I know Rodan exists, but like even like the Mecha Godzillas, like I know nothing about them. So like when we look at Kiryu and Bionic Menace, I have no idea. I just like I didn't really grow up watching the old Godzilla movies, but like I watched like all the live action Godzillas, and like the most I was gonna say about to say the most recent one, but the most recent one was like Godzilla versus Kong or whatever. And I didn't watch Godzilla -1. It's like one of those properties that like I'm
-1 is good. That one's good.
Tangentially aware of rather than like deep into it. I have been wanting to watch -1 though.
Godzilla channel on Pluto is crazy. I didn't know that existed. I always watch Cops on Pluto
Yeah.
because they have a Cops channel. Bad boys, what you gonna do?
Hell
I
yeah.
love Cops. -1 the movie? Good. Yeah, the movie's great. That's what we're talking about. -1 the character? Less so. Nice.
I don't own one of those.
I don't either.
Yeah, never will.
Yeah, I'm good too.
I will be right back. I'm gonna take you 2 seconds. Stand up.
Bye forever. Chad, it's just you and me now. I don't think we're on lunch break. I don't think they're doing a lunch break. I think it's just literally in the morning. Hey, you only have 3 rounds to play. But yeah, it is taking a while. And it is timed, right? So I don't really know 100% on the updates. Hope the next few sets have good and evil, or half the turtles are gonna be mid until next year if we are lucky. Barrett, show us the cat. No, she's sweeping in the bed. Oh, I can just do this, I guess. Sorry guys, gamer desk. Oh, sorry guys. The camera's not really a fan of this. Okay, there we go. Taking a bath. The binder, the green one that you see, that's that one is specifically Fallout. Sorry, Magic the Gathering, Universus Beyond, Fallout 1X playset of everything, and also has some secret layer cards of assorted secret layers I've bought, which include like the Sonic the Hedgehog one. It basically, my Magic cards I own that are like kind of part of a collection, which are the Fallout ones and like the Sonic ones and some secret layers that are not Final Fantasy ones, because the Final Fantasy ones have their own binders.
Yo, what up? We're back.
Welcome back. Chat wanted to see Mochi, and she's putting on a bath show, I guess. So
Cool.
yeah, and chat likes Mochi a lot more than me. Yet nobody wants to do a Mochi emote in chat. I'll hit everybody with some Mochis. Guys, Tam, I have no idea what's going on in this stream.
On this stream?
Yeah.
Um,
Like, I think I know how this game works, but I don't really know. Oh, they're still doing rounds?
yeah. They do a fuck ton of rounds.
This is like day 2 of this, right?
Yep. They're gonna do like
They're
three
only on
more.
round
They're
8?
gonna do like 3 more rounds, and then
Is it round
top
8
that.
of day 2, or is it round 8 of
round
the whole
8
tournament?
of the whole tournament?
What the actual hell?
Yeah.
It took them 2 days to do 8 rounds?
Well, they only played for like 6 hours.
Whoa.
For everybody at home, I've got the calling up on a different screen for Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, he's staying updated.
Yeah, constantly coming back and rechecking and seeing if our game is done. The answer is
It's
nah.
still not updated. Maybe they got like a time extension for like a judge call or something.
All right, so let me give you the pitch. You ready? So the guy on the left, his character says normally his class wants to play like 1 card a turn, but his character
Yeah.
says he's allowed to play 2 cards a turn, which is really strong for a class that's only supposed to play 1 card a turn. And then the guy on the right says whenever he plays a specific card type or whatever, these empty pieces of equipment that normally you start with, he puts a +1, your next move gets +1 difficulty thing in there, and it breaks. And so he makes your resources a little harder to play. And his class
Teo,
also
our
plays
judge on
1
site.
big one a turn.
Sorry, I interrupted you because Flesh and Blood doesn't matter. Teo, one of our judges on site, has given us the update here in chat. That says that the Zeke and Midoriya match is officially in overtime, which means at most we will get a couple more turns.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, okay. So tribal deck on the right, a kind of big heavy hitter or high impact deck on the left.
They go tall. And the guy on the left
Go tall deck. And then
normally
still
goes
hold
tall.
2 for defense, right?
What?
Because they're four-handers, right?
Yeah.
So it's played. Oh wait, no. I guess, so they could play their whole hand, I guess, if they wanted, right? Because it's play a card, discard 1 to pay for it. Play the second card, discard your whole hand, and have no defense, but your moves are very high impact.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty easy deck to play.
Yeah. I think Guardian is pretty easy, but like it's about like recognizing what turns are your on turns and your off turns, where like the skill comes in.
Okay.
And like
There's a lot more
you're down to
going
sit
on
here
the
and,
right
and
side.
wait and chill. It's also you mean the left side?
No. I mean, all of that person on the left side's hand is on the table.
Yeah, well, it's their turn, so like they're doing stuff,
Oh.
playing cards.
How do they have so many cards, Tam?
So we used these are the weapons. I'll just share for the
That we moved
chat.
up from our equipment thing, yeah.
Yeah, so these are weapons, so they don't actually take a card out of it. They're just expensive to play. This one costs 2 to play, and it only does 1 damage. So it's like death by 1,000 cuts things. And then this one is one that this one is one that mattered, or I guess both these matter. And then now,
Okay, but look, we just put 2 more on top of it.
so the reason that this left class is so strong is they have reactions that happen after blocks are declared. They're sneaky assassins.
Like ninjutsu and magic.
100%, and not even the ninja class. So we played a bunch of reactions after the block step, and now Jarl the Guardian is defending using defense reactions as well.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
Which makes
we're
sense. And we're already on the back foot, right? We are at 14 life.
Yeah.
Versus being at full. But there we successfully lived, right? And there's something that's marked, I guess. And now we're gonna go back to
character is marked.
But now we're gonna
So-
go to the right hand side, and we're gonna have a full hand of cards once again for the guy on the left.
Yes, so we arsenaled, so we put a card down here. We can't block with it. We can only play it. You can play defense reactions out of your arsenal. So you play those cards, you cannot pitch them or whatever. It's like a 5th card in your hand. And so now we just passed back up because that card was not very impactful on offense, and said, "Hey, this was not the turn that I have to do things." So we're gonna move.
So we
back
just
over.
pass our turn, and then we go right back to more offensive on the left.
Correct. The game is all about taking turns of like, when am I supposed to attack and when am I not? And so now Daniel on the left has got 4 cards to play with. Jason has 5 cards to play with, plus whatever equipment he has access to or whatnot. And so it's like, when do I have a high impact play? Do I think you can threaten 14 versus me threatening 20 and so on and so forth? It is about taking turns.
We're on turn 16.
Yeah.
Is that why it's a best of 1?
Correct. So the way that you can think about it is because of how the pitch stack works. Whenever you play a card, you pitch a card. Your quote-unquote second game is when you get back to the cards that you pitch. And so, like, there's real skill expression.
Your second turn.
So there's very, I'll say very little, but like it's been happening more in the game. Whenever you like play a card, you take a card from your hand and you put it on the bottom of your deck at the end of the turn, and then you draw up. And we don't really shuffle that.
The like super show thing.
Yes. Yeah. And so you'll put cards in a specific order that you want. It's called your pitch stack. And then whenever you get back to your pitch stack, that's essentially the second game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you set all of that up in that order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I do remember that was like one of the coolest like features of the game system.
Yeah.
Was like basically the entire game leads up to like that big finish of that bottom thing that you put on the bottom order basically.
Yeah.
And figuring that out and executing that game plan, and hopefully you played not only a better path to getting to that bottom part of the deck, but then hopefully your end game strategy is also good enough to beat your opponents. Isn't that the whole thing?
Yeah. And so right now, like, we pitched a singular card to swing 2 daggers, and then now we have another 1 damage move coming in, but because of the attack reactions that the assassin class has access to, this 1 damage might turn into something significantly more. But looks like that's not the case. We're going to arsenal and then pass. Ended up with an extra card in hand, which is not the turn cycles that you want. You want to spend every card out of your hand because you draw bonus ones on defense. Like, sculpting doesn't really exist in this game. In the way that people care about it. So from here, we played a card that said gain a health, take the same named card, put it on the bottom of our deck, and then we swung the hammer for 4, opting not to block, so we're going to drop all the way down to, we've gone back up to 14, and then drop down to 16 on Daniel's side. I just don't think they've updated life counters.
Sure.
And then from here, we're just going to go back to Daniel's turn. Fatigue is for sure going to be an option, and in the fatigue game, Guardian is going to win. It just depends on how many cards are left in Daniel's deck. Oh, I realize that I'm not showing them.
No, it's just you and the cat.
Yeah.
We're just kind of yapping.
I am going to look at this real fast, though. Okay.
Nope.
Easy enough. So from here, talking about this fatigue, this one says if it hits, you banish the top card of their deck, and they're running out of deck. Like there's a sub game plan of Assassin that is like, I'm gonna fatigue your deck to exist. And so from here, the Arachnid player didn't have anything to follow up, and so now we've pitched 2 big cards, and we are now playing this Cranial Crush, which is 8 damage as opposed to the 1 damage. So like, let's play 1 big move. And then if it does 4 or more damage, it activates an on-hit ability that they can't draw cards during their next turn.
And so this is a pretty big decision for Daniel on the left, because how much of our hand are we going to use to save from that 8?
Correct. And the answer is none of it. We're going to drop down to 12 and like be fine. Unless actually we should be at less, I think.
Because you said we were already
Question
at 16.
I thought we were at 16, but we're just like not
But
updating the
nothing's-
life total.
I don't know. Maybe there's some nutty equipment that says not take 0.
Yeah.
Because the only life total I've seen move is Jason's on the right.
Yeah. If it's there, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. Down to
Oh, there it is.
8.
Hey, we got caught
Yeah,
up.
that's what I thought.
They're like us, Tam. They're like us.
Yeah. From here, we're going to gain 3 over on Jarl's side. This is a really big swing turn. And then pitch 3, swing with the hammer. It's for
Yeah, looks
4.
like we're taking it.
Down
taking
to
it.
4. It's kind of a big deal. That CNC is really good here. Command and Conquer. Okay, Bonds of Agony, one of the best pieces in the deck. It says
The
if it
response to the
hits-
thing. Wait. Sorry, we're playing a Bonds and Agony on the left.
yeah, we're playing Bonds of Agony on the left. It says if you respond 3 times, it gets 3 more damage, going to 4. And then the responses normally give you extra stats. And if it hits, you name a card, and we've been watching them pitch and stack cards at the bottom of their deck. You banish up to 3 copies of that named card. And so you just get to go, like, just remove the things that you keep cycling or whatever.
That's like that 50 game plan you were talking about.
Yeah. And we're already very, very slim over on Jason's side.
We have hit time as well. How does
Yeah,
time work in this
so I
game?
think that this is gonna be, how's time work? I think it's second player gets one more turn, or it goes like current turn, next turn, and then it's done. I'm unsure.
So
We're gonna
one
go
turn,
back
0 and 1.
recheck here, and not done yet. Okay. So yeah, like 0-1, and then the game's over.
Take up
Target
the
with
mantle.
stealth gets +2. If the hero's marked, he gets +3 instead. So he played a battle trick on top of it, and then
Gotcha. And it comes back because they are marked.
yes, Justin Nick for +5/+5. So this is now +10. So now it's 14
I'll move
or
one off.
11. Oh, we haven't done the 3. We're doing the mark now. Yeah. And so then up to 14, 15, 16, 17. And then if it hits, we're going to banish the top 2 cards and then banish 3 out of the deck. So this has a chance to
So
like,
it's already
banish 5
presenting
cards.
lethal.
Yeah.
Already presenting lethal. We're gonna have to use some cards here to make this less, or we
If
just
we-
die.
Yeah, if we have a defense reaction to do it, right?
Yeah.
Which we've already seen Jason has. That's the card that he put in his arsenal, and we know it. And so it's
Yeah.
16. We're blocking 6. So this is for sure going to hit. The question is how much? Oh, and another on top. This is +3 more damage, and then -3 to your block mod. And so we're now only blocking for 7 as we sink. This is now for 11, so we'll take 8 total.
Which means we'll still get the on hit, but we didn't die.
Correct.
And I just don't know who went first, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Like, is this was this just like an all last ditch effort because this is the last turn, or
Yeah, I think so. And like we're very low on cards on Daniel's side.
so there'll be what 6-1 and 1. Take the draw, or is a draw bad in this game?
Draw is bad.
Oh,
Draw
wait.
is a
No,
double
wait,
loss.
we're getting another turn. We show the hammer for lethal.
Hammer for 4. Yeah, it just says like give me something. We also have the tunic up there that blocks for 1, but we really don't want to use that resource.
Yeah, but this is presenting lethal. Daniel has to do something about it, right?
Oh wait a minute. Costs 3 or more. I think it's only for 3 actually. I think the card difficulty in the pitch is only 2. But looks like maybe not.
That game.
It
Oh,
might
game.
be 3. And there it is. Yeah, couldn't get it done. So draws are bad. Draws are double losses, except for
Ooh, yikes.
tiebreakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, it's us.
Yeah, we're in the same suit.
Bye. I learned nothing.
That's
But I
okay.
followed along, I guess. Oh, we got an update. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. Cat cam's gotta go away.
Goodbye, Cat Cam.
Okay. The results are in, everybody. And I'm not gonna do the fun game anymore because we got people like Daniel in chat that spoil the story. But the results are: it will not be an all chaos top 4. Izuku Midoriya on the move has taken over. I don't know the exact record because he moved so fast. But we'll be moving on into 2-1. Your heir Midoriya on the move, moving into your top 4, and we'll have to, if Kevin wants to win the whole thing, has to win against double Godzillas to do so. So it's very much Godzilla's tournament to lose.
King of the Monsters versus the greatest hero to ever live.
The inheritor of One for All.
With that though, let's see. I mean, they get to pick and figure out. Oh, you know, they're not even here already. I guess we can just go back to the screen.
I mean, I think we are getting the Godzilla off.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
I think we all want to see, you know, Alex Gomez, 9-year-old top 4 player, and he's an 8th seed, right? You know, the world is against him. He will be going first, zero times in game 1.
Yeah.
In game 1 at this entire tournament. So, very much a giant mountain to climb for Alex to move on. So I think it's a fun one to take a look at. You know.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I like. There's something really fun about the fundamental universes of big stat move, use momentum efficiently to help me play more moves. That is just like the game of universes, right?
Yeah,
It's like, a real fundamental to the core. This is what universes is about kind of character here. It's going to be a slobber knocker. It's going to be fun, and I think that's what really matters.
Yeah, and meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, you know, Godzilla and David specifically having a very strong once per game to maybe help stave off the potential game-winning combo that Phantom Threat plus 4 Midoriya forms can do. Maybe giving it just enough time and with just enough offense that we've seen David do very well now on stream multiple times. Having very nice offensive lines to kind of just easily plow through 29 life, literally the same health total we just saw him win with against Paul Phoenix.
Yeah. And how many, if Godzilla's at full 34, how many Phantom Threats do we need, right? It starts at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 31, 32. 10 to do 34. Am I mistaken? Is that crazy? And that's without any powerful or whatever?
Yeah, it's without any powerful.
Yeah.
So I think it does matter a lot, you know, like playing some pokes earlier on. Fajin Flurries, remember, sweeping daggers. Going to be very good against like high impact attacks.
Oh, steal momentum for free. That's pretty good.
Steal momentum. So strong cards that are already being played. So I don't think it's going to be, you know, one Phantom Threat for 34. I think it's going to be maybe some incremental forms across, you know, build the stage up, get reset, build the stage up, do it a couple times, which requires good defense. And Midoriya on the move has very strong defense on multiple axes, depending on which side you're on. You know, minus speed, repeatable, versus making something flash and the easiest move of all time to block. So just kind of depends on what you want to do.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and I guess we don't actually know which matchup it is. Like we don't know.
Yeah, we have no clue.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and put the prediction up of the Godzilla mirror, and if I have to change it, I have to change it. Start prediction. Who wins? We've got
Alex Gomez.
Godzilla, Alex G. The 9-year-old. If I do this, is this too many characters? It is by one. That's crazy.
I'm gonna talk about it now because I don't want to talk about it when we're in the video recording and commentating it. But man, it's just really like like I'm almost 30 years old, and like playing competitive card games is like not an issue anymore, you know. But I remember the first time going to my events and how nervous I was. Could you imagine not only this being like your first top cut for Alex, but you are the youngest person in the room? Very much aside, obviously, from having your family and your support system there to cheer you on in the TO, obviously, but like, wow, being that young and competing against, you know, these adults and how nervous that would make you. I hope that means that like misplays don't happen. Obviously, we beat down Mike Hardiman already, so like there's already such a high that I'm sure a ton of people are gonna tell this guy or tell this kid forever, right?
Yeah.
It's like at 9 years old, you beat a very strong Universus player. Like at least for his future in the game of Universus is like a crazy thing to keep track of over the next, you know, years and, you know, however long this lasts. You know, we already, you know, 15-year-old card game coming up. It's so cool to think about. Because, like, obviously we think of people like Kevin Broberg that have been playing this game forever, or Garrett Brett that have been playing this game forever, so has had time to build this giant repertoire of stuff. But this guy's 9 years old and is already making a portfolio for himself, right?
Yeah.
I think that's so cool.
It really is gonna ruin him for the rest of his life because he will not figure out that card games are bad for your mental health and quit.
Gosh, damn.
So truly is the worst thing that could possibly happen to poor
Why
Alex.
quit when you win? Am I right?
Hey, well, I've never done the second half, so I can't do the first.
Glass half full though. Like, let's say he doesn't play Universus forever, but like, from the short time that you may choose to play Universus, having that amount of success in such a small amount of time, just to give you the experience of what happens. Again, Tam, there's a world here where Alex wins this whole tournament, auto locks in his day 2 invite. He's gonna go to North America, and compete at 9 years old. Tam.
Yeah,
leaving the country at 9 years old, at least like overseas, crossing, you know, jumping the pond. That's so cool to do at that young age.
Jokes aside, like, I did something, I mean, similar, right? As a martial artist, like that was my hobby instead of card games, right?
Classic moment for Tam to glaze himself. No, I'm kidding.
I went to a world championship for martial arts, and like when I was really young, and it was like really influential when it came to like, you know, seeing a bunch of different people from a bunch of different ideas and cultures. And like it really
world experience.
Good for you. It really is good for you.
Yeah. Daniel says card games are good for your mental health. What do you mean? They're bad for your wallet.
It can be both. It can be both.
We're getting close, chat. The mainstream, the commentators are vamping us in. So as soon as we get a look at what we're going to be watching, we can start the show.
It looks like it is the Godzilla mirror. Okay. So let's take a second here and let's talk about these two lists. It is Daniel versus Alex. Like we're talking about Alex first, as he is. Oh, we should talk about Daniel first. He's on the left side. I saw that. I'll find him. He's here. There he is. I come here. I present. I click the record button and say, okay, top 4. It is the Godzilla off. We've got Daniel O versus Alex T. Yes. Godzilla versus Godzilla. We're going to take a quick peek at their deck list, talk about the differences in these lists, and then we'll jump right into the action. So, Barrett, real fast, tell me what is going on with Daniel O's 4th place Godzilla list.
Yeah, 4th place, 4th seed coming in here, having just defeated a Rodan, Ismael's Void Rodan list. So again, King of the Monsters really showing that they are the king of the monsters, beating another canon fight. But we already saw David, so this is a tale of Godzillas in our top 4 now of this story. And Daniel is a slightly different version of what we kind of saw that David was doing. David had a lot more focus on the suite of like 2x attacks. And in this deck for Daniel, we have a lot more focus on things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken being a 4 of in this deck, 3x copies of Mega Burst, and then having still a little bit of splattering of extra tech attacks, one of which being a Walk the Dog, which is typically associated with the Chaos Godzilla lists, and still having a strong focus still on this 6-check Titan Cliff thing going on for this character and this deck. But the other big thing to note here, as we saw this one play in Swiss yesterday, this deck is only playing 3 copies of City Rampage, and boy howdy did Daniel find them when he really needed them yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is easily could be a 7-minute 3-game idea, just because of like how potent, especially like City Rampage into Titan Cliff, grab myself momentum, swarm by Titans, and then just go crazy with a massive heat ray at the end. Like it is possible to just go absolutely nuts with it. But comparing to Alex T's 8th place list, we've got a lot more of a classic Zilla. Things like Determined Advance to snap momentum, Blue Flame Torment to interact with my rivals' checks, whether it be on offense or defense, and utilizing the momentum in a different way instead of plussing to my check, minusing to yours, which could be the difference between Godzilla stringing out in this matchup. And then no double unfazed, but yes, a single Duel of the Acromans, a safer card to play on turn 2 that has a little bit of a stage disruption and does that same job of this is another 10 damage move unless you wanted to decimate your stage, which is a little tough. And I think the big change up here is 4 Walk the Dog rather than the 3 Heat Rays. What are your thoughts on the difference between specifically that package, Barrett?
I think the idea is similar, right? You know, here's a high impact, slightly more difficult attack to play asterisk like like Heat Ray, sorry. And the idea being is that a move that can do a little bit more damage that the rest of our moves can do still gets the +3, but having access to not just draw, not just stun, but powerful 3 on your move that you can use as a different avenue of closing out a game instead of using the Godzilla +2 to your check. The biggest way I can compare Alex's list compared to all the other Godzilla decks that are here in this top cut and are doing well, this is the most expensive looking one. We are playing the Determined Advances, the Walk the Dogs, even the Blue Flame Torments, another 4x ultra rare that's from an older set, right? Like, this is the one that said, I'm not pulling any punches. This is why you play Chaos Godzilla, and it is these kind of cards that you have access to that aren't attuned. The Walk the Dogs, the Blue Flame Torments, and even things like the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken that we see as the one of here. But the reality is that everyone is still having hyperfixation and focus on the Titan Cliff 6 checks package, because things like Finally Free, we see the League interviews in this version of the deck, and the 4 copies of City Rampage are going to really help you check all of these high difficulty moves. And Determined Advance is a very, very good one because it's a 6 mid for 6, 9 in Godzilla that can never go below the stats of 6 mid for 6. It just can't ever go below those numbers. Whereas everything else is better against like speed reduction, damage reduction. Like those strategies are strong against all the other attacks in the deck. But the Determined Advance being probably a key piece of how Alex got to this top cut appearance.
But I don't know if reduction is going to be the name of the game inside this matchup. As I pull this up, do you want to go ahead and as I'm pulling it up and give me a breakdown on what the differences are inside this list? Because I think there's some interesting things to talk about when it comes to the hard crunching numbers of what these lists look like.
Yeah, absolutely. So Daniel Osa is playing a 64-card Godzilla list with 20 attacks, representing actually only a 31% of attacks inside of the entire deck. A lot more focus, 63% of foundations also here. And I think that matters because you really want to find City Rampage plus 3 or 4 attacks, and when your attack percentage is like less than 33% that most of these aggro 6 hand size characters do, it might miss a couple more times. Meanwhile, other side of the table, Alex T is playing a 69 card list, but still representing 23 attacks, still finding that 33% of attack ratio, and having less of the foundations, saying I can kill you faster with less foundations and more grease. And other impactful cards that we might see here in this matchup, we see a military airship hit a stage, I think, for the first time this entire tournament.
I think you're right. The ability to buy back a bonus attack essentially says that you are a 7 hand size, 34 health character, essentially once per game, especially with how quick I'm sure these games are going to go, to either buy back a block or, more importantly, buy back an attack. And I love how aggressive David here is being. He knows that he went first. He's on the play. I'm going to play this move even if I bomb the check like I did. I get to build in this finally free, grab my momentum that I so desperately need, and we could even see an additional attack coming here over from Daniel's side, with Alex digging desperately for a high block.
I don't even know if it's necessarily for the high block, Tam. I think it might even just be like really valuing the turn 2 that Alex can do by sculpting defensively here. As we obviously, like we reviewed these non-attack cards, really trying to really value into a high defensive high aggressive turn, and just really valuing our life total right now, because our opponent checked a 3 on this Titan Cliff, only has the 1 ready foundation and Godzilla, even though we spent the momentum here already, posturing that we want to play a second move. How much more can you get? I don't know how close we can get to 34.
Yeah, it's a big number, but Heat Ray is for sure going to help. Needs a 7 with the +2 to the check from Godzilla. Gets there quite handily. 7 low for 6, 7 low for 9, and is only going to get even bigger.
Yeah, also is going to flip that last foundation if this does connect on Alex's stage. But this one's a low. Like, this one might be the block zone that we do have because we didn't have the high for the Titan Cliff. And this is probably the one you want to block. And there it is, Smashing Stomp with a low block here. Turns our foundation sideways, including our character. Full blocked here. And we didn't have enough momentum on Daniel's side. On Daniel's Godzilla list. So this is probably the end of this attack turn, which is good for defense here on Alex's side.
It's
moment of normalcy on a 4.
It is Daniel, right? Am I crazy? Or is it Daniel?
Yeah, it's Daniel. It's Daniel. David was
okay.
the one we watched on the other side of the bracket.
All right.
But yeah, moment of normalcy as well as
short-lived promotion.
Short-lived promotion.
Yeah. So from
as
here,
we pass it back to Alex. We did have to block with an attack. One less attack that we're going to have at the beginning of this turn, and it looks like just not enough gas going on here, so we're going to build a couple foundations. More draw cards, Horrifying Realization, hopefully finding some other ones as well. This is our nice, little 1/1 stat pump here.
And I like the
from
patience.
Swallowed by the Abnormal.
We did, on Daniel's side, go to 9 foundations betwixt both of us, which means that Alex, if he had a pretty decent hand to build out, was not allowed to press that board wipe reset, and Alex is the one to cross over that threshold. So the onus, again, the privilege of going first on Daniel's side. Do I want to pop the board? And the answer is no. I've got a City Rampage to lube up my checks, make my moves hit a little bit harder, and see just how much I can pressure that life total once again.
Yeah, checking the 3 on it means we're going to have to immediately tap 2 of our resources sideways. And again, here, for Alex at least, only building 2 foundations, holding 4 cards. Hopefully they're good ones, because here comes an unfazed, and we have a momentum. We already have the +2 to our checks, threatening this 11 damage move when Alex is already at 25. You don't want to eat both of these. That represents 22 damage alone for pretty unfailable attacks. Yeah. Finally free, giving us another momentum if we so choose to use it for extra check grease if we need it. And here's the block.
Like, oof, checking a 3 here really, really hurts. Committing all of this out, saying that the turn is going to be that much easier. But it looks like opting to fail.
Whoa.
I think it's a totally okay
I think that's a good
here.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're also not giving the extra plus to the check, just really. I mean, we had 4 cards on our hand. Now we're down to 3, but that full block not being worth it for almost all of our entire stage. That's a good call to make here. As we now see the echoed copy coming in, not checking well on it because we didn't give that extra block and we didn't use an extra momentum, means there's only 2 more ready foundations here. If you block this one, Alex, we're probably in a much better position.
Yeah, very good heads up play here. And this is just the patience of like understanding, hey, I've got 34 health to play with. I do not need to make sure that every single block is the best that it can be. But a partial block coming in, although we check the 6 this time, bit of a dead card, as we would love to stop this from stop this check bonus from happening, but the lack of momentum over on Alex's side is going to be a bit of a detriment. +3 to our check now over on Daniel's side.
I think that partial block is already a rough thing to show because now going down to 8, every attack that that Daniel will play is for lethal if we don't fully block it, or checking a 3 again could be a reason why we lose this game. But also remember, we finally have a card in our card pool, Tam. Defensive military airships could be a key on staying alive as well, either to reuse a block or just clearing out the progressive.
Walk the dog on
nice.
an 8, 9, 10, only -1 difficulty. If we had paid for that first Kraken, this would have been a 4 difficulty 11 damage move, but looks like we're going to
7,
be
8, 9
paying for it.
6, 7, 8. It was just tap 1 for it though, Tam.
Wowzers.
This was a walk the dog on a 7, 8, 9, but because we checked a natural 6 +2 because of the city rampage, we checked an 8. Which means you only need 1 more. We tapped 1 card sideways.
Airship committing and freezing itself to then get turned off by pass-through walls. No assets happening here, as I believe Daniel drew an additional attack.
And that was a good play, right? We checked well. If we checked even a 5 on this walk to dog, that pass-through walls wasn't going to be ready. Yeah. Which means we don't get to cancel that, which means there's the extra card in our card pool. A low block here, though.
And that is Daniel.
As we fail it, and we did powerful that move. That was that key we talked about. What's the difference? That was a 1x walk the dog in Daniel's deck versus the 4x walk the dog deck in Alex's. That powerful 3 being the reason why it wins this game. For game 1, going to Daniel Osa.
2
his Godzilla
matches in a row. We have seen a incredible city rampage, turn 2 city rampage pop off. Very, very potent here on Godzilla King of the Monsters. And all it's saying is that it's just Alex's turn to reciprocate. Hey, you can do it. I can do it just as well. And my attacking turns are even more potent as we go back to the stats. 31% of Daniel's deck is attacks. 33 of Alex's is. So like the likelihood of us drawing a little bit hotter on this turn 2 that we get to go first is going to probably make a difference.
And that is, once again, what we saw and what we saw be a success for Daniel and the Swiss rounds that we watched. Although only playing 3 copies of City Rampage in his deck, the turns that he plays them and finds them are typically the ones he's going to be winning on. It's just sometimes you have to take a little bit more time to find it, because the first turn that we had attacking, we didn't win. We didn't have enough gas. The second time we play it, when we have this extra City Rampage in our card pool, that's the turn that we take the win on.
Yeah, I love it. Sideboards coming out. Both these players. Let's talk a little bit about sideboard options. I mean, we've got the technology. Over on Daniel's side, double Gently Theft, double Guardian of Chinatown, triple Runaway, double Field of Doubt, and then a singular Cape. What do you think the most high impact card is that Daniel could possibly have? Keep in mind, he is going second in this game.
I think going second is a key point here. I think there's a world where the Gently Thefts come in, not when we're going second, but in general, having an 8-based damage move that Godzilla gives another +3 is going to help you chew through this 34 a lot more. Maybe it is still worth bringing in, but that doesn't necessarily help you in the turn 2 scenario. But cards like Runaway are going to be a reason why we can help survive. Clogs the cards in the card pool, actually negates any sort of damage pump that would go on a card. You just want to be a little careful, of course. It's a 5 difficulty action card, so if you try and block before playing one, you might have some cards in your card pool, and we already know that these characters and these decks are going to be playing with low foundation counts. So it's really easy to maybe fail one after you have to pay for the life loss first.
Makes sense. And on the other side, we have on Alex's board, we've got a ton of attack cards. Triple Duel of the Ackermans, double Destructive Slam, a throw, and then Heat Ray at a 2 of, trying to mimic more of what Daniel's deck has got going on. Probably taking out these cards for the Walk the Dogs, whenever the stun or large stages are not hyper relevant. And the last card, also 3 Runaway. There's a really good chance here that even going first, I think if Alex is afraid of Daniel popping off and going crazy again, siding in those Runaways to have a singular card in hand to mitigate and stop the bleeding might be enough. It's a tough, non-envious position for both these players trying to figure out how to navigate this mirror match.
I do think it's probably a little easier for the sideboarding technology for Alex here because we are going first, having lost game 1. If we want to tailor our deck to be a little more aggressive, which was the way that Daniel got his victory, we have the attacks to put in to make that 33% attacks that are currently in our deck a little bit higher. And that military airship, and also playing a single copy of Thea Magath on our main board, are easy side out options when you want to bring in another non-attack card like Runaway. That you saw military airship just not be very good in the matchup because we're playing 6 checks deck, Tam. These pass-through walls are going to be all over the place for both players.
Yeah, especially with how quick it is that we can build them in with things like Titan Cliff. If we need the toolbox piece of pass-through walls, easily both sides of the board can go grab it. But it looks like a build 4 answers a build 4, one of which has more foundations to be held with a Master's Pride, one of which has a little bit more draw power with things like Fearsome Transformation and Horrifying Realization. It's a battle of board state versus hand sides. What's going to matter? It looks like Alex is going to answer back by building out even more. Be careful, though. If we go to... Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Goes to 6, 7, 8... Oh, this is 10?
It is still 10.
We could see an explosion.
So it's the similar scenario of Daniel has the first option if they so choose to reset the board state over Alex in the second game in a row, and building important assets like Cape of No Return, which I think came in from the sideboard. We have played a single copy of it. Yeah. It came in. Having assets in your stage after a reset is even further kind of extending that lead when you choose to make that decision, because now it's the same problem, but on Alex's side. But at the same time, how meaningful is Cape going to be when we're playing against another deck that's playing things like pass-through walls?
Can I say something about Alex? It's very easy, as I'm an adult and you're an adult, to like, oh, look at this cute little kid. He's playing our card game. His mannerisms and his posturing and his etiquette as he is playing is some of the best that I've seen in the entire tournament, of how organized his board is, how he is sitting and waiting and taking his time. He is playing so incredibly well, and like making sure that everything is visible. It's very obvious. This looks like a well-organized kid. If you told me this kid was 9, I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't. He's playing at such a high level.
I think not only is he doing immaculately well in this tournament, but it makes sense in my head that his dad is the tournament organizer and represents his store and the people that are playing and where they are playing probably very well as that person's son, and was taught very well from a good teacher. Also, obviously such, because we have a top cut appearance here at the age of 9, which is incredible. And of course, we're leading things off. We don't have a City Rampage, but in a determined advance, one of the discrepancies of these two decks on what we're playing versus what we're not playing, coming in, and we checked a 3 on it, Tam. That's rough. But we built triple Master's Pride, so at blitz timing, gets ourselves a momentum. We actually tapped nothing for this card, Tam.
Yeah, Master's Pride's ability, after you get a momentum, respond, re-ready it, flip, re-ready it, play up while committed. So, again, our entire idea here is how much can I leverage my board state, and it looks like we're going to continue the onslaught after that partial block with a Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken. First enhance, hey, I don't have to waste my pass through walls now. I'm just here to do it. Opting not to. I think he's. I like Alex baiting this.
I love
game.
this.
Hey,
I think.
Oh no!
In my head,
sideways.
I mean, let's be real about it, right? In my head, Tam, I'm gonna always press the commit and freeze button first because I have an answer to the cape enhance for your remove cost. If I just tap it down with the Vast Hybrid, it comes back. I have to deal with it again in another turn. I kind of want you to press the remove cost button, and all I'll do is flip this measly foundation. Your asset is gone. And again, open deck list. We're in top cut scenarios.
Oh,
we see the runaway coming in.
A runaway. We are gonna take
that means
6.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Then take 9.
Yeah, I think we are having and finally taking. Ready? We're having a horrifying realization right now that we have to lose the 6 life and then unblock the attack for 9 total. That Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken did 15 Tam and froze one of our foundations. This is an opportunity here where things can get very scary very quickly, as here comes a Blue Flame Torment on a 7, checks a 5, turns 2 of our foundations sideways. We still have a momentum to play even another attack after this, or if we're just feeling lucky, we think we've got it on easily roped, you can save the momentum for -2 to the next block that would be attempted to be play from Daniel.
The cape comes in.
Trying to press the cape.
And
we let it go.
Fine with it. We've got so much gas. We don't even mind. Hey,
5, 6, 7. Checks the 6.
Checks the 7. We failed the commit for the Blue Flame. Our first enhance was +1 to our next check and +1 damage.
Oh, that's right.
This is a free card.
This was a freebie. If we just have another attack, we got rid of a cape and still have a breaker answer now because our pass-through wall stayed there. This is some crazy risk-taking, I would say, from Alex, choosing to discard a card basically and one into the cape. But if Alex has another attack here, it just doesn't matter. Spend a momentum, +2 to my check to play another attack. There's no way we can block anymore. We're out of momentum defensively.
Turn 2 threatened.
And there it is, going down to 4. Walk the dog on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's enough. It's a 6 low for 9. Game 2 going to Alex with an incredible turn 3 attack string after building for 2 turns.
All off the back of Daniel deciding to bring in the runaways and doing just what you said.
I talked about it.
We had that
Caster Cursed?
You Caster Cursed him. You owe that guy a drink for sure. He put a card in his card pool, proceeded to check a 3, took 15 from a single Kraken. We've both said on broadcast that's the best attack of the game. It's definitely the best attack of the game when it does 15 damage, man. It's definitely good.
I think that was everything came up Alex that game. I think that was very much the tried and true. These are powerful attacks that Alex is choosing to play in larger quantities. Blue Flame Torment played 2 of them that turn. Determined Advance played 1 of them that turn. Walk the Dog played 1 of them that turn. All of these attacks that Alex chose to put in his Godzilla deck that the other players aren't necessarily representing in higher quantities, the key to the success on taking that down and it really coming up his way in that game. But we've got a third one, Tam. Daniel going first game 1, being the higher seed, 4th seed coming in going into the top cuts over Alex's 8th place seed. This is the benefit here. This is the game where Alex must break serve or Daniel dominates because he went first and they are playing similar decks and strategies.
Daniel opts to go for the full mulligan here. I don't think I saw Alex put anything back. Must be quite happy with their hand. And we'll see if the mulligan pays off over on Daniel's side. Gets a build 3, potentially build 4. Build 3 is fine. That's the average. Best you could ask for, and I think that's okay. Opts to review a Blue Flame Torment to then redraw.
Yeah.
What could we possibly be building? Not a very obvious choice. Obviously, Alex is not just slamming it down.
Okay.
There comes
another military airship, or hits the board again, plays another 3 difficulty card, which makes it a scary check. That's a scary one on a 4, but we get away with it. Much higher impact cards on a 5, checking the Theo Magath. This is some real high impact cards that are being built to the stage for Alex versus all these 1 diffs for Daniel that, yes, have good effects, but I will take my 3 diffs and 2 diff cards over those any day of the week.
I need Alex to stop mogging the broadcast. First off, not canceling the cape enhance, proceeding to then play on exclusively 5s like it is nobody's business. Insane.
The second build turn here coming in, and Alex using the short-lived promotion, going to a 7 hand size. We could see the same play that we saw from other Godzillas happening earlier in this tournament. We are now a 7 hand size. We might, hold on, stage count. Are we at 10?
No, we're at 9.
Oh, that would have been the play, right? Having the
been
asset advantage and the hand size advantage, going for the the once per game form, now not being the one to have that onus for us. Looks like our hand wasn't aggressive enough anyway, but building these extra foundations. Again, 2 diffs and 3 diffs everywhere on the board of Alex, which is a different story last game. We had 000 diff that readied themselves for a different thing, and now we were a 7-hander that turn because of the short-lived promotion. Hey, by the way, here's another one, so next turn I can do it again.
Yeah, it looks like horrifying realization coming in over on Daniel's side, saying we've got a bit of an aggressive turn. I want to do a little bit of filtering, maybe commit some foundations over on Alex's side. How much aggression can we start? And like every good Godzilla turn, it's starting off with a city rampage. +2 to my checks for all of my attacks, and as an added benefit, +1/+1 +B plus damage to get in just a little bit extra value.
Yeah, this is what we talked about, right? I mean, Godzilla on turn 2 is scary, and we've seen it happen, but Godzilla on turn 3 can be just as more potent because you found a city rampage, and hopefully you have at least 4 or 5 attacks after doing some sculpting, and your stage is a lot healthier. So, but the fact that we have to open with a walk the dog against only 1 committed foundation on Alex's board because of the horrifying realization, this was a 7-8, and we checked a 3. It was a 5. We tapped 3 foundations right off the bat on our first move.
Very, very scary because we know, and Daniel knows as open deck lists, for every foundation that you commit, it is only making Alex's 4 of Walk the Dog that much stronger. He's not going to be playing them on 7s. That's not happening next turn. They are officially 5 diffs, like everyone else.
And this is Daniel's only Walk the Dog in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah,
and we're leading it off, and we made it a 7 diff.
Yeah, very, very scary spot. And it looks like Alex is not playing around with the life total. It looks like we have the block. We're going to +2 to our check to guarantee that our blocks are potent, because this hits a little bit too hard. Monster aggression coming in with a bit of a Screonk, +1/+1, mimicking the symmetrical stats of the city rampage. This one's going to be big. Looks like +2 to our check. We've got more aggression coming, and Alex has got to make sure that we stay alive.
Low block for the low attack. My 1 walk the dog Daniel's 1 walk the dog will be answered with 1 of the 4 walk the dogs in Alex's deck. This is a great trade, in my opinion, for Alex, because at least card tempo-wise and card value, there's at least maybe 3 more that Alex could potentially play.
Yeah, it makes total sense. And at this point, we're down to commit our board as long as some crazy moves like, I don't know, Heat Ray don't come across the table at us.
Another low attack as well, and we just sold out a lot of our resources to play this Walk the Dog as a block. But important enough here, Tam, we have a low block in our card pool, and although Heat Ray is very fast, and it gets the bonus, right? It's an 8 low with the city rampage speed. I don't think we're going to be blocking necessarily with this Walk the Dog, but our military airship that we have in our stage at least says I can get this back.
And there's no pass through walls to cancel it. And it looks like that's exactly what Alex is going to do, recognizing, hey, man, you committed way too many of your foundations to care about this. Love the lean across. Hey, I need to borrow some dice, man.
The freeze marker.
But it looks like I can't imagine this Heat Ray is not getting interacted with. I think best case scenario is runaway. But it looks like that's not what's going to happen. Let's flip a couple of ideas.
Yeah, gonna flip our grease checking for the league interview on that first attack for that form, and then also no +1 the hand size, and that's gonna be it. We did deal quite a bit of damage with that single attack, dealing 13 damage over to Alex after the extra damage it gets from its enhance. But now just building more foundations. But we checked a 3. This was on a 5. We committed 2 more foundations, putting 4 foundations committed in our stage. We know that Alex has a walk the dog. We already know that.
There was a ton of hesitation over on Daniel's side. He's like, is
Ah.
this worth it? And ultimately, the answer is yes. We destroyed a foundation on that last turn. I think getting behind foundation-wise would be a big deal. We've got a low block to deal with at least one walk the dog. The question is what's Alex's aggressive turn looks like, because his board is blank. They're all face down except for a card that only interacts with Breaker, but it looks like we're opting to build back out, daring Daniel, hey, if we blow up the board, you're losing the equity, not me, man. I only turn these cards sideways for checks. They're all blank.
Yeah, just I think when I was watching Alex draw up for turn there, not a very aggressive hand. We even still know there is a walk the dog still sitting in Alex's hand. And I think we just drew 4 more foundations and needing to use a couple of these to block with so we can keep that walk the dog. And again, if we survive another turn of Daniel not killing us, we get this military airship back next turn.
Yeah.
It actually readies because the freeze status has now been removed when Alex started that turn. Do we see another City Rampage? Are we going to see actually a missed turn of City Rampage because Daniel only placed 3 of them in his deck, and we have survived a turn where we used one, and it looks like we don't have one. Smashing Stomp on a 5, starting things off and checking a 3. Another low attack threat. We do have a momentum potentially for EX, but you already know your opponent is holding a low block.
Daniel, you gotta stop doing that, man. You gotta stop opening an attack and checking a 3. I think it would be. I don't want to tell you how to play your game, man, but it would certainly help, I feel. Smashing Stomp, one of the best pieces in Godzilla. Hits really hard, can get very, very fast, and most importantly, lubricates that check no matter what. Your next attack, it's going to get +1. It's basically saying, for one attack, it does not count towards progressive. And so we're going to see how much advantage we can get off of this singular one, and how much does Alex want to interact with this move? Because if you don't block it, it also lets you redraw a card.
Yeah, and we're already pressing a ton of draw buttons, right? Surprisingly enough, we're pressing a lot of draw buttons here, as well as a monster aggression, blowing up one of these cards we committed to pass this check. But we didn't add +1 to our hand size with the short-lived promotion. But getting the full block here with the walk the dog, our check was also pretty greased, pretty easy to block, and didn't have to commit a lot of resources. But here comes another Heat Ray. This did 13 damage to us on the last turn. It's gonna do more now.
7, 4, 5, 6. Did we Godzilla? We Godzilla, I missed it. We must have, right? Because we only
plus to our check.
2.
We used an inspiring song.
Okay,
so this was on a 5, 6. We checked a 4. We tapped 2 face downs.
It's a 7. This is a 6 difficulty move.
Oh, it is a 7. So
with
there was
+2
an extra
to our
plus somewhere.
check. 1 from the stomp, 1 from the
One from the stomp, 1 from the song. Yep.
Song. I missed the song.
Yes.
Either way. Another low attack, not a ton of resources available for Alex. If there is another walk the dog, I'm not actually positive that I utilize it unless I really care about how much damage this move does.
This got 2-2. We did flip over Swallowed and then also used a monster aggression. So it is up to 8, 9, 10, 11, plus whatever it's getting from its own enhance. And it looks like we're just going to completely not block it. Go down to 5. Every move is lethal. Basically, every move is lethal on half. And Alex has lost another 2 foundations that are now face down in his stage, only having access to a Guardian of Chinatown, which doesn't really do a whole lot in this matchup. 3
cards in hand over on Alex's side. I'm very interested to see if we have a review or not, because it might just be gas all the way down, especially with this airship. If there is no review, airship is going to say that we have 4 attacks this turn. 4 attacks is 34 damage pretty handedly. And I want to see
the crazy City Rampage, play attack. On the attack, military airship, the City Rampage.
That does sound crazy.
And then form it on the in between. But I agree with you. Maybe it's more impactful to have an extra attack because we are staring across now a return to normalcy. And Godzilla has +2 momentum. We know that we might be running into runaways this time, and I can't imagine Daniel will be in a situation where we will lose another one. but it looks like it's just another turn off, and we are really trying to sculpt these cards in our hand and still hold foundations to block with so we can keep the attacks that we do so desperately have. So it's a build 1 pass here for Alex at 5 HP.
Tough spot to be in at 5. Build 1 pass. It almost begs the question, hey, was I supposed to just blow up the board and say, maybe I find 34 with the reused board state? Yes, you've got the 2 momentum, but I've got the airship that if I build out my 2 foundations, city rampage into some momentum generation, maybe we get there might have been something there, but tough call to make, especially if you've got some pretty potent blocks inside your hand.
Short-lived promotion coming down here for Daniel, though. We are a 7 hand size character, looking at our hand and just really wondering, is it lethal? Is this enough to go? He says, I'm going to take advantage and I'm going to reset the board now. I will be the one with 3 foundations versus your 1 asset, and you have to reset the board. Because I know, Daniel knows, Alex has been trying to sculpt for so long with this Block the Dog in his hand.
Oh, he played the stub. He played the stub.
That is a crazy risky move to go for, because it makes sense, Tam. That's an EX move when we have 2 momentum. When our opponent is at 5, that was lethal.
It was lethal.
That was lethal.
And the runaway couldn't have stopped us.
Correct. But
Build
instead,
1 pass over on Alex's side. It's there's so little happening. But what can we
stomp here? If we had another one, we didn't go for it.
Yeah,
but instead, being the one to build more foundations, the pass-through walls coming down here on Daniel's side says that military airship is no longer an option for us unless we play things like a Kraken to commit down that answer so we can then have access to our military airship enhance. But building 4 foundations means there's only 2 cards in Daniel's hand. And I think that's probably one of the better opportunities you're going to get to try and get through 34 life, but you're only on 1 foundation. On Alex's side, how are we going to do it? We reviewed an attack. We feel like we have to get our stage to a higher count. And it's another build 1 pass, not really finding the pieces we need, not feeling comfortable enough to play an attack card, and not finding enough foundations to make our stage a little healthier, and giving Daniel so much time to find enough attacks to get the win.
Even if life totals were switched here, Barrett, I would not be comfortable in Alex's position. If Daniel was at 5 and we were at full, I would still be nervous. But the fact that any amount of attacking that gets leaked through is going to represent the dream being crushed. It is tough. And what a crazy opener in this Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, committing down 50% of poor Alex's board here, saying you don't get to play with those ones, no momentum to loot the check on defense, and you have to deal with every move that I potentially play this turn.
Yeah, it's only a 4-speed move, which I think is very lucky for Alex here, because we're not going to have a lot of help here on this block. We're losing our military airship. It's going to get committed for when we do block something, and we're also probably going to lose access to this random draw if we needed to maybe fish for a better block. But at the same time, Daniel actually may be really caring about this decision here, because if we don't win, is that monster aggression going to potentially be a reason we lose from a 1-1 or something? So, but it looks like we are paused for potentially a judge call.
Yeah, I'm gonna push it back to us as we wait for the judge call.
Sure.
I think it's only.
So I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah. So I think it's a question. I don't actually, at least I didn't see anything that was like missed.
Looks
yeah,
like
we're
we've
already back
entered
into
the
it.
enhanced step again.
Okay. Yeah, we are back in the enhanced step. Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken committing and freezing the Fearsome Transformation, as I had kind of guessed, as well as we are allowed to tap this asset sideways, which I guess there's no reason not to, right? Even though you have the pass-through walls, but it is kind of a similar idea. Maybe you want Alex to do the whole freeze thing. Shows a second attack, says, do we need to play it out?
Goes
Extends
to
the handshake.
Dang.
Here's 2 4 high for 9s. You're at 5, and that's going to be the lethal. Here's my check. I got to turn my whole board sideways. but that is going to be top 4 going in the favor of Daniel Osa's Godzilla King of the Monsters deck on the Chaos Symbol, taking down our 9-year-old. Impressive performance that I've ever seen for one of the youngest Universus players I've ever seen, for Alex T. Sadly falling short in this top 4.
Everybody at home, you can no longer complain that the game's too hard. We had a 9-year-old make top 4 at a regional in some of the heaviest competition that the game's ever seen. Here it is. If Alex can do it, you at home can do it. You just got to put your mind to it and do your best. Obviously, don't quite have an update for what I guess I can just do this and just like copy and paste it, right? Don't quite have an update for what is happening on the other side of the bracket. There's no secondary stream for us to watch. But Godzilla, obviously, has made it into the finals of this event, Barrett. Let me find...
And
correct scene.
Again, this wasn't guaranteed, right? I mean, all 3 of them were spread across, 2 on one side of the bracket, 1 on the other. They could have lost because they were paired not into each other right off the bat. They both won their top 8 matches to face each other here in this top 4, eliminating one of the Godzillas, but potentially the other Godzilla, David, second place from Swiss, the highest seed remaining in the tournament after Swiss, potentially having a chance to also win here, and there could be a King of the Monsters Godzilla mirror match in the finals, even though the decks look a little different. That is an option we can do, and they very much made this destiny for them. This isn't very much like, hey, a bunch of them played that and our entire top 8 was these Godzillas. They still had to win and then beat things like the Swiss champ of the tournament, Void Rodan, a known factor in the game, and things like this Midoriya will have to get defeated if we end up having that Godzilla finals. But, I mean, really showing up this event. Honestly, the way that I want to word it is, for the first time, Godzilla having this dominant of a performance in a regional ever since he's been out.
Yeah, I'm incredibly happy. Glad he has gotten his flowers for sure. And showcasing that, you know, stats are king, just like we said over and over and over again. One of the big spots you want to be in this format right now, I think, is like big, massive stats on a big, chunky 6-hander. Kind of nobody does it better than the King of Monsters himself. But for now, we are going to push it back to us, chat. We've got to be right back screen so that you know what that means. Another impromptu episode of the Tam and Barrett Universus Super Show. If you guys want to talk, chat, get some ideas out, we'd love to hang out with you as I watch Flesh and Blood on my secondary monitor.
Hey, it's that same character again.
Yeah. Slippy is all over the place and very good.
Slippy? Is that the name of the Guardian?
It is. This is the assassin. His name is Arachne. Slipped through the cracks. There's more
So they
than
just call
one
him Slippy?
Arachne in the game. There's like 3 of them, and so they call him Slippy.
Okay.
Oh. Hi, I'm the one who beat Alex in the semifinals. By far the scariest opponent I got in all the tournament. Ah, I see. How you feel?
This is Daniel Osa. Congratulations to your final appearance, Daniel.
You
Congratulations.
feel big? Huh? You feel like a big, strong
feel
man
big?
beating up a
Yeah,
beating up
feel
the
tough,
9-year-old?
Pung?
Wow, how neat. Congratulations, though, man. It's very, very cool. And hey, go tell Alex his mannerisms when playing this game are top notch.
Immaculate.
Truly.
Immaculate.
It did not look like a 9-year-old playing this game at all. It was insane.
Which we talked about during the match. Obviously, you didn't listen and watch us because you were busy playing. Says a lot about y'all's play group as well, because, I mean, game respects game, right?
Yeah.
So he's learned because of people like you guys and your locals and Obviously, your TO that his dad. So like, hats off, because not only was that immaculate, but you were as well. Like, you guys are some of the cleaner looking Universus players in the entire world.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to like putting on a show and like being on stream, 100%.
He says, "What do you think about the reset followed by the failed attack?" I mean, you'll have to go back and watch
Yeah,
the pop off. We
Yeah.
freaked out about it. We were excited and then devastated, and excited again. That it gave Alex another turn to try and crawl back.
Although you got the match win, of course, Daniel. Alex for sure was aura farming that game too, because not only did you fail the runaway thing and took 15 from a vast hybrid, but then he plays an attack, chooses to let it go away because he's like, ah, man, I got more, and absolutely aura farms for sure for that game 2 victory, which is very cool. So it's very nice, very fun stuff to see.
Yeah, it was dope. It was very, very cool. I'm happy that we are seeing cool, high risk, high reward plays like that. I think it's neat.
And it's crazy too, because like I definitely was like, I was afraid it was going to be more turn 2ing, but the reality is that this is just very clean building to turn 3. Even not necessarily with like a large stage, right? But going for the City Rampage turn 3 play, which, like, I mean, at the end of the day is better than getting turn 2'd, right?
Yeah.
But it's such still high impact aggro that is having success in this kind of capacity that we haven't really seen, I feel like, in a long time. Like you said, 6 hand size doing this thing. And it's really working here, right? It's really working.
Yeah. Man, I'm not even allowed to ask you a question about it because of your job. It's all right.
Sorry, bud. You can
Chat, what do you guys think about the errata to City Rampage of spend a momentum for +2 to your checks for the rest of the turn? I think that it says that the turn 2s stop, and it says that turn 3s are way more potent, or it says that you have to play something that snaps your momentum, and then you're allowed to play it on a 6, which makes it scary, and it's essentially just the first one costs you a momentum from Godzilla, and then the rest are all free, rather than them all being free.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off for a topic that doesn't matter. I guess I did not even realize that, but Kevin Gomez in the bottom half of the bracket is Alex Gomez's brother.
Oh. Huh.
There was potential until Daniel crushed it.
Wow.
There was a potential we could have had a
wrecked it.
There could have been a brother off in the finals. That would have been so funny.
That would have been sick.
But the reality and what Daniel was just saying in chat was he had just had to defeat Alex, who he treats basically like his nephew because he's the son of a very close friend of his own. Family, as you would say. And if Kevin wins, Daniel, to get his regional win here, would have to defeat the brothers and to get your victory in, which is kind of a fun timeline and great storyline to have.
The Ace Maneuvers video is going to go nuts, dude.
It's going to go crazy. It's going to be very reminiscent of when Omaha showed up to Las Vegas. Trying to win a tournament and getting destroyed by the one person who wins it all.
So awesome.
But it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. I think we probably have a while, though. I don't know how long this other match is going to take. Yeah. So we're probably going to be here for a bit. Thoughts on Paul topping? Oh, Paul Phoenix. I love that character. Cool. And it very much fits the similar storyline of like why Godzilla had success. There's going to be a very similar reason of Paul Phoenix versus the field on why Paul Phoenix had success, right? They are very similar, just like this is how I want to play Universus as a 6 hand size aggro deck that is putting stats on moves and having board interaction. It's just a different facet and using very different symbols on getting there, right? Literally 6 different symbols, 3 on one of them, 3 on the other, but in a similar game plan. I'm waiting to see Mochi and Sam's meme video now. Why are we in the meme video? We're not the official stream.
Because you have a cat and Sam loves cats.
Oh, that's true. Do we want cat cam again? We can go back to cat cam. Sorry for the found footage.
Mochi's like, why are you staring at me?
She's in a good spot for the cat cam.
She's blinking her eyes at different paces. It's so funny.
She's so sleepy. She's so pissed that I'm still awake.
Yeah.
She's like, cause she's a cuddling cat. Like when I lay down, she comes to bed and she cuddles with me. She is like, I can't believe you're making me sit in this freaking bed still on this desk because I want to go to bed so bad.
So funny. Hey, I feel it, Mochi. I also want to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose some steam. I'll be honest. I'm doing my best though.
If
doing
you gotta
my
bail,
best.
it's totally okay. I fully.
No.
get it.
It's not a like bail because I can't do it. It's a I can't wait to go to bed after this.
Yeah. Funny enough, I was thinking about playing him for Atlanta, so this is validation. It's a good ass character, genuinely. He's really, really good. So you really should look at Paul.
And I'm gonna hit you with the classic that even one of our very well-known players currently in North America was in chat saying earlier. The deck isn't necessarily what wins in Universus. It is the player. If you believe in it and you get the reps in and you get the practice in and you prepare yourself for an event, you can do very well in this game regardless really of who you're playing. Obviously asterisks, but like I will never underestimate a character like I have in the past, especially in the modern day of Universus, because of like characters like Zeke Yeager from AOT2 having great success at Louisville, Paul Phoenix here, Godzilla coming out in droves because literally the local players here in Spain have put in the work and are truly probably the best Godzilla players in the world because of the kind of success that they're having and the way that they've facilitated their players and learned the game and off of a strong fundamental character like this that you're talking about.
No.
It has tailored and created an environment like this to where characters like that can succeed because they are well versed and practiced on them.
They're proving it, which is sick.
They're proving it. They're putting their money where their mouth is. All right, I think I got an update. Hold on. Boop. The other table is currently 1-1 as they are moving into game 3. It is anybody's match to take still at this point. And remember, David is the higher seed, which means we can only assume as going into a game 3, David's probably going to be on the play, which is a scary place to be if you're the Midoriya fan and rooting
100%.
for them. It's probably the story. Unless serve was already broken, then it's a different story, right?
This Fab game's really close.
Yeah, the time's also running out soon. Do the matches usually like always go to time like this on stream?
Nah. There it is. Attack reaction, kablamo. Did the Paul player win or did they lose? They lost. Yeah, pretty handedly, but there was certainly options to win, but it did not go well. That's for sure.
Everything very much came up for David, I think, in that match. And David played, I would honestly say, pretty faultlessly. So, I mean, I think it was an uphill battle already for the Paul Phoenix deck. But it was a good match. We did still get to see some cool things that the Paul deck was doing. It just didn't even get a game win, which is rough.
Yeah. Game 3s means there's more Universes played, which is dope.
Yeah, I agree. Wholeheartedly. That's what I'm here for, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that white, Mochi? Isn't that white?
Yeah, that's right.
Isn't that white, Mochi? Dude, she's been yawning. Someone should keep track how many times Mochi yawns. Super Slam.
Yeah, it's the name of the next set.
They're having a wrestling set. That's kind of cool.
Kinda, yeah. They're like gladiators in a ring, and then so there's two ways to describe a character. So you've got their class, which is like guardian, warrior, wizard, ranger,
yeah.
right? Like the classic thing. And then you have a trait that describes them.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
these two are the revered guardian, revered brutes, and then this is the reviled guardian, reviled brute. So these guys play to the crowd, and these guys get bonuses when you get booed.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you
And there are
think so?
cards that like boo and then revere.
The Guardian deck that we've already seen on stream, was that also Revered Guardian, or was that with
No,
a different tag?
It was
Guardian?
an Earth Ice Guardian. Or maybe just Ice Guardian.
Okay.
I think it was Earth Ice Guardian. But yeah, so this guy says whenever the crowd cheers you, you gain a toughness. And so at the start of your opponent's turn, destroy this. Your action cards get +1 to defend this chain link. And then if you've been cheered this turn, this costs 3 less to play. So normally it's a 3-drop. So if you've been cheered, the crowd goes wild and you just play a 6-drop for free. But without go again, like you get the 1 card, but it was free. And this guy, the bumbling Hulkster, is only a 3 hand size character.
Yeah, that's what you're telling is new.
Yeah. And then
Kind of cute. She looks cool.
She's getting
a guitar.
She's getting a starter deck, an armory deck to come out.
Oh, nice. We knew Sam Tate was gonna come in here and start talking about my cat. Yeah, feel free to pull all the footage for your meme video for this regional, Sam. You can use as much mochi footage as you want. There's a lot of ones of her yawning, so you can have fun with those.
We don't know what suspense counters do yet.
Oh, you have no clue?
Yeah, you may put a suspense counter on the aura. Yeah,
they just don't have game text yet.
They just don't. We just haven't seen them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the things that like Flesh and Blood does is they keep things really close to the chest. I think the coolest thing that I think Flesh and Blood has done, like previous season wise, is in the last set they had 3 heroes. They had a necromancer, they had a ranger, and they had a mechanologist, right? Whatever. And then as you play the game, it's a pirate themed set, yada yada. There was an entire 4th hero for Draft and Sealed whose name was Scurvy the Stowaway. And they just didn't tell anybody about it.
Wow, that's cool.
You randomly pulled up and you're like, they didn't share this. Who's this? He's a thief class?
He's a stowaway.
He's a stowaway for the thing. It was so cool. And like, there's not an adult version for him. You can only play him when you're ripping packs and you go, oh shit, I found the guy. It was a really
away
cool
on your pack, dude.
Yeah, it was a really cool experience to like watch the live stream and be like, somebody on the live stream opened this character that like nobody had seen yet. And you're like, what the hell? And like, he has his own specializations of like only he can play this card. So it's like scurvy only thing. So like there were things to like hint that he was there, but like we just like that people were opening at the same time because they didn't preview any of his cards. It's like, what is this? If you're a thief, do a thing, and he just like showed up at the pre-release or at the world premiere. It was cool. It was dope.
Nice.
Yeah, but they don't preview the whole set. Like there's a one of secret rare that comes in like 200 packs or some shit. They don't preview that at all. They're just like, you guys have to find it and you guys got to take pictures of it. Like, imagine we didn't take pictures of it, we didn't preview any of the secret rares from the Turtles. Our community would have a fucking fit. They would lose their goddamn minds.
Yeah. I mean, they want to know what they're buying a lot more in our game, whereas I think a lot of people that play Flesh or Blood, because they did cater a lot more to like collectors in the beginning of the game, that they know that there will be people that will open product before you make the decision to commit to it, like financially.
Yeah.
So they can kind of benefit from that kind of like, let the players do the marketing for you, kind of.
And also, like, so I play the warrior class. Like, that's the deck that I have. There are no main set warrior classes. I only have 31 cards that could potentially be in my thing, because these expansion slot cards. These are cards for the other classes that aren't guardian or brute. And so, like, I don't have
There's
to buy this set
potential that you
at
have some
all.
support. But you buy singles of whatever
I could buy
you need.
singles
If
of whatever
they're-
thing I
only
need,
if they're in
right?
that slot.
And if it's even relevant to the deck that I'm playing, there's more than one type of warrior, right? Yeah, it's the business model is a little weird, but
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm not interested.
yeah.
And I've also heard that sometimes decks in Flesh and Blood, like competitive decks, can be pretty expensive.
They're very expensive. They're very
So,
expensive.
Yeah. Definitely not for me, I think. Unless somebody
We've
was just
seen-
handing me like stuff.
We seen Slippy on stream. His arm piece that like he has is a $150 card.
And that doesn't even go in the main deck.
It does not, but it starts on the board, and you only get to play one of it, right? And so, like, if you want to
Yeah.
squint your eyes and do a little backwards math, just like cut that cost in thirds. It's a $50 card, right? But it does ask you to pay all of that up front rather than one
Yes.
payday 50, one payday 50, one payday 50, right?
And I've seen it even from the game and since it's come out. Yeah, even the decks that are like that, a lot of the money is in those kind of like equipment pieces or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very similar Yu-Gi-Oh feeling to me, where it was like, yeah, I mean, you need this $100-something extra deck card, but you only need one copy of it, you know, and
Yeah.
there's only 15 cards in your extra deck, so like, how bad can it get, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, well, if I want the best ones, that extra deck alone, or my starting equipment slots alone, are going to be the majority, if not all, the main price of the deck, right? Are you supposed to know who that is?
No, this is the character that I play, and they're 7-2, which is dope.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're gonna steal that list.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna go look at it if they're playing the list that I or if they're playing the weapon that I like.
Fab is a 3X game? Yeah. And there's different versions of the same cards, but slightly different.
Could be a 9X game.
Yeah.
Let's go double check. See how we're doing. No update. That's all right. So you went to a party last night.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was great. I had a good time.
Me and
I
Rebby
was
went
laughing
to
my ass off.
Hibachi.
We just played like a lot of like party games, a lot of Jackbox stuff.
Yeah.
And then we ended the night with Telestrations, if you've ever played that one.
Picture game, I'm sure.
It's a guess draw game.
Okay.
Where so like you have a word, and depending on the number of players that you have, you either start by writing just the word and then passing it, or drawing the word and passing it, and then whichever you receive, either a picture or a word, you either have to draw the word or guess the picture, and you keep passing until it goes all the way around. And the goal is that you try and have your word come back all the way back around by playing a telephone style game. But we play the adult version. Yeah. So it's sometimes really fun when you pass it to your person sitting next to them, and you are like, "Hey, good luck drawing this very obscene thing. I hope it makes it all the way around."
Hey, it's Scurvy. Look at him, he's right there.
Hey, look, there he is, the stowaway.
Yeah. That's cool though. That's really dope.
Yeah. So it was a lot of fun. I laughed my ass off. Had a blast. We had some pizza, called some pizza in, and just hung out for a bunch of hours. It was a good Saturday, just hanging with the friends. Spent a lot of time with them. My free time.
Is Fab a rotating format like standard, or is it an eternal format like retro? So they have a system called Living Legend, where depending on how well the heroes do at events, they get points. When they reach X amount of points, they then go to a eternal format called Living Legend. So your rotation is the better a character does, the quicker they will rotate out, and they rotate, and the signature weapon they have rotates.
But the cards in the game don't rotate.
Correct. The
Like
cards in the
from
game
sets.
don't rotate.
So like set 1 of Flesh and Blood,
Very legal.
cards are still legal. Very legal. Yeah.
But
For,
like
the
there are
cards you put in your deck.
like the issue with that is there's entire sets now where every character from inside that set has rotated, and there isn't a replacement character with those keywords to replace
So you
it.
just don't need those cards.
You just can't
Until
play with those cards until they reprint a character. That is the
Until they
one issue
reprint a
that I have with the
character.
game. Like the major issue
Okay.
I have.
So like you're saying like in the future they could reprint a not an exact copy of the character and their abilities that's Living Legend, but the same traits and class, so that you still feel like you have to get all those cards, like the really good cards that are support pieces from those old sets that are obviously out of print.
Yes. I just want.
I think that was your guy again. Is that your guy again at table 38?
38. Nah, it's a different guy.
Oh, okay. I just saw the white. I didn't, or whatever background.
So, I'll come here real fast. This, here, if I do this, oh, it won't pop up. Open image in a new tab. Hey, the Mystic Heroes. There's a set with 3 Mystic Heroes. Here and here and one more. Who cares? Here. All 3 of them rotated, which means that's dead product, and there's not another Mystic Hero that exists. There just isn't one, right? Whether it be Mystic Assassin,
But
Mystic,
all 3 of them were so good.
so
for
good
when they did that. Like if you were in that era, you're like, yeah, man, I got my win or whatever during the Mystic era, and you're like, yeah, man, I cashed in and won some money and whatever.
Yeah. And so like Dromai is the only Draconic Illusionist, and so every Draconic Illusionist card is no longer playable in Standard. And they just like haven't printed. There's not a second Draconic Illusionist currently being played, which is like a big, like I think is a big deal.
Yeah.
Daniel says, "Are there any Eternal formats?" Yes, you can play these characters in the Eternal formats, but it really feels like the Wild West of like it is very supported. It's like the big difference. Rebby went to a Living Legend event at Locals last week, and like as like an official, like essentially a store championship, right? And they have entire callings that are Living Legend.
But most of them are played in Blitz.
Most of them are played in Constructed. Blitz is the 40 card version of the game, rather than, and it's only 2 ofs, and you play with 20 health characters, not 40 health characters, and the games are significantly faster, like Blitz.
Just like your upcoming Universus product, the first ever Blitz box for Guilty Gear Strive.
Now, Tam, you're asking, why don't we have graphics for that? Exclamation point unofficial. If you want graphics for that, you can go to the mainstream, I guess, or whatever.
Can't believe Mochi turned her back on the camera.
I gotta figure out how to get to... did I say Pennsylvania? For Worlds?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? I figure out how to get to
Which is
Philadelphia.
Pennsylvania. You're not gonna go to Rochester and see the Rochester boys?
Isn't there a thing happening that weekend? Am I crazy? 7th through 9th? I want to say there's an event happening that weekend.
For us?
Universus.
It would be a not US one.
What is happening? Click live.
No, Glasgow is in November 22nd to 23rd.
Okay.
So no. You could definitely go to Rochester and see the boys.
Oh, we have an update?
Sorry for waiting.
We have an update.
I will start the finals soon.
Kevin took it down. We've got Midoriya versus... I have to do this. Boop, boop.
Godzilla. Daniel Osa taking down the younger brother, Alex Gomez, representing Godzilla. The 9-year-old having now Daniel must take down his older brother, Kevin Gomez, sporting not Godzilla, and has instead had to climb the entire Chaos Gauntlet to get to this finals against another Chaos deck.
That's sick. That's sick. I'm here for the story.
It's a spite match. Alex gets the brother gets to go into revenge. It's a spite match. Is crazy vibes.
That's dope.
And with David losing, by the way, that was your other next highest Swiss placement player. So now Kevin is the highest seed.
Yeah, Kevin gets to go first. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Man, I'm really
Awesome,
excited for
here
this matchup. I'm happy it's not another Godzilla mirror. Like, full stop. Just
Fair.
because, like,
That's fair. Yeah.
Like, I think that it's interesting to have the dynamic of the two different characters, like the two different playstyles, because certainly we were going to watch another David versus Daniel just to try and kill each other on turn 2, and that is not what Kevin's idea is.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'll take the cat cam away. I hate this. Okay. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I mean, we've already seen the intricacies of this Deku deck. We've obviously already seen Daniel play his Godzilla deck. So we're going to see the dynamics almost in a similar way. Obviously, we didn't get to watch the other side of the top 4 bracket. We're not there. You know, we don't have the full setup that we did for Louisville. But we might have a little peek on how Kevin rode to success against a different Chaos Godzilla, and now having the ability to go first for game 1, which was not the case for him in top 4, might and is a clear candidate right now to actually tailor himself to win this whole event.
That is true.
Sorry, I know you're making a graphic.
Starting a prediction. Who wins?
Oh, okay. Who wins? Do you have Daniel Osa, your finals Godzilla, the only one that made it to the finals, and known Gomez defeater, having now going against another Gomez brother, but Kevin has a little more experience and has already had to take down one Chaos Godzilla to get here, who was a higher seed, and now we get to beat one up maybe that is a lower seed. It really is anyone's game, anyone's match, anyone's tournament.
We're gonna see.
You can clip that. You can put that on a YouTube short. That's what that was for.
I will.
That'll
Yeah.
sound good right there.
Wait.
Don't do the visual. Use the audio though.
I'll use Mochi as a.
Yeah. Including Mochi's tournament.
Yeah, we will wait for them to get rocking, and then we'll do our little intro and then rock it. I think I have to root for Daniel. He has the better name. You know what, Daniel, aka? I think that's fair. If there was another, I always have to root for Cameron Caldwell every time that he's playing. So very similar ideas.
Do you want to play a game?
Is it 20 questions?
Yeah.
I'm so bad, dude, but I will play.
Chat can help you. You can take your time because we have to wait anyway.
Right.
Okay, I have a card on my desk. I'm going to grab a Universus card. And the only thing that you're going to know about this card is the back of the card because we've had different eras of the game.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the back of a card on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
And you will have to figure out what the card is.
Yeah.
So your first one is a blue electricity card bag.
Okay.
You have 20 questions.
I have 20 questions. Is it an attack?
It is.
Is an attack. Is it from a My Hero set?
It is.
Okay, so we have lost all of the DLC cards from right before. Is it My Hero? Is it currently? Is it currently standard legal?
It is.
That means it is set 4, set 5. It's an attack. Let's lock symbols. Does it have the air symbol?
It does. You're killing it.
Holy. Okay, it has the air symbol. Is its... We're going to get a little crazy. Is its difficulty greater than 4?
It is.
Was it 5 or 6? Now, this is where it's going to get crazy and specific. Is it a mid-attack?
It is a mid-attack.
Oh, no. Do I just pull the... Do I just pull it? Is it just the... Is...
Again, it's a card on my desk, Tam.
Is
Which,
it just the gun?
Take that however you want.
Is it just...
But...
Just the shot? What's the name? I won't look it up. It's not Shenzo. The guy who says reveal a card, do the Zold. It's the gun that we deadly fire. Is it deadly fire would be a crazy one. Just to, like the rip. No, we're not doing it though. It'd be on your desk. It'd be on your desk.
That doesn't really help you. I don't have any context of what's on my desk.
Yeah. Is it a set 4 card?
It is not a set 4 card.
Which means it is a set 5 card. It's high 5 difficulty, mid, has the air symbol. Still could be deadly fire. Does it have the good symbol?
It does have the good symbol.
Does it have the chaos symbol?
It does have the chaos symbol.
Okay. Sounds like a Mario card.
But that's not a main set card, Tam.
Yeah. Is it 4 speed?
It is.
5 damage?
It is.
2 high block?
It is.
Does it have a response that potentially gives it a keyword?
It can, yes.
It can give it a keyword. Does it have the number 5 somewhere inside the response?
The number 5?
Yeah, the
yes.
number 5. It does. Does this card draw a card?
It can.
It can. Okay, but it's a choice?
Yeah, I would say so.
Can this card leave your card pool in any meaningful way?
Yeah, it can.
Okay.
Like due to its own effect, or like in general, because
like
game rules says it can leave the card pool.
A condition to like have it like as like an enhance, to have like a floating effect.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
potentially...
Yeah,
okay.
this card can absolutely do that.
Yeah, I believe the answer is Phantom Threat.
It is Phantom Threat.
Yeah, we've done it. Okay. Same game. I've picked up a card on my desk for us to play.
Okay.
Now, I know that you're way better at 20 questions than me. So,
Okay. You picked a different game, you asshole.
What?
Did you pick a
oh,
different
no,
game?
no, I did not pick a different game. I promise it is a
Okay.
Universus card. My question for you, Barrett, is what is this Universus card that I am holding? You can see the back of the card. What is?
Okay, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go.
All
Okay. Is this card standard legal?
It is standard legal. Don't you dare use Ultra. I didn't.
Okay, no, I would absolutely not. Here are my hands. Because I have my next card for you right here.
Here's my hands.
It's standard legal. Okay.
Mhm.
Was it a card? Is it a card that was released this year?
Yes.
Okay. So I've narrowed it down.
Yeah.
Across what, 5 products? Asterisk. Let me cover my bases here. Is it from a main set?
It is from a main set. Yes.
Okay, I've narrowed it down to 3 products. What can those? Does the product?
Ryan said it leaves your card pool when it hits your opponent for 36. Talking about Phantom Threat, that's so funny.
Yeah. Is it?
You're going way longer on the bit than I expected you to.
Oh, sorry. Should I not?
Sorry.
Yeah,
No, you're
obviously,
good.
It is
I thought this was a
Aaron,
funny visual.
What's his name
It's a great
on the
question.
front side?
Great question.
What is it? Aaron Yeager Finale?
No. You've got a Tech Titan
Damn.
finale. You got to read that one on the back.
Yeah, so I thought it'd be Aaron Yeager finale.
Nah.
Damn. Um.
He looks for his
So-
old card on.
Well, I have the set 2-1. Okay, it's not Aaron Attack Titan advancing. Hmm. I have no idea what his name is.
Aaron
The
Yeager
Rumbling
Usurper.
Usurper. Yeah, that makes sense. I have this is the most fucked up card to ask for 20 questions in the history of this game, by the way.
Is it a My Hero card?
It is not.
It's not a My Hero card, and it had the blue back.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
It is a mean one to pick for you because your memory already sucks.
Is it a DLC card?
It is not a DLC card.
It is a promo.
It is a promo.
I think I know the answer. Just
Yeah,
shoot
yeah.
from the hip.
There's only
I-
one.
What?
Or sorry, there's two. There's
What?
only two real answers for this.
Well, I gave you one of them. Is it just not just Toughest Punk in junior high?
It is not.
Oh fuck! I wasted it. There's only two of these.
Yeah. Sorry, in specific contexts.
Is it? And it is standard legal.
It is not. You have not asked that. It's not
Okay,
standard
okay.
legal.
It's not standard legal. Is it revoke?
It is not revoked.
No, it can't be revoke. I have your revokes.
I have a bunch of revokes, Tam.
I own all of your revokes.
I think I have some revokes here
Were
on my
the
desk.
demo decks UVS backed? They were. Is this a demo deck card?
No, it is not.
Okay. Thank you, Dano. I appreciate it.
That's good. Work together.
It's a promo? It's
Yeah,
got
man.
that back. Gen Con promo?
I don't know the answer to that. No, I don't think it is. I think the answer is no.
If it's All Might is the Gen Con promo that I'm
No,
thinking
no,
of.
no.
Okay.
No. But if you ask me when this was handed out, I don't know the answer.
Fair. That's fair. Is
But I
it
own it.
banned in retro?
It is not banned in retro.
Well, go saying Super Skullman. Oh, thank God. All right, they're done. So we can.
This is the shittiest one to ever ask somebody for this game because the Soul Calibur
Oh,
promo
yuck! From
was
Worlds
printed with
2019.
the blue back.
That's crazy.
Even though the rest of Libra of Souls
That's
has
crazy.
the
No, you're right.
UFS
No,
back.
you're totally right.
This is so mean to ask.
That's fucked up. That's a fucked up thing to do to somebody. Let me get our bracket up.
But yeah, Soul Calibur, a controversial card at the time, and it very quickly became very not good as non-weapons were added to playable cards.
Yeah. All right. I've now clicked the record button. Yo, what up? Finals of the EU Regional, the last match of the day. Then me and Barrett get to go take and cuddle up with our cats and nap for the rest of the day. We have Daniel Osa on Godzilla King of the Monsters versus Kevin Gomez on Azuku Midoriya on the move. Tell me your expectations going into this match.
We were kind of talking about it, obviously, you know, with in between our time frame before this match got to rolling, and there's two sides to this I think that are really worth paying attention to. I think the storyline, you can't make this up. This is exactly what I was hoping to see here. Very high level Spain local representative Universus players showing that their local players are good enough to compete and play at the highest level, and one of these winners is going to walk away. And these are all people that know and respect each other. On the other end, the actual format look at. You have the talk of the town, the king of the monsters himself, Godzilla, the most represented character not only for this tournament, but the biggest slice of pie on the pie chart we've seen for a while in our game. Having 3 of them convert to top cuts, have all 3 of them convert to top 4, and one of them making it all the way to the finals. It just makes sense. And its opponent in Kevin Gomez's list, the other talk of the town in our brand new format, Midoriya on the move, representing 5 symbols on his character, having a whole slew of support now across all 5 of those symbols with attunement, having one of the largest card pools in the entire game, thinking to be the menace of the TMNT format going forward, having a chance to prove everyone that he might just be the boogeyman of this set format. So that's what I think the storyline really is who is going to win? This tried and true fundamentals character of Godzilla that has a lot of praise in the Spain community, or a Midoriya finally has their time in the sun, a spotlight of the format, maybe getting its regional victory here.
It would be very cool to see the main character of My Hero, a set, an IP that has taken our game and exploded it so far, to finally see the main character win a tournament. I know who I'm rooting for personally, but I want to jump into the decks and see what's going on, starting with Kevin T. Azuka Midoriya on the move. On the air symbol, here's the pitch, ladies and gentlemen. We have Phantom Threat, a 5/3/4 mid for 5 from set 5 with a blue Universus back. When you take and you turn your whole stage sideways using the transform side, Midoriya Quirks Unleashed, you make the world's biggest Phantom Threat, and you fire one massive smash Phantom Threat right down Godzilla's gullet. But the name of the game here is you have to stabilize and keep yourself alive versus what the King of the Monsters is doing. So answers to answers to answers is going to be key here so that we can find this one really big move to close out the game. Thoughts on Midoriya, Barrett?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not just the offensive potential you talked about, but I'm looking at some key defensive pieces that we're going to have access to. The main boarded 4X Aries Smile is exactly the kind of text that we talked about being answers to characters like Godzilla in the format. And the fact that we're mainboarding 4 of them is a good reason to play this character on the air symbol, as, you know, it does share 2 symbols with a character, but a meaningful choice in that kind of department. Other stuff like Cape and Overturn, but on the other side, we know the Chaos deck and these 6 checks playing things like Pass-Through Walls, the assets might not be as good of cards to be sporting with, because here we have Daniel Osa's deck here. The one that ended up being the best Godzilla in the room that made it to finals is the one that the City Rampage deck that's not playing 4. Playing only 3 of them and having this high focused on board control with things like Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, and having your own stage look a little healthy and look your hand a little healthy with the Titan Cliff plus 6 check package that this deck is representing and having a lot of success with.
Yeah, Godzilla here and Daniel Osa is for sure going to be the pacemaker of this match. As soon as Godzilla takes their foot off of the gas and eases up even one turn, it will give Midoriya the breathing room that they need in order to come in and secure, stabilize, and find that victory. So Daniel for sure is going to be pedal to the metal the entire way for this entire game, and the onus is going to be on Midoriya to stave off that offense.
And that's the thing, too. Even having access to the once per game board reset being used at an opportune time, mattering a lot in the Midoriya matchup, because it means your stage can't get wide enough. And typically, Midoriyas have answers to board resets of if they're things like Unyielding Destruction, which we've seen have no success this tournament.
Yeah.
But Godzilla's can't be canceled, and it is a once per game that Midoriya must respect and find a way to rebuild their stage from if we ever see that button get pressed in the matchup.
So, without further ado, I'm sure that the main stage has been set. No, they're not ready. They're still yapping.
They are yapping.
Oh. Then I guess that we will continue to yap as well, and I get.
That was some good vamp we did, though. It was a great segue into. You wanted it right there. I know you did.
Very much so. Hey, there it is. As we are.
We were a little off sync with our fellow commentator
just
friend.
a wee bit. But it looks like, oh, I'm behind, it appears. Okay,
Oh, you
there
are
we go.
not live.
I was not live, apparently. But here it is, the finals. Midoriya on the move versus Godzilla, King of the Monsters, with Midoriya going first. A huge boon, I think, in this matchup. Getting you set up and stabilize it to try and survive the onslaught that Godzilla will be slinging their way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing impactful cards kind of hit the stage. Of course, Guardian of Chinatown is really good when you're playing against other decks that are trying to reset some damage, but that is not the name of the game for this aggressive Godzilla deck. We're not going to see a lot of defensive damage reduction as we play our own Guardian of Chinatown that both of these characters have access to, having the water symbol on their character card, but not really going to see a lot of those plays being made, except for the fact that on the front side of Midoriya on the move, there is a damage kind of reduction type ability, right? Or setting it, discard of Estus cards, reduce an attack's damage to 1, and Guardian would protect you from that.
Who cares about that, though, because we instantly commit our 3 foundations and transform into Midoriya Quirks Unleashed. Flashing a move, saying you never get to see the enhanced step, and reducing the speed of your attack to 1, very easily blockable, and drawing a bonus card on top of that, saying that, if you have some impactful blitz or enhances that you want to do, like, I don't know, +2 to your check from Godzilla, you no longer get access to it, as well as our win condition is now online. We have to be on the Quirks Unleashed side in order to start turning our foundations and our stage sideways to increase our stats by +3/+3 for every 2 foundations, and then sling the world's biggest attack.
I think this is the most volatile turn for Kevin here. I think we turned half of our stage sideways to turn into this very aggressive character with only 1 defensive ability, whereas the front side on the move has this kind of repeatable turn my foundations into -3 speed buttons. But Daniel having a really strong start here of trying to sculpt a turn by pressing all these form speed draw cards or response timing to try and really put a good offensive here, because if there's any time that's going to happen, the weakest that Kevin is going to be, it's the turn you transform into Quirks Unleashed, having to commit these cards in your stage, and we're not going for the board reset either, so we're going to try and make a move offensively. Starting things off, first attack of the game of your finals, Smashing Stomp, and it's the chibi one. We love how they look.
It's super cute, super impactful. We know that the main defensive trick of this Midoriya deck is things like Airy Smile. If you have a high attack and you run your run face first into this, it says that you can no longer play an attack card afterwards as your next form. It's got to be something else. So the fact that we didn't get a chance to lubricate our check or anything is pretty high impact. Whoa, that's crazy. Just raw on the 6 for the unfazed.
Yeah.
Checks
Yeah,
the
6,
5
7
and just
here.
lets it rock. Wow.
Checks the 6 because of the enhance from the Smashing Stomp. It didn't get flashed, so we did have that enhanced step of +1. And here's the other scary part, Tam. This is the one that you don't really want to flash because there's going to be a block trick that happens that we get to use. But your block trick, I can answer with one of my own, the Airy Smile block coming in here saying, yeah, you're going to get +1 to your check because of the unfazed response when it's blocked, +1 to your checks to play attack cards. To play cards in general. Mm-hmm. But the Airy Smile says you have to weave in a non-attack card as your next form before you can even decide to make an attack, if that's what you're going to do. Great defense. Has to weave in this horrifying realization. And we are going to have +1 to the check still to play it, so it is safe to play even something like a 2 difficulty card here instead. And that looks like to be the adjustment. On a 4, check a 4 because of the unfazed. And the question is, do we continue attacks? We're going to go for it. Titan Cliff, 6, 7, 8, 9, +1 to our check. Checks a 6. 7, 8, 9 for those 3. And we have a relatively still healthy stage. And the flash response has been used. And we fought through an Airy Smile. I think it's time to cash in some real damage on this Midoriya.
Yeah, when I said that Daniel Osa's Godzilla was supposed to put the pressure on and not let up, this is not what I was expecting. I did not expect 5 diff into printed 6, into foundation, into printed 6 on turn 2 with such limited resources. But good checks abound says that we get to make plays like this. And if we want to, if we are lucky enough with this finally free flipping, stealing a momentum, using Godzilla, there might even be an additional attack coming if we so choose. It looks like that's exactly what we're doing. +2 to our next check, +3 because of the unphase that was blocked earlier. Ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage coming down Kevin on turn 2.
And plus 2 ready foundations and Godzilla in our name, we can easily cash in the 9 damage there, and then playing one of our heaviest hitting move in the entire deck. It's going to be the Heat Ray, but we did check a 3. It was a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We checked a 6.
5,
We can only get to
7, 8.
we can only get to 9 with our 3 ready cards, so
Yeah.
it does fail, and we don't get to cash in on a heavy, big move like that Heat Ray, which would have been really nice for the tempo on the side of Daniel. But instead, going to build our return to or a moment of normalcy that we did weave in because of the Ares Smile, and it's back over to Kevin, having basically gotten away from that turn, only losing 9 life.
Yeah, massive sigh of relief on Kevin's end. Just saying, hey, I need to make sure that I can keep my health total as high as possible, because there's 2 phases of the game, right, Barrett? There is blocking, surviving, making sure that we are A-okay, and then there's also the idea of how much do I have to impact. Love the sweeping daggers play coming in. I have to make my board look fragile enough to not have it be destroyed by Godzilla stomping around and using that once per game. And so, or make your board look threatening, get past the once per game, and then rebuild, but it just drags the game that much further, and we've seen how much of an impact Godzilla can have on such little foundations.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a great play here for Kevin. I think Kevin understands how he's going to win this matchup, which is you're not going to just slam one Phantom Threat and pray that you get to a giant board state and go for one punch to win. We have to play these incremental pokes here, like the Sweeping Daggers, copying impactful moves that if you block it from the unfazed, we gain that text when we copy it with the Sweeping Daggers, and forcing out the moment of normalcy because we used one Midoriya form of turning 2 cards sideways, getting ourselves a momentum, and because we gave ourselves a momentum, we actually get to echo this Sweeping Daggers and copying a different move. We copied the Heat Ray from our opponent's discard pile. Now that the moment of normalcy is gone and used, this is going to get even more stats based off of difficulty attacks in Kevin's discard pile. Normally you see it on the other side of the foot. So very cool, fun way of using the Sweeping Daggers here. Not just picking the unfazed for the block trick, but also because it has echo.
I'm going to ask a hard question for you, Barrett. Sweeping Dagger says, remove 1, gain all, this attack gains all ability keywords printed on that card.
Yep.
We gave it the echo. We echoed it. We played the card again. Does it still have the response for +2 to your check? Because it's a different attack now that we've echoed it, yes? Because the echo says you can play the card again, not that you play the attack again.
Correct, and attacks refresh when you go to play them. So any of the gain abilities that happen for Sweeping Daggers, any echoed copy of it no longer has that text because our attacks refresh their game state or rules text-wise when you go to play them again. So no, it would not have the response on play, just like how the echoed copy of Sweeping Daggers doesn't even have echo on it again.
Interesting.
It loses the keyword, but the effect of what echo says after it resolves says that it will still have to flip face down. So we got a 2-for-1 there on the side of Kevin from 1 Midoriya form, and we got to deal some damage and then getting blocked through afterwards. So putting down to 30, and now it's up to Daniel choosing to build even more here. History's greatest monster, Deadlock Threat, might matter, Fearsome Transformation, and maybe some more.
Importantly here, checking one of our very precious CD Rampages. We see 1 in hand, but the more CD Rampages we have, the more back-to-back-to-back turns that we can find some pretty crazy offensive lines. Continuing to check attacks all the way through. We want those in our hands, as Daniel, again, we said if we give Kevin a turn off, it could be just what he needs to capitalize to squeak back a win.
And Godzilla's stage being one of the largest Godzilla stages we've seen this entire tournament against the deck that probably wants a bigger stage than the Godzilla. But 30 life is still a lot to get through, and I just don't think we have enough foundations quite yet for a Phantom threat to still get in that kind of one-shot range at 30. So we're still going to have to play a little bit of like value, like how many forms do we press before we play an attack? If we do we lose access potentially of like getting runawayed? Like, it has to be a fear of like, obviously Kevin knows the main board a lot better of what Daniel's doing. And if you know that they're not mainboarding any copies of Runaway, this is the game where you're allowed to get away with a giant Phantom threat that isn't necessarily lethal on the go. And you don't have to have the combo protectors just quite yet, like Tattered Costume, because you know you don't have to run into that answers piece. So it looks like we're just doing the one form, and we didn't even take the ready off of the Defiant stance either.
Did we? We did, and we checked a 4, then committed the Defiant stance.
Ah, okay. Well, there we go.
It is. Yeah, I think this just runs face first into Moment of Normalcy if we care about the cards in our hand at all, right? Like, we put this thing back to either printed speed or damage if we're gonna block or whatnot, because we're just like, this is lazy. I think is a little too harsh, but it is certainly a interaction.
I think it's just not even like, yeah, I think we're seeing exactly what I think is probably the best response, which is just raw block it. Our stage was huge. We didn't commit anything because we just did a build turn, and our build turn expanded our stage. You still get to keep the Moment of Normalcy up. It's just a build 2 afterwards on the side of Kevin, getting no extra traction there aside from making our stage bigger. But if Daniel decides to either win the game because their stage, this Godzilla is going to be able to play anything that they find, or do you not find enough pieces just quite yet, and you might have to do a board reset because Deku's stage is getting a little too scary now for upcoming thing. And here it is. We are going to press the once per game, can't be canceled, discard 4 cards, reset our stages. No thank you. Get rid of those. We have 2 cards that we're allowed to play. Pass your walls. Good one. How about a second one? Because there are high impact assets in Kevin's list.
Yeah, a big thing of note here is Daniel has lost an additional City Rampage. So build 2 with 0 momentum says that this turn is probably not going to be a high impact turn as well, which says the rebuild from Kevin makes a ton of sense. How much can I push? Daniel essentially saying, hey, I build 2, you can have the agency when it comes to how much is on the board. I am nervous about letting Kevin now get to run away because the threat of the board wipe is just gone now. Now it is Kevin's allowed to build to his heart's content to find that 30, and we know that Midori can do it pretty easily.
Yeah, I think the matching the build 4 here matters. I think what you're not allowed to do for Daniel, and as we saw there, is just lazily throw a poke that you could potentially check a 3 on, because the best defensive piece that Midoriya has access to aren't any of the foundations that they built. It's that commit response on play of the character ability, set its speed to very low or to 1 or whatever, and draw a card as well. So not even having to use necessarily any attacks we might be holding on our hand. But Daniel building 4, I think that's a strong play to do here, reposturing another strong stage that is currently bigger than Kevin's. And again, the Midoriya deck must build foundations to function at a higher capacity. We only have 4 foundations right now. We don't really think we're going to be slamming a lot of offense.
Yeah, the no offense, lack of offense from Kevin makes sense here. But Sweeping Daggers, if there's a poke to sling, it would be it. I do want to go back to Daniel's board. His board is really, really potent. The 4 foundations that we built were really high impact. Things like Finally Free, things like Horrifying Realization, Swallowed by the Abnormal, everything that we're wanting to do.
Wow.
But stealing Chimera Kraken, the best attack in the game, and saying Finally Free, more like go back to sleep.
And
turn
you
it
can't
sideways,
even snap.
freeze it.
You can't even snap use the Finally Free defensively as an enhance, because that blitz timing of the Sweeping Daggers says I'm going to copy this ability, the commit and freeze, and then we're also the first enhance going to be commit and freeze that thing down. We did try to give ourselves an extra burn, but we can't do that because we already pressed our first enhance. We have bypassed that blitz phase, so making sure we put that back into our discard pile, and we're going to take it straight to the dome.
Makes sense.
And then
down to 23 The goalpost keeps getting closer and closer and closer to finding one high impact Midoriya attack. Scary.
Yeah, getting a momentum, which we saw be very impactful for Kevin when we copied an echoed move. That was really nice. And then building ourselves a heroic passion, which will extend our hand size for the rest of this game when we go and start pressing our Midoriya forms. But if there's going to be another opportunity here where Daniel attempts to help get closer and closer to winning this game, if not closing it out, here's a prime opportunity, even though you lost access to that finally free that was committed. But we play things like Titan Cliff. We can get another readied one in our stage in multiple different ways in this deck by using cards like that.
Yeah, from here, I think what we're trying to figure out is how impactful is my horrifying realization. Is committing the one, potentially committing the one foundation here, the thing that's going to push me over the edge, or should I save it for maybe a later turn? Looks like the answer is yes. I want to utilize it. Form flip, we're both going to discard a card and then redraw a card. If you discard a foundation, you'll commit one. I'm trying to draw more gas. I'm trying to get you to get rid of foundations, or even better, block trips like that airy smile out of the hand. We valued our stage rather than the potency on block abilities.
Absolutely. Horrifying gonna hopefully give us an opportunity here. I think it's gonna be really hard to figure out as Daniel which attack I can play to try and bait out this flash response from the character card. But it's just so hard because almost all of these attacks you want to get to the enhanced step for that Godzilla is playing, and Kevin is the one that has the onus to make the decision of nope, this one we're not going to the enhanced step at all.
Yeah. Or if I play something that's not threatening enough to enter that enhanced step, I've lost the ability. Things like this heat ray. Yeah, it's very fast, but if I have a clean answer to it without using the Midoriya speed reset, then I'm just down to enter. I'm down to let it go, and I'll save that flash again. And Daniel did not successfully bait out the responsibility.
Yeah, 7 low 9 is a lot easier to block if you set the 7 speed move all the way down, so I can block it and give it flash. But this is also one that if you do flash and you don't have the right block zone, you might end up losing some extra foundations on your stage. So we need to make sure that we can block this, but we have an infinite potential, and we didn't play the response on play for it. Kind of posturing that we do have the low block for this instead of needing to make it high.
Yeah, and with cards like Elegance and Beauty, which I'll pull up here, of Enhanced Commit, this deck gets a -2 speed, followed by Aaron's Sidestep for Enhanced Flip, this deck gets -2 speed. This one, very easily to deal with, and all this is doing is getting way more damage. And again, we don't care about damage, we care about speed. The 7 goes down to 5, the 5 goes down to 3, and lets us redraw a card off of that Sidestep. So our goal here is hold that low block, and then now say, hey, plus the breaker, as we have a violent animus shot coming in. One low block, breaker 1, making the turn even that much harder. Opts not to utilize the pass-through walls, unless the breaker wasn't called, question mark?
Yeah, I can only imagine that it was. It looks like it wasn't, because this was on a 6 and we raw checked a 6 and we didn't tap a foundation, right? That face down was already committed. And I think it's because, yeah, I mean, we just didn't need it. And the Ares Smile block here, again, another prime use of these 4x copies of Ares Smile, which is very good against these Godzilla-type decks. And we're going into the cycle already for Daniel. We went through so many turns. We played so many foundations. We blew them all up. Got to get to the next cycle of our deck to figure out what's going on and what we're going to have access to, because another great defense here from Kevin, losing 0 life. I don't even know if we're going to play another attack here.
It is... I blinked, and we are already through a sixth of the game. Getting rid of these 10 cards, not to mention all of the removal that our sweeping daggers have done. Hey, you're not allowed to talk about mill-outs until the second cycle, but there is certainly something about the limiting of options that Kevin is doing to Daniel's deck. One of the ways that you can stop this offensive ability is you start removing the options. We know we don't have a Kraken, we don't have a Heat Wave. We don't have a unfazed for this second cycle. Those aren't in the discard pile anymore. They're not going to be back in the deck. But it looks like failing a block here, taking the 5, dropping all the way down to 12, or not 5, sorry, 8, dropping down to 12.
I think we maybe even slam this next attack. This Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken, if it checks, checking another 6, actually a 7 on it. My goodness, tapping almost our entire stage down, except for our Guardian of Chinatown, in case we have some crazy DR. But this is an attack that says we can commit and freeze the Heroic Passion, which might be very important on whether or not Kevin finds even more attacks to potentially close this game out. And we're going to hopefully cash in even more damage to get Midoriya to single-digit health.
We're taking a read here. Very specifically, Heroic Passion says responds after this card is committed due to a stun ability or to pay for the cost of a card, you redraw a card. So even this Kraken saying commit and freeze, you don't get to have that draw. This card was not stunned. It was committed.
4 high for 9, taking it to the chin, stabilizing at 3 life as we pass back. Daniel gonna cash in on some much needed momentum here, of course. We should be building that foundation because we did play it. So, you know, just moving. Oh, there it is.
Hey,
yeah, there we go.
Shout outs to the judges, keeping track.
Absolutely. Can't do this event without them and their hard work. Passing back to Kevin, keeping that Heroic Passion tapped. 1 less foundation to function, which goes a long way against a Midoriya deck. Can you find 23? There's still a card in Daniel's hand. How much can you do? Is it enough? Do we have to find a way to survive on 3 life? And all of a sudden, I thought Kevin really took the reins of having strong defense once again, but a couple of good checks, a couple more abilities that give plus to our checks to play attack cards from Daniel, and we knocked Midoriya down to 3.
Love it. Absolutely love it. If I am in Kevin's position, I mean, the question is do we have to go for it right now? Can I survive at 3? Maybe is there a world where I unflip and now all of Godzilla's moves now have minus stats? These are all questions running through Kevin's head of what is the best course of action, and it looks like building up that energy. Fa Jin Flurry, 0 mid for 7, but every time that we grab a speed, we get an extra momentum, which says if there happens to be a really high impact Phantom Threat afterwards, this powerful might be the thing that is going to save us.
Yeah, we loaded 2 Midoriya forms into this, so it's going to come in with +6/+6. Every time it receives that the bonus of the 3 speed, we got to snap 2 momentum from the top of our deck due to the Fajin Flurry response. Spend 1 more of those momentums for an EX, knocking Daniel down to 10. This is going to be a very scary check to make here if we try and play another attack, but this is close enough for Kevin's deck to find a way to get to lethal, but we only have 2 ready foundations on our stage. Do you turn them sideways for a form, or do you just raw dog an attack and use them to help pass the check?
Our deck
only
is
if it can find enough
thin.
damage.
Our deck's incredibly thin. We're counting attacks right now. What is the risk reward of this? What is the percentage that I'm going to check a 3 here? Because having that +3/+3 is going to be so impactful here. But if we can't risk it, it's a potential, even with this powerful, this Phantom Threat is blockable.
It is. You would say that though, Tam, but if we pressed our form button once, went to play our attack on a 6, and we just need to check a 5 and turn Midoriya sideways to pass it, we have 2 momentum. That represents powerful 2 twice, and because we gave it another damage buff, not just from the 1 form, you'll get to play the response, which gives it a speed. This Phantom Threat's on a 6.
He checks the 5, commits
Midoriya.
Midoriya.
The 5 comes in with the 3/3, which allows you to use the response once to give it a bonus speed, presses powerful twice for 2 or 4 more damage, giving it another speed, representing lethal damage, and at 2 fast to block, you have to have a hand trap here. Right here, Daniel. Game 1 goes to Kevin T, getting the win back for his younger brother.
Wow. Huge heads up play. Saw that he had the opportunity, smelt blood in the water, and absolutely went for it. Did the quick math. Hey, what is the chances I'm going to check a 3? I've got 1 or 2 left in my deck. I've got 9 cards still. Yeah, I think that it is worth it to guarantee this victory, just to push it through. Amazing heads up play for Kevin here on Izuku Midoriya on the move. Barrett.
Broke serve, Tam. No, sorry, we did go first.
We did go first.
Sorry.
But going into the board, I think it's going to be a different story. There's some pretty high impact cards over here on Daniel's side. What cards do you think would be the most impactful to fight this Midoriya on the move?
It's the actions, of course. I think, runaways plus filled with doubts represent hand trap answers to actually deal with things like the phantom threats to get you to the enhanced step. Phantom threat, I think, being a much stronger one because you don't care if it has flash or it doesn't. You just get to say, hey, that phantom threat's actually for 5. But Tam, as we've already seen, we are staring across cards like Guardian of Chinatown. Tattered Cloak didn't get, or Tattered Costume didn't get built to that game, but we do play them. And of course, even in Kevin's sideboard, there are also answers to those sort of answers. But it's got to be the action cards that we have access to here on the side for Daniel. And I maybe even wonder if things like Gently Theft will help us. Maybe we side in some extra aggression, higher base damage attacks, and hand disruption, so you can't be sculpting those phantom threats as well.
Yeah, looking over on Kevin's side, since we have open deck lists are a big deal, we do have access to things like stopping for breakfast. After you play an action, we can cancel it. But besides that, maybe the cape gets to come in and say, hey, you need to find one more additional attack to try and kill me. I'm sure Kevin would have felt way better having not gone down to 3 on that last turn if we could have caped something high impact earlier, stayed at double digits, and tried to survive that way. But it is going to be... Go ahead.
Every little bit of damage mattered in that game. Both of those players got down to 3 or got down to 10. That phantom threat was just barely lethal after we took the risk and played the form. Every little bit mattered. So you're right. I think any extra form of defense for either of these players will go a long way. And depending who finds their answers and cards they sideboarded in, maybe we'll take the win for game 2. I'm hoping it's Daniel, just because I want the most Universus we can get. But they are shuffling up. Sideboarding is done. Daniel Osa is going to be on the play here, having now lost game 1. But it's still anybody's match.
It totally is. And I realize that I'm not caught up to the present, so I can just jump
We can do a little
there.
switcheroo, do some mulliganing.
Yeah, we can get through it a little bit.
We'll remember for if we go to game 3.
I gotta get Mochi to bed. That's what I care about.
That's true. She went somewhere else. The sun's up. She's probably sunbathing now.
From here, out the gate, opening strong, saying these asset answers to my answers are significantly less impactful, but a build 3, not what we want to see from Zilla. A build 4 would have felt way, way cleaner to try and have this turn 2 aggression that we want so desperately as Godzilla.
Yeah, but I think you nailed it right on the head, right? I think that pass through walls is already one key for another key that we have in our hand that I kind of saw. It's you have an answer to a very high statted move. You have to protect it, though, in case something like a tattered costume comes down. But, oh my gosh, talk about a dream setup for the beginning of the game. Triple Defiant Stance, double Desperate Plea, and a bonus 0 diff foundation to boot. A build 6 right off the bat, and just barely keeps the foundation total count to 9, meaning you can't reset right now even if you wanted to, Daniel. You have to stare at this incredible defensive wall, but there is only one card in hand. Maybe you can take advantage of a City Rampage. No, wait, we can't play it. He said, no, wait, you're not at 10.
He said, no thank you. This actually might be a blessing in disguise. Looking at Daniel's hand here, there are 2 copies of short-lived promotion that say if the game plan is to blow up the board instead of being a measly 6-hander that discards 4 cards, let's pump those numbers up. Let's be a 7-hander, let's be an 8-hander. Instead of build 2, let's build 4 back. I'm at 4, you're at 0. Those defiant stances that we so cared about so desperately are just going to be gone. I think from here, I build 2 pass and then just be like, these are foundation options? There's no reason for me not to play them. I think the actual question here is, do we play this phantom or this attack?
Just to throw it away.
We check we check
5, 6, 7. It's tap 1 for it.
I'm in.
Flash check.
Hey, what's the zone that you have? It's a 4 mid for 11. Potentially hits and grabs us some momentum. I don't care that you're going to build this foundation. I'm about to blow them up anyways.
Yeah, I mean, but I think the biggest key here and what I want to talk about, yes, this is only going to be a partial. We are going to cash in at least 6 damage here. A bonus foundation on the block with the Desperate Plea. Going for a 7 build for Kevin T's basically first turn, which is about the biggest dream you can get. And it's not about that the board's going to eventually get blown on. Absolutely, Tam. But Kevin T gets at least one turn of aggression here to turn our character over, keep our stage healthy, to still threaten the board wipe, and I'm still allowed to turn some of these sideways and get a real massive poke in right here.
Yeah, big one coming in, and a flash of our own quick draw arrow, 5 mid for 5 that just got an extra 6/6. Hey, you thought your 11 damage throw was flash attack was good? I got one of my own. Mine's a little bit quicker. Probably not going to be blocking this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the problem. Because it has flash, there's no enhanced step. We can't even attempt to make our check to block this +2. And ready, we're staring across that Guardian Angel of Chinatown, which means the runaway that is in our hand isn't going to help us.
Yeah, all tied up, fun to fun. Well, hold on. Does Guardian...
Does it not reduce?
I don't think it reduces. It says that you...
Oh, does it set it? Does it say return?
It says that you just pay and then it deals no damage. Before that, you pay this and then it deals
you're
no
right.
damage,
You're right.
and then you add the top. Yeah.
You are correct. No, it doesn't work.
Small ships passing in the night. It's A-okay.
But then the question then to me then is still like, why didn't we press it then? We could have saved ourselves quite a bit of damage. Or is it about holding it onto it for as long as possible and using it when you think Kevin has game, and they commit even more of the resources to take a huge backswing, which Godzilla thrives at doing, right? And speaking of thrives at doing, we're deciding not to reset the stage anymore, Tam. You can have your defiant stances. I think I can got you here with a runaway, but instead here is my Vast Hyper Chimera Kraken that's going to get flashed and immediately blocked with an Aries Smiles. Great defense once again from Kevin. Hey, you got to play a non-attack card as your next form. And I know you got a bunch of cards in your hand because we did the double short-lived promotion, but here comes a Smashing Stomp on a 5/6/7, checks a 5, got to tap 2 of our cards sideways for 6/7, can't flash this one. I'm going to get at least +1 to my next check. We do have a momentum, and this is for 9.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. Interesting whether we didn't build down this Aries Smile with that last Desperate Plea. Might be waiting for something a little more impactful to build in face up, potentially. Maybe just like looking at the play patterns that Daniel is posturing. But +3 now to our check here on it, threatening on hit, draw a card, and there it is. Let's have a enhanced commit minus stats. I think this game is about to get out of hand, all because.
And it's very similar to what we saw in the other game. We went for that last little big reach attack, impactful. It would have done a ton of damage, but we checked a 3. It was a 6, but the attack was on a 9, and we only had 2 ready resources. That only adds up to 8. We have to fail that last attack, and we pass it back to Kevin T, who only has to deal 23 damage now. And when you have triple Defiant Stance, your stage breadth is much larger when trying to stack on these forms. But it looks like we didn't draw the gas, didn't draw that Phantom Threat, so we're going to build even more impactful foundations into our stage. And now there's a prime opportunity here for Daniel to reset the board.
Yeah, but we missed that golden opportunity of short-lived promotion to draw the cards and do a massive build. And we saw last game the self-destruct only gets us so far, I think. Godzilla's game plan here is normally blow up the board and then reset, but like we saw how impactful it was. We put Kevin all the way down to 3 health with just like a really solid attack. Maybe it's just, hold our head down and just march forward depending on how aggressive our hand is.
Yeah, I think it just depends. I think if there was a world where we could bait out the flash, play something like a Titan Cliff, build in a finally free, get a momentum. I can spot the Gently Theft in our hand, the second one that we cited in, and having another way of kind of getting in some cheeky damage here. But I think it's just so hard because, again, whatever that first attack you play for the turn is, Kevin just gets to make the decision, do we not even want to go to the enhanced step? I don't want to let you play these high-impact moves against me, but we're going to press the board wipe button once per game, discard 4 cards. We're going to blow up all of our foundations. and that means Daniel's going to attempt to build the last 2 cards in our hand, a Self-Doubt and an Inspiring Song, passing it back to Kevin.
2 1 difficulty foundations that become extra resources, and we found the Defiant Stance one more time. We'll bring it up on the screen here. After this card is committed to a cost, i.e. Midoriya's, commit 2 for +3/+3. You get to re-ready it, essentially becoming 2 extra cards, but that's the same thing we have over on Daniel's side, right? We've got these 1 diffs that flip for pluses to our check, and a big healthy build here. I think that you play everything. I think you go for it on the 5, and then you check it. We need a big stage to push back.
Yeah, when you do the board reset, you build your 2 that you're guaranteed to have as the Godzilla deck, basically, and Kevin only builds 3 in their 6-hander, and you draw into 5 more foundations for you to build. You slam all 5 of them. I just think there's no way Kevin's deck can deal the rest of this 23 damage off of 3 foundations, and as we pass back and build only 2 more, you now have such a healthy stage against very minimal defense, still impactful defense, but minimal quantity-wise that Kevin has. This is a real opportunity for Daniel to win here, and we finally found one of those grease cards that we really need for this deck to work, the City Rampage, and there's not an onboard answered here from Kevin, so it looks like this one's going to get away scot-free. +2 to our checks to play what our deck does best, 5 difficulty or higher moves.
Do you have a City Rampage emote? I don't. I should have one.
Unfazed here on a 6/7, checking a 7, and the question here is, even if you flash this one, we're going to have a cool block trick if you want to block this 11 damage move, but you choose not to. Now I get a momentum. Now you got to deal with this guy twice if we want to echo it.
Yeah, feeling definitely a rock and a hard place with Unfazed as
Aaron sidestep -2 if completely blocked. Jewel draw a card. We still have a Self-Doubt as well, which is even more check grease on blocks. And we're gonna start pressing some Inspiring Song buttons. Mill 3. Gonna give our check +1 as well. That's just some extra insurance in case this Unfazed doesn't get blocked. We need to play this 6 difficulty attack again. Ooh, but the Ares Smile, incredibly strong, not only against the string deck like Godzilla, but it's incredibly good TAM against Echo attacks.
Yeah, Echo, spin a momentum, get to replay this attack card, but Ares Smile saying, I'm enjoying this concert so much, I'd like for you to slow down, play a grade 1, and then you can swing, which means that you've missed your timing window to play it.
Ooh, I like this interaction. No, Tam, this does work. It says, Ares Smile says your rival must play a non-attack card as their next form of pass. You're not allowed to press the horrifying realization button. You must fulfill the conditions of the Ares Smile, which is playing a non-attack card as your next form, or your turn is over. But that doesn't mean, so you lose the check grease, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna lose just the Inspiring Song one. We will still have the Unfazed stuff, and now you're allowed to weave in these horrifying realizations if you're looking for more moves. Getting a Goblin Bolt out of the hand of Kevin here.
High impact card. Card says while it's in the card pool, you can flip it to cancel an enhanced ability. Very strong versus Godzilla himself. But we are checking 6s as we slam more attacks with Smashing Stomp coming to join the party here. 5 low for 10. Gives even more to that pluses to our check if we enter the enhanced step, which we're saying no thank you to.
Getting flashed here, and then also looks like we've got another block, and it is the incredible low block here, not just from the Violent Image off, but sports a breaker on it. But this Self-Doubt here, timing-wise, is a response so that we're able to basically cancel that breaker by giving ourselves another plus to the check. So this is going to be another attack here with a very healthy ready stage on Daniel's side, that nullifying that breaker, and we still have some pretty good grease, right?
The real question is, how much more do we possibly have? It might even be play an attack, and we start ripping horrifyings off the top. But Titan Cliff coming in, man, is this game going to be determined off of the +1 of the check of Self-Doubt? The only, I'm sure, registered copy of this card in the entire tournament, and this game in the finals is going to be decided by this +1 of the check.
It might, but I think the point is that Daniel got exactly what he needed to have the offensive turn that he wanted. We had to get the flash response out of the options that Kevin had for us to play this Titan Cliff. And even if we didn't use that self-doubt or we didn't have it, Tam, this now getting to the enhanced step for this Titan Cliff was the key. We are now to build another foundation that checks a 6 that can help us get more momentum from things like Finally Free. But as we look at our giant discard pile, it looks like we're going to be grabbing an Inspiring Song instead. And there's only one card left in Daniel's hand. If we don't do the review thing, it just shows me that this is going to be a very high impact attack. But another strong defensive piece from Kevin. I already forgot the name. I have to pull it up.
The cycle. -1 speed for each card in both of our card pools. Yes, this very fast 6 speed move with the flick of a card goes to -1 high. The easiest block of all time. Still playing 23 all. You have to figure it out, and Heat Ray is the one to do it. 8 low for 7, 8 low for 10. Coming in by its lonesome. And
oh my gosh,
what do we have? One card left in our deck? Literally our entire everything is available to us. Is this gonna hit 13 damage? There's no way, right?
It's not gonna hit necessarily the most amount of damage, Tam, but we've now gone down to 0 cards left in our left in our hand, but we have 2 copies of Horrifying Realization. That says get another chance of trying to play more attacks after this Heat Ray. And Tam, we are still going to have potentially +3, or if we so choose, +5 to our next check. This may look like the last card for the turn because we're a 6-hander and played 6 cards in our card pool, but we might actually be playing more after this Heat Ray. Can you block this one, Kevin? This is a lot of damage, and it might not even be the end of the turn.
That is crazy, Barrett. There's so much riding off of. Daniel decided to bring a chaos deck. Let's respond, flip these 2 last pieces, and let's leave it in the hands of the chaos symbol. Horrifying Realization activated. You know what? We should both discard a card and redraw a card. What's the last card in our deck? It was an attack card. I think it was a Smashing Stomp.
It was. He knew this. Daniel knew this. He went to so many cards left. Few down in deck. He did some math. We did some looking in this card pile, Tam, when we went and pressed the Titan Cliff enhance. We took a little bit of extra time. We were trying to figure out what those last few cards in our deck was, and if we checked that 6 check that was still in our deck for this Heat Ray, which we did, that means the last card for this Horrifying Realization form is guaranteed to be an attack. Not only an attack, Tam, but it's an attack with EX on it. And the EX, when we have a momentum, this is going to have +3 to our check to play this after we do our cycle. It's going to be on a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Even checking a
4, 5,
3.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You pass it and still keep Godzilla.
And get the EX. Oh my goodness. This is, we are representing check. Kevin, you got to figure it out, man. You're at 3 health. And I drew the Smashing Stomp. We at home know. We're doing the math. We're calculating what could it possibly be. It's Genkaiser Bust, I believe. Do you have the answer? Smashing Stomp and...
I did the math for the 3 check, and we checked a 6 anyway, Tam. +3 from our total check freeze. For the 9, we still would have had the Horrifying Realization ready. We could have maybe drawn another card and played it as well. Game 2... incredible offensive line. After this back and forth, the battle of our stages, Daniel gets the game 2 win. We're going to game 3. We're getting our maximum amount of games in our finals, and I'm so excited to see it happen.
Chat, are you loving it? 2 very distinct players, very distinct decks, battling it out to see who's going to be the winner of the first Spain regional ever in the history of the game. Daniel Osa on Godzilla King of Monsters versus Kevin T on Izuku Midoriya on the moon.
Kevin Gomez.
Yes. Man.
And we get to go first again as Midoriya, which I think was really impactful from what we learned in Game 1. I can only imagine it's going to be a similar story here in Game 2, but now the players have access, their sideboards are in. This is Game 1 all over again, but now the decks have changed. The decks are slightly different. Daniel has some better defense necessarily, which matters because Kevin is going to be the aggressor, being the person who goes first.
Yeah, not sure there's much else to bring in either player's direction.
Sorry, I just keep talking.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh my goodness.
I had to crack another Dr. Pepper. It's getting too crazy in here.
Yeah, this guy needs a good a good throat check for sure. I'm so excited for this, Tam. I think this is the real battle for all of its marbles. Again, storyline for everybody at home. Kevin Gomez here, clawing his way through the bottom side of the bracket, where his brother, his younger brother, the youngest Universus player we've ever had in the top cut at the age of 9, got defeated by Daniel Osa here in the top 4. Kevin is trying to bring the revenge of his brother, his younger brother, who did an amazing performance, and
Yeah.
Kevin, not very much older than him, another young and up and coming Universus player, having to go against a family friend, someone that they would call even a non-related uncle of their own, Daniel Osa, who is looking to take down this entire event and prove that Godzilla is the king of the monsters. But the number one protagonist of My Hero Academia, Midoriya, has things to say about it. And so here's our game 3, kicking things off with great block trick cards and a build 5 going
Huge.
first for the Midoriya deck.
Massive. Build 5 into double desperate please, saying after you block with a card, rebuild it back down, saying lazy pokes that Godzilla wants to do just to generate some momentum are kind of out of the question. We're going to get even more, saying that Kevin's going to be able to transform even easier, represent more stats even easier. I'm not even sure that Daniel's going to be allowed to attack until we find this self-destruct. But with failing that last card, we have not hit the threshold. If, for some reason, Kevin decides to play a couple attack cards and not build, we have a potential to not see a self-destruct on the next turn, and we keep a stage healthy to get further into this game.
And I think that's the biggest key here. Flipping over, at least for the aggression turn that Kevin needs to put up, at least to win the game like we saw in game 1. Turning over, getting a freebie opportunity because of how well you built your stage to turn into Quirks Unleashed, followed up by another build 4, basically telling Daniel, hey man, you probably should reset the board because my stage is so good and I'm on the backside now. I have the flash for defense and I can start giving my moves 3-3. Oh, when I so choose. You're in a rock and a hard place. Is it time to reset the board already?
And that's if Daniel's hand even lets him. Like, imagine we don't have enough, we have too much gas to even find the rebuild, or the foundations that we have are just better than anticipated. A build 4 answered back potentially could be what we're seeing here from Godzilla. How much offense can Midoriya on the move get? It looks like build 3 is going to be the answer as we let Midoriya draw up without a review, I will add.
Yeah, that usually tells me that we probably have a Phantom Threat in our hand, or we have some sort of poke that we're going to be playing off here. I think the other important to note is that I think Daniel Osa is kind of tailored well and waiting for Kevin to play the first attack of the game, because if defensively, if we can snag this momentum from our finally free, you feel a lot better about resetting the board state. Now will we have the short-lived promotion to give us +1 hand size that we've already talked about before in this match, and then also you'll have a momentum, hopefully trying to go in and maybe squeak out a very strong aggressive turn only on 3 foundations.
Yeah, I do think that there is a world, though. I mean, we're gambling, right? Card games are all about luck and logic. When it comes to the luck of this, if that poke that we play happens to be a sweeping daggers, stealing that Kraken out of my rivals and there's a sweeping right on top of the deck or discard pile. Stealing that Kraken, committing it, turning it sideways might have been a mistake. But build 2 pass from Midoriya, sending it back to Godzilla's side. Let's become that 7-hander that we were meant to be with the short-lived promotion and see what is the direction. Is it a destruction, rebuild 3, or do we push the advantage? And it looks like we're going in horrifying realization.
Passed up as you were getting to it, we passed up our first form timing now. The horrifying realization says we are going to play not our form. We are going to play either larger stage or we're going to kick things off with City Rampage. But our opponent, Kevin, he knows stopping for breakfast coming in. We even had more. We had some of these on our sideboard as well. But stopping for breakfast says, hey, you played an action. I don't care what the timing is on it. I'm going to cancel it. It still stays in the card pool, but you do not get +2 to your check. And he goes, fine, I'll take the 1/1, unfazed on a 7, checks
Oh,
an actual 3 here, having to
oh.
commit 4 of our cards, one of which going to be the history's greatest monster to give us at least 1 card back. But great canceled City Rampage, followed by a misfortunate check here for Daniel.
Everything Kevin wants on the board, hedging your bets, saying, I know, Daniel, how your deck operates, and I'm going to put the pain points on exactly where and when I need to have it happen. I can't imagine there's too much more aggression coming, but it's Godzilla with a active finally free. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how much juice we can squeeze from it, with Kevin still holding on to that Quirks Unleashed flash 0 speed draw a card. There's a lot of defensive capabilities that Midoriya on the move or Quirks Unleashed has access to.
I kind of get to see a little bit more of Kevin's hand. If we also had an Aries Smile here for this block after you got the momentum for this Echo attack, I think I would have been furious as Daniel, having not chosen to reset the board state after getting very answered that turn. But getting the block of the Phantom Threat out of Kevin's hand, I think, is a very meaningful exchange of resources here. We're going to get the extra plus to our cards to play, and the question now is, do we play the Echo? He's going for it. This is going to be on a 6/7 +1 to our check. Checks a 7. Checks the 3 on the first one with cancellation, but the second one's going to look at least a little bit better. And the real question is, it is still going to be for 11 damage, Tam. Even if you flash and set the speed down, I'm going to get another response trigger from the unfazed. Or do you want to take any amount of this 11 damage to the face?
And this is really telling. Talk about the fact that we're in person. We're playing tactile cards. We don't have a better block than Phantom Threat. So obviously the Echo is going to be the right move, because what other card are you going to block with? A last case scenario, your last ditch effort is going to be blocked with Phantom Threat to save your life. And the fact that we felt so pressured to do it on the first attack of the turn says, yeah, every high attack I can possibly sling for the rest of this turn is absolutely where I want to be.
Yeah, getting a stage check here from Daniel. I think based off of what had happened in this exchange of the City Rampage getting canceled, playing 2 unfades, getting some real damage, and putting Kevin down to 18. Now that we blocked the first one, and Daniel having +1 to his checks to play all of his cards for the turn, we might be making a decision here of, is it worth to continue attacking based off of all the resources that my opponent has access to defensively? This is the final game of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
Is this the right choice? We're going to look at our stage, see if this is worth the play. We played it on a 7, and we checked a 4. We're going to have to commit 3 of our cards sideways, only leaving up this 1 pass-through walls, and we're going to flash it. We're going to reduce its speed all the way down to 0, draw a card, and we can get a block here, and we drew a very strong one if there's going to be any sort of extra attacks coming. But it is a partial, so we're going to go down to 13.
Goblin to a good one, but because of that 3 check ending up netting out to being a 4, and with the City Rampage cancel earlier, I think we're done attacking. I'm not sure how much more we're going to get, and especially not 13.
This is a crazy decision here. I think Daniel is deciding how risky we want to go, because I'm looking at the Titan Cliff in our hand. It's on a 6, 7, 8, 9. If you check to 6, which is actually a 7, you could pass it, build a state card into your stage. You would have to have tapped Godzilla to do that, so you can't play the momentum for the plus to the check. It is just not close enough to getting to that 13, and we weren't going to check a 6 anyway. So I think this was the right call. We're going to get a couple more of these foundations into our stage, and it is still on the onus of Kevin to find 34. And this is a very healthy stage, but it's not those double up cards. There's no Defiance stances. There's no value heroic passions here. This is raw. Every one of these foundations you turn sideways is just going to be for 3/3. And as we did some math, obviously off screen before this match started, Tam, even 5 forms on a Phantom Threat isn't 34.
It's not 34, and we blocked with the Phantom Threat. Was that a panic block that we were so nervous about our entire life total? Or was this the idea that we have a second one in our hand? Time will tell. I didn't get a chance to peek at the hand. It looks like starting with Fajin Flurry, one of the best momentum generators inside of this Midoriya deck. Gathering itself +6/+6 and 2 bonus momentum for some phantom threats a little bit later. If there was a way to open up and make Daniel's life total get reduced significantly for a phantom threat to end the game, this is the way to do it, as it connects, dropping all the way down to 21, a way more manageable life total than the 34 we started the turn at.
Yeah, a lot harder to pull off now as we've turned 4 of our foundations sideways, but absolutely, Tam, generating 2 momentum, actually a 3rd momentum because this one connected. This is another, we need to build a couple more foundations, and we really need to survive right here and right now, and we have some good tools to do so, but the question becomes, again, Daniel, given the ability to not have to deal with this stage. We haven't pushed the button all game, Tam. This is game 3.
I don't think we're going to do it. There are 5 attacks currently in Godzilla's hand. We have a momentum, and I think double Titan Cliff, I think our #1 goal at this exact second is, how do I get Midoriya turned sideways?
Yeah, so we're going to kick things off here with the horrifying realization. This is a scary thing, Tam, because we pitched a foundation. If we draw an attack card, Tam, we might actually see the play an attack, flash it, get Airy Smiles, and you must pass your turn because we only have the orange ones in our hand.
At the same time, how many foundations does Midoriya have? 1, 2, 3, 4...
1, 2, 3, 4, 6,
12?
7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Either way, we're at deadlock. This says get rid of 2 cards out of your hand, please. Discard 1, remove 1, and another Airy Smile. This game is going to be... Oh, man.
We pitched it. We didn't have to give this flash, obviously. Using the last card in our hand. Taps 1 sideways. Gonna flip a foundation. Hey, you have to play a non-attack card as your next form or pass.
Your turn, man. He says it's over.
I have to pass.
I cannot think of a more...
If you're Kevin... It's scary knowing, oh, this guy has 5 attacks in his hand. If I do not kill him right now, I might be just dead.
Yeah. I love the thematics of Airy comes in and saves Midoriya from the threat of Godzilla. Like, what is more thematic than that?
Airy's the only reason Midoriya conquered Overhaul in the Undaunted raid, so it's only fitting, of course, that Airy, her bright smile from Midoriya rescuing her, is the reason, returning the favor, like you said, being this protector, just like how Midoriya was the protector for Airy.
Hesitation over on Kevin's side, though, saying that
if there is a line,
it is difficult to see and read, which means we know there's probably 5 more attacks, or at least 5 more non-foundation cards, and we are transforming back into the OG Midoriya on the move. Why do you think this play happened?
I think it's because we looked at our hand. It wasn't attacks. We can't press enough forms even to get through this last 21 life, and you know that your opponent has at least 5 attacks in their hand. You got rid of 2 Airy Smiles that turn because of what was played. You'd already played one earlier on this game, or it's in your discard pile, and you don't have the other one in your hand. What matters more right now, Tam, is build a couple pass, use my character that if you have 5 attacks, I'm going to have to play 5 blocks.
Makes sense. Makes total sense to me, especially being at the low life total that we are. This is 1.5 uncontested attacks over from Daniel's Godzilla's side. But with the threat of a lack of flash being off the table entirely, Godzilla gets to press every button we could possibly want. Luckily enough, on the move defensively, drawing off of Heroic Passion, -3 speed, redraw the card. We now have, I believe, 5 cards in hand of our own. Let's see how much. Do we have a moment 34 to come in? Do we have the Daigo parry? This is the question.
I think the other thing, you brought it up earlier, and I think I kind of glanced over it, but now that I'm really getting into this situation that we've entered ourselves into, we have a history's greatest monster for Daniel, and Midoriya, Kevin, is in deadlock.
Yeah.
This represents the ability to give 2 of your moves throw because of the way that History's Greatest Monster can just ready itself. But instead, we're going to use it for the check grease here, which means if we want to press that deadlock button that we have the ability to do, we could really chew through this 13 remaining life from Kevin and really put him on the back foot.
Yeah, that is certainly an option, and some incredible pieces to potentially be useful with that on, with things such as heat wave, heat ray if we have it. He's getting absolutely massive, but wants to be the last attack in our massive string. So keeping our stage nice and healthy to play out this massive 6 difficulty way later makes a ton of sense to me.
These stages got so huge in this game. This is not where I thought we'd end up, with Daniel making the decision to not ever press that reset button in this third game, and his stage is huge. Even though we didn't play a City Rampage, Tam, if depending on how many attacks we have, we are going to play everything we possibly can, try and block check Kevin as much as we can. Even with this impeccable defense, right? We blocked with the Defiant Stance, built it back down. We already used the Heroic Passion. We even canceled one of the Foundation abilities for the Macho's Concealment. We are playing some real back and forth Universus here, but I think Daniel putting himself in a great position, I think it might actually come all the way down to the last attack that Daniel plays, and then pressing something like that deadlock button after a single partial block comes through, maybe from Kevin.
Speed of deadlock stun 3 coming in here on heat ray, helping it decimate this board. But a ton of block tricks still available to us. If we have the low block with a -3 speed coming in from Midoriya on the move, we do have access to Street Hero in our stage. After I block, flip it, pick something back up, or even a crazier idea, and let me double check to make sure that it works. Smoke Screen.
That one's a good one.
Smoke Screen. Add a card from your hand to your card pool face down for -4. And let's go double check Street Hero. It just says add a card from your card pool to your hand. We could -4 a card in, Street Hero, pick it right back up, and then go for that same block. So kind of a 2-card tactic to guarantee that the last thing that's being played is not going to be high impact.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I think it comes down to. And I think this entire turn is about Kevin playing the perfect defense that he can, because I think the only way I think he survives this turn is when something eventually gets throw, we are not allowed to have taken partial damage from any of moves from Daniel, because that will put us down to a low enough life that History's Greatest Monster will give throw to something like a Heat Ray and we will die. But a Breaker 1 coming in here, but we answer it with a Self-Doubt. Again, this card that we might see only being a single copy registered, or it was the pass-through walls. I couldn't remember which one it was. But the second Heat Ray here on a 6, 7, 8, 9 checks a 5, maybe a 6. Because of what we did for the block stuff, as we used our momentum also from Godzilla. And so here's the second Heat Ray. How many lows did you hold?
How many lows did you hold?
Another deadlock,
Indeed.
stun 3, matters a lot. There's the Street Hero. Hey, I got another 1 low block, and it has Breaker as well, and your stage is starting to look a little worse here, Daniel. You're out of momentum.
Out of momentum, probably one more quality move, and there is still even one more crazy trick up Midoriya's sleeve potentially. We haven't seen it the entire match. If we are sitting with a vestige in hand before the damage step of this move, commit Midoriya, no longer having access to the minus speed, discard a vestige, reduce its damage to 1. This high, massive damage stomping King of Monsters. These moves could be coming in. The last one for 1, a lot of wiggle room, but that's even if we have that option. Something that, as Daniel, you need to be thinking about over and over and over again every single time, especially as the board gets strained and we are sitting here waiting to see what's the next move. 2 cards
so good,
left
Sam.
in hand,
This
and I
is
think we've
such a
only
good
got
match.
1 more attack, and it's not for 13, but we're gonna sling it
Vast
anyways.
Hybrid. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Checks
And it
a
does not
3,
pass.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It doesn't pass. We pass it back. And that, I think, is the key moment, Tam. Kevin Gomez choosing to turn back into Midoriya on the move. Really
Huge.
taking advantage of this character that can transform to both sides. 21 damage is what you have to deal against minimal defense. But we draw up for the turn. Do we have it? if we need to get to the backside, it means we're going to have to commit another 3 foundations first before gaining access to the forms. Do we have enough gas in the tank to rebuttal? That was a large amount of attacks from Daniel. You don't think Daniel's going to get another turn like that, but who knows? It depends on what Kevin does here. Do we have enough to reciprocate 21 life?
There's certainly some options. We did get to build in double Defiant stance on blocking on that turn. So our stage is grown by an extra 4 foundations when it comes to doing it. And we have a fleet of face down cards all begging to be turned sideways to increase this damage. I am smelling blood in the water outside of some cool action trick that maybe Kevin is trying to sniff out. Does he have the runaway? Does he have the filtered out? We are digging into our sideboard, doing some counting. Maybe we need more dice. Maybe we're gonna sling them so big. We need more dice.
I think it just depends if we have an attack, and I just don't know if I saw it or one, because I think if you're Kevin, I think we are for sure, crossing our T's, dotting our I's, checking everything. Is this actually 21? Have I played around all of these options that Daniel could have access to? Do we have an attack that can do it? Do we need to turn into quirks? Heroic plus double Defiant to flip back over into Quirks Unleashed. Draws a card off the top. I mean, I see a Sweeping Daggers. Depending on what we pick and copy, it could easily get there with however many forms we can press. So I've got 1. I see 2. 3 forms getting used.
This Sweeping Daggers could steal a Titan Cliff. If I don't have it before, discard 3, redraw 3, potentially go find it. Or I will take and do all of the... Whoa, that's a good one too. That's a good
Gently
one
Theft.
too. Gently Theft is pretty rad. Discard that last card in your hand. You just have to literally count. Hey, as soon as I get to it, I have the momentum
5,
to spend.
6.
That's... 6 is enough.
6 for the base 4 damage. 6 times 3, 18 is the 20. There's the handshake. We play it on a 4. We see the Phantom, or we see the Gently Theft. That means your hand tricks, if it's a runaway, doesn't work. Game 3 and the match and the tournament, the whole dang regional. Kevin Gomez avenging his brother wins the entire thing with Azuka Midoriya on the move on the air symbol. And he's so happy. I'm so happy for you, Kevin. That was incredible. And of course, as we already know, because we were talking with Daniel, I know Daniel, although he didn't get the win here, it cannot be more proud of someone like Kevin, who is a family friend already, and both of these players doing an immaculate job here in the finals.
What an incredible weekend, Barrett. I had a blast. So many fun games of Universus being played. It was so sick. Incredibly happy. Big shout outs to you, buddy. Thank you. Big shout outs to UVS Games for hosting these regionals. And most importantly, big shout outs to you, everybody at home, for watching over here on twitch.tv/TapCardwell. I do greatly appreciate it. It's very cool. Very cool of you. Barrett, final thoughts before we get out of here and go take a nap.
I am excited to see people in the comments. Projected Boogeyman did end up winning.
Yeah.
I was trying to get confirmation during the match, but again, Kevin being Alex's older brother. But if you still want to talk about it, I think Kevin's only 13 years old, Tam. That still might be the youngest age that someone has won a regional. Won a regional with, and has locked in his day 2 invite to the World Championships. This circuit, he gets to come on over to America and represent Spain and his locals, and I couldn't be more excited for it. And he played a real deck with real strategy and difficult matchups, and climbed through the chaos symbol gauntlet, and he took it down. He took down the deck, a combination of the deck that won the last regional. He beat the most popular character at this tournament and the highest remaining seeded that he had to go second game 1. He did that in top 4, all the way down to finals, worked his way to going first on the match, and it made a big impact. Going first in games 1 and game 3, and then he got it. He did it. He did it so well. He did it so convincingly. every opponent I'm sure he had, and what we even saw there on stream with Daniel, great gameplay on both sides. And here's the biggest thing, Tam. That Midoriya deck still wasn't even playing the new team and T support that people thought was going to push this character over the edge, and did it without those cards. What a great story.
So cool. So cool. So incredibly happy for them. With that, you guys, thank you all for watching. Again, greatly appreciate it. It's been a blast. Make sure if you enjoyed these, you're watching the VODs and breakouts later, let me know down in the comments down below if you want to see more. And the goal is, I, by my lonesome, will see you next weekend to do the OCE regional. So with that,